Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 4 of The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style. Summary. In this alternate universe, after absorbing the Juubi to save the Shinobi Alliance, Naruto is betrayed by the very people he bled to protect. Fearing his godlike power, the Kage and Konoha force him into banishment. 10 years later, a guilt-ridden Konoha finally realizes their catastrophic mistake. They want their hero back to restore his clans and use his power once again. But when Tsunade sends a letter demanding his return, the reply she gets shakes the village to its core. Naruto isn't waiting in the shadows. He has built a new life in the kingdom of Hyrule with his wives, including the Twilight Princess Midna and his ten-tailed companion Yadajimai, and he has a chilling message for the Leaf Village: leave me alone or face the wrath of all of Hyrule. Welcome to a world where Konoha's biggest mistake becomes Hyrule's greatest protector. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Tremor 230, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. Lemon warning. I tried to make this story lemon-free. However, they were simply too many. Yes, they happened to be quite graphic, and despite my better judgment I kept them. Once again, the algorithm will punish the video, and I will require your help by dropping a like or comment to make this series popular. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 11, Snowpeak Climbing Trip. Arbiter's Ground, Entrance. So we know for certain that at least 2 fragments of the Twilight Mirror are in places we can reach. Link, shade of the past hero of courage and now a gold-colored wolf, said sighing as he, Naruto and Midna finally exited the ruins. An ancient groove somewhere and on the peak of some mountain, but the third? Naruto answered with a defeated tone. In the heavens. I hope they mean in the sky and not literally in heaven. I don't like the idea of us having to find a way to reach there without dying first. Midna added, leaning her head on Naruto's as she sat on his shoulder. In the sky would still be hard to reach, and how can one of those pieces be hidden in the sky? The former shinobi asked, groaning. In the sky, I seem to remember something about it. Link said, thoughtful. If I can be of help, Master, I might have the answer. The spirit inside the Master Sword, called Phi, said as the blue and purple female entity appeared in front of the group. You should not waste energies. You said your presence here was limited because you have almost done cleansing the great evil sealed inside the Master Sword. Link said, worried. Until that happens and I fade away along the evil taint sealed inside the sword, I shall offer all the help in my power to assist my new master. Phi answered. And I say that maybe if I focus natural chakra inside the blade I can actually help you do that without dying in the process. So once found a couple hours to do that we will try. Naruto answered in determination. Then until that moment comes I will continue assist you, Master Naruto, as a way for me to repay your kindness. I may possess the right knowledge to help you along your journey and I will offer it completely to you. The spirit answered, sounding almost thankful and floating close to the shinobi. So you know where we can find that fragment in the sky? Of course, Master. Of course you can tell us, you are ancient, you of course know about it. Midna said, crossing her arms, huffing. Miss Midna, I detect the 85% probability of you being somehow against my presence here. Why is that? Phi asked in a somehow curious-sounding monotone voice. I am not jealous, the imp yelled, furious. I never stated the reason being jealousy, Miss Midna. The sword spirit answered, reclining her head to the side. Aye. The small girl tried saying before falling silent and blushing deep green. Small matters aside, like the need of Miss Midna of being the only one worthy of calling our friend master, Link said, smirking at Midna's darkening blush and spluttered denials. You said you could help us finding the fragment of mirror hidden in the sky. How? Naruto asked, cutting off Link before he could finish. I was getting there. The Golden Wolf muttered, offended. Master Naruto, there is a very small chance that the fragment of Twilight mirror may have somehow reached the city in the sky of the Uka tribe when the whole body of the mirror has been shattered. Fi answered promptly. How small? The blonde asked with a raised eyebrow. Between 30 to 43% chance, Master. It's not much, but it is still something. Utsukushi muttered, unsure. I am of the same advice of Miss Utsukushi. Link added with a nod. Still, it is not 100% chance. Midna said calmly, looking up in the sky. You dash. No, I am not saying this because I don't want to believe her for personal reasons, but because we have no certain proofs of the piece being there. For now, let's see what mountain we'll have to visit, then which groove, and then we will try see what heavens we'll have to comb, the imp girl said, glaring Link into silence. Well, then I know who to ask for both answers, Naruto said, grinning. Slash you do, Master? The rest of the group asked as one. Ho. Telma's friends in the resistance, Ashe-sen, talked about a mountain being worthy a visit because evil plagues it, while Shad-sen said that he was actually studying the Uka civilization in detail. We can try asking both, the former shinobi said, proud of his brainwave. So those were not subquests but actually references to our main one, the ten-tailed vixen said, shocked. Yes, I too noticed how often useful pieces of information kept popping up whenever I needed them, seemingly at random when I was young and alive. I guess the three goddesses are trying to help us saving Hyrule by making sure we stumble on the right knowledge, even if they could at least try to be more subtle about it. The hero Shade Wolf answered, chuckling. Hey! At least they are helping. I appreciate it, Naruto said, smiling and sending a thumbs up to the sky. Goddess's realm. No troubles, sweetie. Din answered, blowing a kiss to the blonde's image on their screening pool. We are subtle. It is not our fault they are too observant. Faror, though, added, offended. I am starting to think that maybe we are not that much subtle instead, sister. Nehru admitted, sighing. Back on the mortal realm. So we go visit Telma? Utsukushi asked, uncertain. It's a good start. Maybe those two guys can help us for real, Midna answered, shrugging. Then please let's use one of your portals, Midna, Naruto asked, smirking. Chen. Payment first, the imp answered, pointing at her cheek. Ho. Spoiled princess, the shinobi said, amused, before doing as asked and kissing said cheek. We should hurry up, Time may be of essence, master, Fi said blandly. Jealous already? Fearing somebody might steal your master from you? Link asked, amused. I do posses in my memory 2,734 different recipes of stew that can be used with wolf meat, the spirit answered calmly. Eep! The hero Shade whimpered with lowered ears and tail between his back legs. Chen! Clearly satisfied and amused by the byplay between hero Shade and spirit, Midna used her powers to transport the group right outside the gates of Hyrule Castle Town. Few minutes later, and a short explanation later, Telma's bar. So the answer to our troubles is behind that mirror of yours? Telma asked, taking a thoughtful expression as soon as Naruto and Midna finished telling her what they knew. It's the only chance we have left, Telma. Zant and whoever is giving him power is hiding in the Twilight realm, and we need the mirror to enter there, the imp girl answered while finishing her pint of beer. Another fetch quest then? Ilia asked, emptying her own and slamming the glass down on the counter. What? The cursed princess asked with narrowed eyes. Ever since he has met you, it has been a dangerous mission after another. You are a bad influence, the girl of Orden replied, glaring at her. We are saving the world, brat. You can't pretend it to be easy, the other answered, glaring back at her. Quiet, you two. Now is not the time to fight between us, Telma said, chastising the two and making them fall silent. You think Ashe and Shad can help us? Naruto asked, looking around the bar. Probably. As you said, Shad is studying the Uka and Ashe has already noticed the situation in Snowpeak. In fact, Ashe has just departed towards that northern mountain to check things out, the woman answered, nodding. So you think we should start from there? The shinobi asked. Yep. Shad is by now buried in books, so he won't even notice should the planet explode under his chair until he is satisfied of what he has found. Ashe is your best bet as she is already there. The woman answered, smirking. To be honest, I am actually taking a short pause, but I too suggest to start from Snowpeak all the same, as the situation seems to be more important at the moment. If I can find a path to the city in the sky, I will tell you. If legends are right, the whole construction has been there for centuries, if not more. I don't think a couple days more will be too much for it to wait your visit. Chet answered as he joined the group with a small smile. He is not exactly wrong, so mountains first. Ruzzle? Pass me the map of the region, please. Telma said, making the masked member of the resistance in the room reach the group with shy steps. It is not nice to give a person's name if he is wearing a helmet. The man answered with a low voice as he handed the map to her. We are all in the same boat here, Ruzzle. Nobody of us would sell the other's identity. You are just scared that Naruto will tell your wife about this latest idea of yours. She answered, laughing. And I may just do that. You have a son waiting for you and another baby incoming. You shouldn't take those risks. Naruto added, frowning. I know. I just want to make sure my kids will have a peaceful Hyrule to live in. That's why I am doing this. He admitted, sighing in defeat. Then I will keep the secret. Just be careful, old man. The former shinobi answered. I won't say a thing either. Ilya added with a gentle smile. Thank you. Naruto! You are alive and well! One of the other members of the resistance said happily as soon as he entered the pub. You are the old man that asked me to check the Arbiter's grounds, the shinobi said in shock as he neared the man. Ha! Yes, it's me, and I am not that old. Have you found anything of interest in there beside the broken mirror you people are talking about? The man answered with a jovial laugh. Not much. The whole place is a mess that is sinking into the sand. Those robes-wearing guys were the only ones not wanting us dead. For the rest, lots of living skeletons and similar. Naruto answered. Robes, you mean the sages? Those people once served the royal family, appointed as tutors to the young Princess Zelda herself, so we can trust them about the whereabouts of the fragments, as it was from them that I heard about the mirror, but I never knew it really existed. Oh. It is real, and we need to find the pieces if we want to fix Hyrule. I will go to Snowpeak. Any suggestion to make the trip short? Naruto asked. Pass by the Zora domain. It should be the shortest route, Shad suggested. Thank you, the shinobi answered while rapidly leaving. While our friend will put his life at risk to find those mirror fragments, we will try again to find a way to take down that barrier around the castle. Telma said, sighing as she sent a meaningful look at the ceiling of her bar while unseen by the others, making a shadow stealthily leave the local through one of its many secret passages. It would be easier to see how it is made or what it looks like. At least I would know where to look in my books for some clues. I didn't even know the barrier existed before you told me. Who discovered it? Shad asked, sighing. A friend of mine, a guy a bit more aware of things and adept at magic and similar. The woman answered, shrugging. Well, I'll see what I can do to take down that invisible wall then. The Hylian man scholar answered, deflating a little. Meanwhile, with Naruto. Naruto-chan! A familiar voice said as a small toad jumped on the blonde's free shoulder. Ma-shima! What are you doing here? He asked, surprised. Oh. A frog, Midna said, curious. I am a toad, lady, the toad elder answered, growling. Meh! Can't see any differ dash. Wham! Ma! Naruto said, shocked, as he watched Link try to dislodge Midna's head from the wall she had been kicked through by the toad summon. TCH. Youngsters, no respects for the elderly, she answered with crossed arms as the blonde finally freed the imp girl to return her on his shoulder. There was a reason I liked her, Utsukushi said, smirking. As I was saying, I am here to see if you needed help, Naruto-chan. The Toad Summoning Clan never forgot about their summoner. Even if you failed to call us even just once, even just to say hello, Shima said, glaring at the blonde. I was just trying to stay under the radar. The young man muttered, looking sheepish. Nonsense! You should have called, even just to show you were okay. Are you eating properly? Are you taking care of yourself? You are not just running around risking your life, right? The small toad asked with narrowed eyes. Don't tell me I pretty much argued with my mother-in-law, even if she is just the substitute grandmother. This doesn't bode well. Midna thought, grimacing, as while her magic protected her from harm, she still argued with a maternal figure of her target. That usually never helped gaining points in a relationship. I promise I will call more often, Ma. I will call more often, Naruto said, sighing. Good. Then once done here with this new battle for the sake of the world, we will talk about finding a good woman for you. I won't live forever and I would like to see some grandkids, Shima said, huffing. Ma! Hush! Now go and fix this place. And be careful. The small toad summoned shooed him away, and watching the blushing man disappear in one of the imp girl's portals shortly after. What can I do for you, Missy? Shima said, looking at a corner of a near shop with narrowed eyes, making Ajitha come out from her hiding spot. Good evening. I am Ajitha, Princess of the Bugs, and I have a proposition for you, the girl replied, giving an elegant curtsy. A proposition? About me and Mr. Naruto, the Sage, King of the Toads. Hua? And our future babies, your grandkids, the girl finished saying with a conspiratorial smile. Ho ho ho. Then let's go somewhere more private to talk, Missy. I think we'll have lots to talk about, Shima said, smirking as she jumped on her shoulder. Yes, Madam Shima. Call me Grandma, dear. I think we will be good friends, the small toad said, making both smile mischievously and making the faraway Naruto shiver in dread. So she is cheating, eh? Very well, two can play this game, Ilya hissed as she returned inside Telma's bar unseen. With Naruto, Zora domain. Hello? The blonde shinobi asked to one of the guards patrolling the main pool of the Fish People Kingdom. Yes? Ah! You must be Master Naruto. We have been told to who we owe our freedom from all that ice and the safety of our prince. He told us to help you at the best of our abilities, so what can I do for you? The Zora answered immediately. Yay, that's me, the young man answered sheepishly. I was wondering if any of you could point me towards Snowpeak Mountain. They told me that the shortest route passes by here, he asked. Snowpeak? That's a very dangerous place nowadays, the guard answered with a worried tone. I can imagine, but I really need to go there. Then follow the waterfall right outside this room. At its base on the left you should see a narrow path with a bunch of Zora guards hanging around the caves there. One of those tunnels will bring you to the base of the mountains. Just ask the guards there which one to use, the Zora answered. Thank you, the former shinobi answered, hurrying away and literally diving from the top of the waterfall to the water below. Base of the waterfall. Woo! Nice one! One of the Zora patrolling the area admitted with a short clapping once seen the blondes jump. Thank you, this way for Snowpeak? Naruto asked, gladly accepting the fishman's help to come out from the water. Yes, just go right ahead, but be careful, the other answered while pointing towards one of the tunnels. Why? Because not only has the weather been bad lately, but even Tehi Beast has been coming to the village. We have been taking extra precautions because of that. Beast? Midna asked, curious. Very strange creature, dangerous looking and big. Better safe than sorry, so we have been cautious ever since it started coming down the mountains, the guard answered, shrugging. We will be careful, don't worry. And thank you, Naruto answered, running through the pointed tunnel towards the mountains. Meanwhile, Konoha, Tsunade's office. Very few things could catch the infamous slug queen Tsunade Senju by surprise nowadays. She had learned to be ever vigilant during not one but two shinobi wars and her dealings with Madara, Obito, the Akatsuki, and back in her youth with Hanzo, the Amikage of Rain Village. But the three women that were waiting for her in her office, one she herself had locked tight the previous day, still managed to have the element of surprise against her. Who are you? Tsunade asked calmly while Shizen behind her prepared herself in case of attack. I am Din, the smirking woman with short red hair, dressed in strange red clothes scarily similar to Naruto's own, flamed coat comprised, said, pointing at herself with both her thumbs while sitting on the Hokage's chair. I am Faror. The woman with very long green hair and wearing a curious green tunic, in Tsunade's opinion resembling a pajama, added without stopping her gazing outside the window at the village below the tower. And I am Neru. The last woman, blue hair in a strict bun and wearing pale blue scholar robes, said while still perusing the books in Tsunade's personal bookshelf. And what can I do for you? Tsunade asked with narrowed eyes as her fists ever so slowly clenched tighter and tighter. Now there is little you can do, as you should have acted sooner. Neru answered, snapping her book closed. What is done is done. But you can still fix the damages if you hurry up. Faror added, turning to watch the woman in the eyes. What damages? The Hokage demanded. About what you did to my lil champion. Din answered, leaning forward on the desk to better glare at Tsunade. Your champion? Who is he? And how did you enter here if the door and windows are still locked? The Sannin woman asked. You know him very well. After all, it was you the one that exiled him on a silly island because you needed to make few politicians happy. Din answered with a sing-song voice. Why you mean? Shizen gasped in shock. Yup. Dear Naradash. As soon as Din started answering, the office desk went thrown away as Tsunade tried pouncing on the red-haired woman only to grab nothing. Quite feisty. Faror commented, nonplussed. I would have described it as rude, but feisty too is acceptable. Neru admitted as she too, just like her sister, didn't show surprise at the Hokage's outburst. Did I struck a nerve? Din asked, curious, while sitting on the upturned desk at the other side of the office. Stay still! So I can squeeze everything you know about him out of your skull! Tsunade roared, furious. And then what? We are here to give you your last chance. Write him. Write him and tell him how you feel. If you really are sorry, then tell him so. Neru said as her body slowly faded away. What the? Call back your attack dogs and let our hero of power live his new life in peace. He has every right to finally find the happiness he deserves. Din said as she too faded away. How? Admit your mistake, have the others admit their mistakes and ask for forgiveness, and then let him be, and maybe one day you will meet again as friends instead of enemies should your paths ever cross once more. The red-haired woman said, uncaring, right before disappearing completely. Who are you? Tsunade demanded. Are you religious, Miss Tsunade? Faror asked. Religious? Do you believe in gods? She clarified. What does gods have to do with Naruto? Tsunade asked, confused. A lot more than what you can imagine, the green-haired woman replied, disappearing completely. I don't understand. The Hokage muttered without even noticing Shizen rapidly leaving her alone in the now empty office. I have a new letter to write, and I guess it's high time for his old teammates to write a couple themselves, Shizen said in determination as she walked outside the tower and towards Sakura's apartment. Back with Naruto, Hyrule, path to the northern mountains. A long walk through various intersecting tunnel crudely dug in the rock finally brought Naruto, Midna and Link on a snow-covered clearing separating their exit point from the starting path leading to the peak of the mountain range housing Snowpeak Mountain, their destination. Kinda chilly in here, the former shinobi said, shivering a little. Yep. Midna answered, nodding. You can enter my shadow, maybe you won't feel cold in there. No. I am staying outside, she answered stubbornly. Yes, dear, he said, sighing in defeat. I thought I heard a familiar voice. Is that you, Naruto? Ashe? The blond man asked as the figure covered in a thick coat made of white fur, and matching mask covering the whole head making her resemble a small yeti, moved closer to him. Yes, it's me. What brings you to a dangerous place like this? Ashe answered, taking away her furred helmet to show her standard expressionless face. I happen to need to reach the top of a mountain for a thing I need to find to help Princess Zelda. Then I remembered you mentioning that here things had got stranger and I decided to try my luck and see if what I needed was at the peak of Snowpeak, he answered, shrugging. And I was right in deeming this situation strange. Ever since Zora's domain got covered in ice, this mountain's been much colder than usual. You noticed yet? She answered as both looked at the frozen lake leading towards the mountains and separating the tunnel they used from Snowpeak's territory. Cold is cold, that's for sure, the young man answered, shivering and wrapping himself tighter in his coat. But what is worrying me is not only the cold, Ashe said, thoughtful. It isn't? Midna asked. Not only that, but I heard a really weird story from the Zoras, she answered, nodding. Weird? Utsukushi said, making Naruto repeat the question for her. Yes. Apparently, the beast that lives somewhere on this mountain has been seen frequently in Zora's domain. Yeah, those guys warned me about it. Me too, but I was still curious, so I came and waited, and as they'd said, a giant appeared. It didn't attack you, right? Naruto asked, worried. He ignored me, don't worry, she answered with a tiny smile. That makes me feel better, so? How did that giant look like? It looked like this. Ashe answered, handing Naruto a small piece of paper. Wow, her drawing skills suck, the Biju vixen commented as the group watched the cutely childish scrawl of the creature the young girl saw. Deciding to ignore his Biju companion and her commentary, Naruto focused on the sketch and the strange red smear vaguely looking like a fish the creature was holding in its hands. Is that? Naruto asked, unsure about how to ask without hurting her artistic feelings. Yes, apparently this thing's been stealing red fish from the village, Ashe answered, sure. I see, but why? Or at least, why now? If it has been living on the mountains before, why coming down risking the Zora to attack him? All just for some fish? Naruto asked, confused. That is what I want to investigate further, but I can't even see the path through this blizzard. You know what I mean, yeah? She answered. Let me guess, you want me to check this for you? Naruto answered, chuckling. To be honest, yes, the girl answered flatly. Good thing I too need to check the mountain for my own reasons, he said, sighing. I am sure you are here because you're curious about the mountain, and I am happy to hear you are open to help me, but you'd best not go without a plan, Ashe said, watching him shiver a little again under the chilly wind. I am not one for convoluted plans, to be honest, the young man said, smirking sheepishly. If you go into this blizzard without a plan, you'll get lost. And that'll only lead to disaster, trust me, Ashe answered with crossed arms. I'll be fine, the former shinobi answered smugly. Brrr, then deflating immediately at a particularly cold gust of wind blowing on the two. Sigh. You may be a hero, but you really are hopeless sometimes. Here, take my helmet and fur coat, it will protect you from this cold, the girl sighing before handing her furred helmet to Naruto. Ah, no! I won't let you get a cold to help me, Ashe-chan, the chuckling blonde answered, forcing her to keep the thing for herself. If you are sure, I guess it can't be helped, she answered while looking his hands covering hers with a curious expression. His big, strong hands covering her smaller ones. His cold and yet warm hands warming hers. His slightly callous and yet gentle hands delicately holding hers. You okay? He asked, confused. Grrrr, Midna growled with narrowed eyes. Grr! Growl perfectly mirrored by Utsukushi. What? He asked, turning his head to look at the imp girl. Nothing, both answered coldly while sending their combined glare at the girl. Ho. In the meantime, Link was having a hard time pretending to be a normal wolf without giving in to laugh. I'm aware that the only clues we have right now are the stories of the Zoras and my sketch, Naruto. It's not much, I know, but I ask you to help me all the same, Ashe said, hastily donning her mask before turning to look at the mountain. No problems. I will resolve this too, no big deal. Trust me, Ashe-chan, Naruto said, hurrying back towards the Zora, already planning to ask for more info from the fish people. Warm. Ashe in the meantime muttered while looking at her hands and curious about the slightly tingly feelings she had in the pit of her stomach and on the back of her hands where he had touched them. A long trek later, Zora Domain, with Naruto. So we have a small clue about what that beast wants, the hero Shade Wolf said as the group resurfaced from the tunnel. More or less, it is not exactly in high definition, but it does look like a fish, Naruto answered, looking again at Ashe's sketch. It sucks, Midna said flatly. She probably did it on the fly. Be a little more accommodating, and I do find it adorable," the blonde man answered, chuckling. "She gave it to you," the imp girl answered bitterly. "Yes, but because we may need help to understand what fish this is, like that we will be able to prepare a bait so to follow that thing on the mountain and have it unknowingly act as our guide through the blizzard blowing up there. I am sure it was nothing on the matter of seduction, Miss Midna. There is no need to be jealous," Link added, amused. "I am not jealous. I have no reason of being jealous, and I will never be jealous of that brat," Midna hissed in answer. "Actually, I detect an 87% chance of you being jealous, Miss Midna," Fi said from the sword without actually manifesting her full body. "Shut your trap," the imp answered. "Can we please focus on trying to understand how to find that beast and reach the top of the mountain?" Naruto asked pleadingly. "Hey! That looks like the beast of Snowpeak," Anir Zora said, noticing the sketch in the blonde's hand. Well, yes it is, a crude drawing of it at least, but it should be that thing," Naruto answered, unsure while nearing the guard. "And that red smear?" the Zora asked, confused. "It should be a fish, or so the brat that drawn it said it was," Midna answered. "A fish, a red fish, by the shape, it should be a reekfish," the Zora answered, unsure. "Reekfish? What name is that?" Naruto asked, amused. "One that we had been even too much generous in giving it, so that beast has been showing itself because it's been catching that. So it seems. We didn't think that anyone besides Prince Rallis was capable of catching this type of fish," the Zora admitted, impressed. "Is it that hard to catch?" Naruto asked, curious, having become quite invested in fishing since his coming to Hyrule. "More or less, let's say that other than the right bait not everybody can stomach its capture," a new, young voice said, making every guard stand rigidly and shout in surprise. "Prince Rallis!" Every Zora present yelled as one. "You okay?" Naruto asked with a sad smile as the prince walked closer to stand in front of him. "I'll be. So you really are Naruto. My mother came to me in a dream and showed me your image. She spoke of a youth who would save our domain and steer my fate, one named Naruto," the short Zora answered, making the near guards gasp. Would you believe me if I say that I have been kind of strong-armed into this?" Naruto answered, sheepish. "Chosen ones always are," Rallis said with a small smile. "But I still must thank you for all you've done. If there is anything I can ever do for you, please tell me," the prince then said. "Well, I may need help about the thing living on Snowpeak, actually." The beast man perhaps?" "What about it?" "It seems to like reekfish. Any idea where to find some?" Naruto asked, hopeful. "We need some to attract the thing down and then follow it up the mountain," Midna added. "The reekfish is a rare specimen found only in the Zora village. It feeds on a valuable type of coral, and without that bait, even our best fishers cannot catch one," Rallis answered, thoughtful. "Gee! Figures! Now we need to hunt down some coral! Just perfect!" Utsukushi groaned in annoyance. "Awesome! Any idea where I can find some of that coral?" Naruto answered with a defeated tone. "Ho! That bait is very close, Naruto. My earring is made of that coral," Rallis answered, amused. "Really?" the other said with clearly relived eyes at the prospect of not another fetch quest popping up. "Hua! I would like to give it to you. I receive it from my mother," the Zora prince said, handing the honestly lovely earring while turning very sad. He gasped in surprise when Naruto's hand wrapped his, forcing him to grasp the earring tightly. "Then keep it. I am not going to use a memory of your mother to catch some fish," he said with a sad smile himself. "But your mission? I am sure I will come up with a good alternative," the blonde answered, winking. "No, I must insist then. If my mother urged me to return here as fast as I could to help you, it means that the beast man of Snowpeak is tightly linked to your quest to save Hyrule. I must help you," Rallis answered in determination. "Prince Rallis," one of the Zoras muttered in surprise. As I look at you, I get a sense of what my mother wanted, what I should be doing now," the small prince answered with a low voice. "Then help me, show me how to catch that reekfish so then the earring will remain with you." Can you teach me, Prince Rallis? Naruto said with a proud voice. That I can do. And to be honest, it is not chance if it is shaped like a fishing hook. My mother planned it to be used like that. We will find the reekfish at the mother and child rocks in the waterfall basin. I'll guide you, the Zora kid said, walking rapidly towards a duo of rocks, one big and one way smaller. Coming, Your Highness, Naruto said, smirking. Fetch my equipment, this will be my first step in helping our tribe, Rallis asked with a firm tone. Yes, Your Highness, a near guard answered before immediately diving into the water. Make yourself comfortable, it will take a while, Utsukushi said, yawning. A while for a ball? Midna asked. Fishing, it will take probably hours before one of those are caught, even using the perfect bait. I have experience in this, trust me. The vixen-turned-human answered, lying down to take a nap. Oh, well, wake me up when you two catch one, the imp girl said as she entered Naruto's shadow to take a nap herself. Quite the curious friend you have, Naruto, Rallis admitted as he secured the earring at the end of his personal fishing rod. She is very special, yes, nice model, he answered before pointing at the rod. You like? I use you for the main body, many thinks that it would make. What about the reeling? I always find the thing to be just too damn slow and… Yes, me too, but for that I believe. I think Miss Utsukushi and Miss Midna had the right idea. Wake me up when you have done, Naruto, Link muttered before curling on himself to sleep a little and leaving former Shinobi and Zora Prince alone geeking about fishing equipment, while they waited for reekfishes to catch the bait. A couple of hours later, the snoring hero Shade Wolf was still deeply asleep when a euphoric cry of hit shocked the whole Zora domain, making him, Midna and Utsukushi jump awake from the sudden outburst of both Naruto and Rallis as the Zora Prince was clutching his fishing rod tightly while pulling back. It's a huge one, the young prince yelled each word separately as his human friend helped him pull the fish outside the water. I am here, Naruto yelled in answer as their combined strength managed to pull the struggling prey to the shore until it was finally caught and… Yinks! Naruto, Midna and Link screamed as one in disgust while the other Zora guards vacated rapidly the area. Well, yes. Why do you think we call it reekfish? Rallis answered with a small grimace himself. That is not stench. It smells like dead shit covered in sewage, Utsukushi answered, gagging. I think we won't need to make a trap using this thing. If the beast of Snowpeak likes to eat this thing, he will stink just like that, Midna said with watering eyes and covering her nose. Have you memorized the smell? Naruto asked, coughing. Link simply looked at him in a deadpan way while huffing. Of course, you are a wolf and so this smell is even worse for you. You will probably never forget it, the shinobi admitted to himself as Rallis threw the fish back in the water. Maybe I should have warned you about its peculiar scent, but I can assure you it is quite tasty once cooked, the prince said, amused. Food for thoughts. I may try it once done here, but for now the scent will be more than enough for us to follow that beast back to its nest. If we are really lucky, Link should still be able to follow the leftover smell of the one that thing has caught, Naruto answered, sighing. So it's a farewell? Rallis asked sadly. Hey! You talk as if I won't come back ever again. I will come visit instead. I am remaining in Hyrule, so I will have plenty of time to come pay a visit to you, the blonde man said, smiling. You promise? Of course I do. I always keep my promises, the other answered proudly. Then I will wait for your visit. You will always be welcomed in the Zora domain, and you can count on us for everything, as a way to thank you for all you have done for us, the prince answered, making the several guards around nod themselves. Thank you, Rallis. Gotta go. We have a mountain to climb, the former shinobi yelled as he ran towards the tunnels leading towards Snowpeak. Be on guard. If that human spy Mr. Renadu talked about shows up, I want him stopped, or at least misled at all costs, Rallis ordered. Yes, Your Highness, the guards answered as one, thrusting their lances up in the sky with a roar and making one of the many shadows in the area gulp in dread. With Naruto, several minutes later, base of Snowpeak. Good, Ashe-chan accepted to return to Telma's bar and leave everything to us, Naruto said, elated at not seeing the girl around once exited the tunnel. TCH. You worry too much about that bimbo. Ignoring Miss Midna, I should have found the trail left behind by our furry friend. Link said once took several whiffs around until he recognized the reekfish smell. Can you follow it? The shinobi asked. The wind here is exceptionally strong, but I am certain I can fill the void should we encounter some. The hero's shade answered, unsure. Well, better moving then. The blonde answered, closing the coat and covering his head with the hood of his coat before bravely facing the abnormally cold wind blowing down from the top of the mountain. Hey, let's try this, Midna said, snuggling under his coat and letting only her head pop out from the front. Sharing heat feels nice, she then said, chuckling. Pfey! Amateur! Oh! Warm! Naruto said with a pleased moan. Ho. A fiery woman like me has burning chakra to match the body, so I'll share some of my hotness with you, the Biju vixen said smugly. Cough! Show off! Cough! Link muttered under his breath as the group made its way through Snowpeak's raw and narrow passages. I agree, Vi commented as well. Oh, do shut up! Snowpeak Mountain, halfway to the top, 1 hour later. As it turned out, the beasts living on that mountain could either get lost really easily, or like to take leisure strolls around its woods and ravines, taking its sweet time reaching the top, and since the weather was pretty much shit, with perpetual snowstorms stopping everybody from seeing anything at an inch from their nose, the small group of adventurers / substitute heroes could only follow the zigzag trail of fish stench left behind by their target, sometimes being forced to turn back because they had lost the trail or forced to fight hordes of snow-made wolves attacking them in packs. You know? Midna yelled, trying to be heard above the howling winds around them. What? Naruto screamed back. I am starting to think those wolves are part of the reason this weather sucks. They are not normal, the imp girl explained. I detected high levels of magic similar to Miss Midna's in them. There is a 85% chance they have been put here to feed the snowstorm, Master. Vi added, she too forced to scream. Don't give up. We are almost there, Link finally said as the upward path started to get harsher in inclination, with the smell trail now going into a straight line. Thank God, Naruto said happily as the group doubled their efforts to climb the giant staircase of rock that had been crudely cut out of the side of the mountain. Because of the harsh weather conditions, the freezing cold and deafening winds still raging on them, no one of the group noticed the various ice-made bats trying to sneak on them, getting pinned by few well-placed kunais on the surrounding walls and trees before the beasts could even touch them. Naruto muttered, curious and finally looking behind. What? Midna asked. I thought I heard a shriek or something, he answered. It must have been the wind. I can barely hear my own thoughts, let alone other noises, the imp girl said. Yep. Your voice is a pretty annoying noise. I am glad you finally admitted it, Utsukushi commented, smirking. I can hear you, you FLA-covered furball. So what? The other said. Arg. Will they ever stop? The blonde thought, sighing in despair. I can see the entrance of a tunnel. Let's go there, Link said as a small hole in a tall mountain of snow could still be seen leading to a wide cave. I'll take care of it, Naruto answered, nodding and focusing chakra in his hand. Raisin Gan! In a loud explosion, the thick wall of white went atomized to show a man-made tunnel leading deep into the side of the mountain. It seems like an old mine, Midna said as she came out from the blonde's coat to better look around. Mostly caved in. They probably abandoned it because it ran out of resources, or the monsters roaming around made it no longer worth the effort, Link added as they walked deeper into the tunnel. And then ice and snow covered the entrance, hiding it. How did you find it? Naruto asked as an ancient-looking rope ladder was waiting for them at the end of the only sane tunnel. The smell of reekfish passes by here. I guess the Beastman uses this place as a shortcut to the top, Link answered as the pawed a claw mark running parallel to the ladder and up the walls to the top. Good to hear. Need a hand to climb this? Naruto answered, creating a clone. Yes, please. The hero shade answered, looking down as the clone lifted him on its shoulder before both blondes started climbing the ladder. Tack. 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 It sure is a long ladder, this one, Midna said, surprised as she calmly floated next to the original Naruto's head. Tack. 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 Yep, very long, he answered, surprised himself. Tack. 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 What a thrill! Snake Eater, Biam said, singing. It's not that long, Link answered, huffing. In fact, as soon as Link said that, the group finally reached the top of the ladder, leading them to a small passage before a new wall of snow signaled that the exit as well had been completely covered. Sigh. Rasengan, the shinobi said, annoyed and blowing the whole thing away so that the strong wind of the storm could freely rattle the insides of the cave. I swear, once done here I will take a nice vacation, one all about sun and sand and doing nothing, the blonde muttered, grimacing. Yes, but still in Hyrule, if we change place again we may end up in a quest to save the world a third time, Utsukushi added. Shadow beasts! Link screamed as a twilight barrier rose around them and 3 creatures fell from the sky already on attack position. To hell with this! Taiju Kagebunshin no Jutsu! Massive shadow clone technique! Naruto yelled in fury as he jumped high in the air, soon followed by dozens of clones. Sentu, si Chuuodama Rasenterangan! Sage Art, any ultra big ball spiraling serial spheres. I remember that one, Utsukushi muttered, shivering in phantom pains. Holy sure dash! Kratakaboom! What Link was about to scream, although easy to imagine, went soon eclipsed by the titanic explosion of the enraged blonde's kind overkill response to the new annoyance, literally disintegrating the shadow beasts and leveling down a good chunk of the mountain as collateral damage. Once the smoke settled down, none of the present could honestly tell if the storm covering Snowpeak had faded away because the shadow beasts were dead, or just from the wind whiplash coming from the jutsu. And for years afterwards many scholars will also insist that Snowpeak had mysteriously sunk a little into the ground, and so losing several inches in height, all without never guessing the right cause of it. Whoa! That was awesome! A new voice said with a loud laugh. Naruto, now standing alone in the middle of a huge crater, asked, dumbfounded. You okay down there? A tall creature covered in fur asked, peeking down from the rim of the hole. Yes. Are you the beast man the Zora talked about? The former shinobi answered. That is me. Need something? I see humans not often, Why human come to snows? The tall thing asked with a goofy and friendly smile. Aye, well, Naruto said, unsure. We're. Midna tried saying, coming short for words. You on spiritual journey? You look for true self? The beast man offered. Do we look like some group of hippies? Utsukushi said, offended. Let's go with that, yes, Naruto said, nodding. Ho. You look for long time, the beast answered with a loud laugh. Fuck you too, the former shinobi muttered between clenched teeth of a forced smile. That was joke. Yeti's joke too, If that was a joke I am a duck, Link muttered. You look for something else, Tell truth, the Yeti said with a conspiratorial whispering. Yeah, I am looking for a mirror, a very special one, Naruto said. You look for mirror in such faraway place, ho. Why you not say so before? But you make good climb, and very good boom. And you lucky to meet me. Really? Yes, I found shiny mirror piece, is same mirror you look for, Does it feel evil? Link asked. Hey! Midna added, offended. Just shiny, You come to house and see yourself, the beast answered, shrugging. You sure? I don't want to impose, Naruto answered, unsure. You guessed. I caught fish, I make you hot meal, at least. Where is it, Aiche? The Yeti said, unperturbed, as he recovered a giant reekfish that had ended buried in snow because of the jutsu explosion. If you insist, to where? My house far away, We can slide there, Do like me. Come. The Yeti answered, kicking a near tree, making one of its giant frozen leaves fall down. He then balanced a foot on it, and started to slowly slide down the other side of the mountain. Ha ha! Okay. That's a new one, Naruto admitted, amused as he laughed at the giant creature ing far away and clearly having a lot of fun. Naruto? A new voice said, making the group jump and then rapidly turn around to see Jiraiya himself stand several feet away with both hands raised in a non-threatening way. What do you want? Midna roared as her hair rapidly formed a giant hand shining in twilight magic. Why you followed us, spy? Link added with bared teeth as he started growling menacingly. I am busy, Ero-sennin. I have a mirror shard to find, Naruto said, already with red-colored fox eyes and sharp canines. Without giving a word, the Sannin of Konoha simply disrobed until he remained completely naked. For fuck's sake, my eyes! The imp girl bellowed in disgust and looking away. Please just cover yourself and attack us. I beg you, the hero's shade added, gagging. I have no weapons on me, Naruto! No seals, no handcuffs, no kunais, no shurikens, nothing. I want to talk to you. Even if shivering from the cold, the Toad Sage's eyes remained unmoving and locked on Naruto's ones. About what? The kinda disturbed blonde replied. Employment, Achu. Jiraiya replied, smirking before his thundering sneeze shook the area around them. Where's some clothes, damn it? The other said, annoyed. Thanks. I mean it, need a hand in saving Hyrule? The spy master answered, rapidly redressing. Why? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. Telmaheim lives here. If the place gets destroyed, she too will be a victim, the old man answered, shrugging. Telmaheim, you? You and Telma? The blonde answered in pure shock. Being all lovey-dovey is not something reserved only to youngsters, you know. Umph. Jiraiya answered with crossed arms. And what about your village? And your orders to capture him? Midna asked, floating in front of Naruto to stand between the two men. If he has no intentions to return and he is not a menace for the village, as he and you others have clearly stated again and again, I have no rights to drag him back. Our daimyos have no authority outside the borders of the elemental countries, so if a missing nin or similar gets in a foreign land and the rulers of said land don't want to give him back, then there is no much they can do. And even then, only me and Tsunade know you are here. But even should your whereabouts become known to somebody else, by the time they reach here the whole population of Hyrule will have a big fat debt towards you, and I saw some pretty nasty things around here, so nobody mentally sane would waste time and resources to hunt you down here, this not considering all your friends back in Konoha, Suna, Spring, Wave and many others that too would be against the thing and protect you. Jiraiya answered simply. And you? Link asked, still not convinced. Hey! If the brat here gets to retire, I can do that too. I have been a shinobi for way longer than him, he answered, nonplussed. Retire? You! Naruto said, snorting. Shima and Fukusaku can be very convincing when they want to. I have already lost an arm against Nagato because I didn't want to really fight him. I would just do the same mistake with you, and I wasn't as attached to Nagato as I am with you. And even then, Hyrule is a nice place, Jiraiya admitted as both looked down the tall mountain and at the land below. Peaceful, isn't it? And you should have seen it before Zant and his boss started fucking things up, Naruto answered. Do you know how many shinobi wars I saw? And how many times I saw new ones almost start? You can be patriotic all you want about your village, but after a while it gets under your skin. I am starting to enjoy sleeping without having to keep an ear open for emergency gatherings or life or death missions popping up without warning. I fear I am getting too old for that life, and yet people will always want me to jump into the fray with a smile on my face and a song in my heart, the Toad Sannin said, sighing tiredly. And what would you do then? I always thought being a shinobi was your whole life. I can try and see if Ika can sell well here too, and should that fail, Telmaheim is always busy with her pub and the resistance, so I can help her with both things, as a barman and rebuilding here a small spy network. You saw the guards of Castletown, they are not the sharpest kunais in the pouch. Ho ho ho! I made you laugh. That's a great victory in itself for me. When you were a toddler, I loved your laugh. I loved way less changing your diapers though, but somehow Sarutobi-sensei was always mysteriously busy whenever it was time. Jiraiya said, chuckling happily. Sucks to be you. Naruto admitted, finally smiling a little. So, retirement? Age is finally catching up then, you finally admit it. I am not that old. I can still hold myself and satisfy Tomoheim, so have at you. Arg. I didn't need that image in my head. Bleh! The former Sannin of Konoha answered by very maturely sticking out his tongue. Can we trust him? Midna asked, concerned. I detected no lies, Miss Midna. Fi answered, surfacing from the sword. And what if dash? I cannot be fooled by him, Miss Midna. He has not divine/dark magic in him able to fool my powers. The sword's spirit cut her off. Why you always get the cool toys? Jiraiya asked with a whiny, jealous tone. Because I am the hero. Naruto answered, chuckling. Chi! What now, Ero-sennin? You said it, they may not want me to retire, and sure as hell they won't let you do the same. The blonde asked, unsure. They will let us, if only because we won't be there for them to stop. As I said, Hyrule has no extradition laws and I am pretty damn sure everybody here already loves you and won't let you go without fighting. You have that kind of bloodline in you, you make friends with everybody somehow. Jiraiya answered. And what about you? Link asked, curious. I do have a plan already. I came up with it while following you others up this damn freezing mountain. A plan? In a couple of years the terms of your exile will expire, even if by now it's only a matter of printed paper, as had you returned sooner than expected they would have accepted you back immediately. We just need to wait for the terms to pass and wait for the people in charge to write you a nice, impersonal, legalese-riddled letter telling you can go back since they forgave you for your misdeeds. Okay, go on. Naruto prompted. That letter is important because it will be the legal confirmation you are no longer considered a menace to them. Once that letter gets delivered, and I will make sure nobody will know the address is here in Hyrule, you will write an answer. Make it sound angry. Make sure it clearly states you won't go back and that the people here too won't be helpful in forcing your return. And then? Midna asked. They will be angry, they will cry, the works. I will then be all desperate looking and tell Tsunade that I will try, a last time, to have Naruto see reason and return to Konoha. The day after I will depart towards Hyrule, the Hokage will get a formal letter from myself, along my forehead protector, detailing my wish to retire from my shinobi job and a list of all she will have to do to have Kakashi take my place as spy master and head of my spy network. Jiraiya finished saying. And you think Bachan will accept this? Naruto asked, worried. If she really loves the two of us, as she always admitted, then yes, she will. If she really does have our happiness at heart, she will let us go. She won't have a choice either, as will be outside their jurisdiction. And of all the hunter-nins or mercenaries they may unleash on us, I personally know all the ones that might pose a faint challenge against me and you, if they somehow manage to catch us off guard, of course. And I know how to talk them into looking the other way and say they didn't find us. The Toad Sage answered smugly. What do you think? Naruto asked the others. I would more gladly kick him down the mountain and forget he existed, but he seems sure of what he says. Midna answered. You are the chosen of the goddesses, they will protect you if he tries something. I say we can try and trust him. Link answered. I cannot detect deceptiveness from him, master. But I am ready to face the consequences should I be wrong. Fi added before returning inside the Master Sword. Same here, he doesn't seem to be lying. Utsukushi confirmed with narrowed eyes. So? Did I pass? Jiraiya asked, secretly dreading to not be believed. Imagine his shock when his student hugged him and remained silent, forcing the spy master to mechanically return the gesture while looking deeply surprised. I missed you, Ero-sennin. Sneef. Sniffle. Sniffle. Are you crying? The blonde asked, smiling. It's just the cold, brat. The other answered unconvincingly. Sure it is. Where is your forehead protector? Naruto asked as the two broke the hug. Sealed away. It has not Hyrule's mark on it, so I didn't want people to misunderstand for who I am working for. Jiraiya answered, chuckling. So you are staying? And you really want to help us? Yep. So let's go before that mountain of fur starts wondering where his guest has gone. Jiraiya answered, kicking the same tree, making 2 other frozen leaves fall down. After you. Old men first. Naruto answered, smirking. Fuck off. The Toad Sage answered, laughing, as both jumped on a leaf to start sliding down. Up in heaven. So? What do you think? Nera asked as the 3 kept watching the scene. He seems to have come around. We have another warrior there to help our hero. Din answered, satisfied. I still suggest to make the trip from their land to Hyrule impossible once that man has done going through his charade, just to be sure some power-hungry fool won't still try something. Faror said with crossed arms. That is easy to do. We'll just make sure no boat from there will be able to sail to here, like a curse or something. Din answered, uninterested. Or something, she is goddess, and she says or something. Nera muttered, sighing in defeat. Back on the mortal plane, Konoha. Why you did this, Shizen? I too wanted to write to Naruto. Tsunade said with a look of betrayal. The fewer know where he is, the better, Tsunade-sama. Shizen answered without looking up from the papers she was signing while sitting at a corner of the Hokage's desk. I know that. But why writing him now? I was tired of waiting. You all seems happy to just wait for him to just forgive everybody. I instead wanted to earn his forgiveness, starting by admitting my errors, and Gaara-san and his bothers thought the same. The woman answered coldly. He won't come back, right? Tsunade muttered with a low voice. You would? No. In fact, if I came back at all was mostly because he asked. I wanted to see him sit at this desk as he always said he would have done. Maybe he is happy in Hyrule. And what if I want him happy here? Tsunade said with misty eyes. Shizen didn't say a thing, she only looked up towards her straight in the eyes. I want him happy, but I want more him not angry at me. Okay? The woman said angrily. Then let's make peace, write him all the things you hold inside. Let him know you want him to forgive you and that you want him happy even if it means he stays in Hyrule. I told him that even if it pains me, I understand should he decide to not come back. I told him that if he wants I would secretly take a ship and pay him a visit without telling a soul where he is and without trying to attack/coerce him to force his return to Konoha. And you think he will forgive me? The other woman asked, worried. He loves you, you are his Bachan. One day he will forgive you. It is not in him to hold a grudge for so long. You think he would be angry if I too sneak out to visit him? That may be something to discuss about with him through letters. You are still the Hokage, so he may still have some doubts about your true intentions. Even if I just want to visit him in secret? I would, and you too would, Tsunade-sama. Yeah, I would be suspicious too. Let's start little, a step at a time. Some cordial letters, then more familiar ones, and then so on and on until we rebuild the trust he had on us too. Then we will see how things evolve. In secret. I know! We'll tell nobody! Nobody, I swear! Tsunade answered in annoyance. Good. Shizen said, making both return to their respective paperwork. They will still force me to call him back, you know? The Hokage said. I was not aware that Hyrule answered to the daimyos. Shizen answered with a tiny smile. What do you, PFT, ha 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 ha. Then my hands are tied. If whoever rules Hyrule doesn't want to give back Naruto, then we cannot force the issue without causing a diplomatic incident. Tsunade said, breaking into her first fit of laughter since Naruto's banishment. And something tells me Naruto-kun has already befriended enough people for that to happen. Shizen answered with a happy laugh herself. That he does. Should we register it as a bloodline? Somehow I think very few people would have something to say against that. The Hokage's assistant replied, smirking. You think he is okay in there? I really hope he is having fun in Hyrule. Tsunade wondered, sighing. I hope so as well, Tsunade-sama. Shizen answered, sighing as well. Back in Hyrule. Wee-hee! Jiraiya yelled, laughing as he and Naruto rode the frozen leaves like snowboards down the mountain towards the Yeti's house. Ha 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 ha! This is fucking awesome! The blonde yelled happily as he raced with the toad sage for who would finish first. Wait for me! Midna said in third place while chasing the two. Too fast! Too fast! Too fast! Kaya awaya! Link instead screamed in fear as his wolf body made it almost impossible for him to drive the leaf the way he wanted, or even just slowing down. Yes, Naruto was also having fun while saving Hyrule, lots of it. Omake 1, Jiraiya's Hyrule Misadventures, the Drunk Bet Incident. Hyrule Castle Town, Telma's Bar. I feel betrayed, Naruto said gloomily as he drank his pint. It is not betrayal, honey. I already knew he had your best interests in mind, he was just misguided a little. Telma answered with a gentle tone as she served 2 new glasses at Naruto and Jiraiya's table. At least do not be angry at Telma, she is innocent in this, Jiraiya said with a sad smile. Oh, fine. I won't hold it against her, the blonde said, huffing. Good. Then let's drink at the rebirth of our relationship as teacher-student duo, the toad sage said happily. Do not drink too much, at your age getting drunk is very bad, Midna said smirking as she joined the two with her own glass accompanied by Ilya. Hoy! I can drink the lot of you under the table, you bunch of brats, Jiraiya answered affronted. Yeah? Oh. It is son, the toad sage said emptying his glass in a single gulp. Very well. Place your bets, people. Who will win? The foreigner or our blonde hero? Telma said aloud as sacks of rupees immediately started amassing on her counter, along bets being hastily written down by the woman's Goron bouncer. At that, Naruto, Ilya, Midna, Jiraiya and Link started chugging down Hylian beer as fast as they could with determined expressions on the faces. The next day. Oh! My head! It's killing me! Jiraiya groaned in agony as he found himself sleeping on a pile of hay in a stable. Where am I, and why my mouth tastes like carrots and hay? He said with a pained moan. Ni-I. A near horse answered, rubbing his head against the old man's cheek in a very affectionate manner. Oh! You are awake! Here is your 20 rupees just like we decided, the owner of both stable and horse said, helping Jiraiya to his feet. Rupees? Why? He asked, confused. I never thought somebody would have really kissed a horse. But you did it! Ha ha! It was awesome, let me tell you, the man answered, amused. H. Jiraiya said, shocked, while the horse kept nibbling his hair in affection. Telma's Bar, Hidden Rooms Underground, 30 seconds later. KYA! The toad sage horrified scream resounded clearly even in the hidden rooms, waking everybody sleeping there. What the? Naruto said groggily as he opened his eyes for an instant before immediately closing them in agony for his new lethal headache. SSSSSH. I already have my ass feeling sore, I don't want a headache on top of that. Midna whispered, burying her head under the covers. Me too, Ilya added, yawning. Wow, we did drink a lot then. I wonder what happened to Erosenin and Link. Shut up and let me sleep, Ashe muttered, hugging the blonde closer to herself with her face tightly pressed on his abs. Don't care, the other 2 naked girls replied, soon returning to sleep. I am sleepy, just cuddle with me and shut up, Utsukushi added. A drunken foursome, plus mind sex inside the seal, it could have gone worse, the blonde said, smiling before he too returned to sleep. With Link. And I keep telling you that I don't remember, the hero shade said in distress. You said you loved me. You took my virginity, you asshole! Telma's cat yelled in answer, making the hangover wolf cringe in pain. Goddesses help me, Link muttered while looking at the sky. Omake 2, Prince Rallis' decision. Chronologically, it takes place the day after Naruto and Jiraiya climbed Snowpeak. It's a joke. It doesn't influence the plot. The Zora prince felt conflicted. He had feelings for a certain blonde shinobi, but both were male, and even if there was nothing wrong in that, he knew Naruto would not return his feelings because he preferred girls. But still, he held feelings for Naruto, and so he decided to hold them for himself, to keep them secret. My child, That night, though, his beloved mother appeared in his dream with a gentle, and yet almost mischievous, smile on her face. "Mother? I may have the solution to your dilemma," the dead queen of the Zora said. "My dilemma?" Rallis said, unsure. "Having a chance with your human hunk," the queen answered, giggling at the prince's blush. "How?" "There is a sacred pound hidden behind the throne room. In case of great emergencies it can be used to switch the gender of whoever bathes there. It is used in case the ratio male-female is not good enough to maintain our tribe. But beware, the change cannot be undone," she answered. "I'll do it," Rallis said after a long pause of thought. "Really? Oh. To be honest, honey, I always wanted a daughter," the queen answered happily. "M.O.M., Rallis said, scandalized. "I still love you dearly, don't worry." "So? Are you ready?" the dead woman answered, laughing. "Tell me everything, mother!" The day Naruto and Jiraiya came down from Snowpeak. "Damn! That was a hard trip," the Toad Sage said, cracking his back with a groan. "Consider that this is not the first time something like that happens to us, Ero-senin," Naruto answered, stretching a little. "Yep. You have all my respect for that, brat. Naruto! I love you!" A more feminine version of Rallis' voice said as Shichi neared the group. "Rallis?" the blonde said, shocked. "Yes, it is me," the princess said as she now had a more curvy body, reddish in color, making her look more similar to the dead queen. "What does the bitch want now?" Midna asked with narrowed eyes. "What do you mean I love you?" Naruto instead asked while ignoring the imp girl's growl. "I want to stay with you. I am in love with you," Rallis answered. "I am touched but I dash. It's okay. I am no longer a male. I am a girl. Look. I have tits," Rallis answered, opening the front of her blouse to flash her perky and pretty big breasts to him. "And kinda sexy even if covered in scale-like skin, to be honest." "Whoa. You got girls to randomly flash you as well? You got it good here in Hyrule," Jiraiya said, proud and laughing as he patted Naruto's back. "Kaiowea!" Only then, finally noticing Jiraiya's presence there, Rallis shrieked, while hastily covering her breast and hide behind Naruto. "Pervert!" she then shrieked, making every guard around the area ready their weapon. "The pervert stole a glance at the royal tits! Kill him!" the captain of the guards yelled, making dozens of Zora rain on Jiraiya. "Why, it's always me!" the Toad Sage yelled in despair as he ran away, followed by the bloodthirsty horde. "Naruto, you are so warm! I like it!" Rallis muttered hotly as she rubbed her chest on his back and covered his neck in little kisses. "Oh God!" the blonde muttered in dread. "I wonder if she is underage or not," Link muttered, curious. "Hands down!" Midna yelled, furious as she forced the two apart. "I didn't need this. I so didn't need this," Naruto muttered, groaning as Princess Rallis and Midna started arguing animatedly. He almost envied Jiraiya. At least once outrun the guards, his problem would have been resolved. He instead feared that things will go on for a long time now that Rallis too joined the battle for his skin. Omega 3, Hunting a Swordman. This is my way to help Phoenix Warehouse Productions challenge to go around. Give it a look in his profile, My Stories, page. It is worth it, trust me. It's good fanfic material. Carrot. Teams RWBY and J, NPR were depressed. No, scratch that, they were fucking dead inside. If you are wondering why they were that depressed, it was all because they couldn't find their old friend John Arc. The Dork Knight. Vomit Boy. They called him with many friendly pet names, always laughing at his desperate expression whenever they refused vehemently, and childishly, to use his proper name no matter his whining and nagging. And in that resided the crux of the problem, friendly. They were his friends and companions, and they could not be there for him when he needed them the most. Now they had to add former leader of Team J NPR and former friend of Team RWBY to the list of titles John could say to have, all because they could not side with him. All because of their actions, or better, inaction, they took regarding their friend. They had chosen to simply stand by and didn't try to help him, not even after the truth of his transcripts came out. They did nothing, not even when his father disowned him for being a disgrace to the family. It should have been no surprise that after being ignored by everyone he cared for he simply vanished, and that had all happened 10 long months ago. Unknown position and status. Until they finally had a clue as to where he went, several experts tasked by puzzling out what happened had finally found traces of a dust explosion in John's locker. After that, a very piss-drunk Carden was heard crying about how he didn't mean to kill Ark once hit his 3rd bottle. The guy had apparently just wanted to drive the disgraced young man from the school for some convoluted plot about revenge, envy, or some other meaningless reasons. What they knew was that somehow Carden had mixed enough dust in John's locker to create a small bomb that went off when he opened it. What they could not fully explain was how in the name of heaven the thing managed to send him to another reality altogether. They simply accepted that it did it, and then left the headache to whoever wanted to see why it actually happened. They had simply mixed enough dust to not only take a group of volunteers, Team JNPR, to him, but also bring them all back once found the missing boy. But even after 4 long months of looking everywhere they still couldn't him. They had split up to cover more ground in the strange land they found themselves in once arrived and still could not see hair or hide of John no matter what they did. They even tried using their phones to track down John's aura, but to their surprise it led them to 2 different men, one named Naruto and the other named Russell, and both were actually too old to be the man they were looking for, as one in his 20s while the other was above the 30 years of age. They could not even start imagining that time could flow differently in the land they had landed on, even if for them it was only 10 months since John had disappeared. For the young man it had been 20 long years in which he changed his name, and had even married. They met John and his family and never realized it. But sure as hell he did recognize them all right when he had met them. Only now he was called Russell, and he was only known as swordsman of Orden Village, and former captain of the guard for the royal family. With Russell and Naruto, Russell home, Orden Village. For suck sake, man! You can't hunt them down! Yes, I can instead, Naruto! They may use Colin to force me to go back. While both men were animatedly arguing between themselves with Russell's wife and Jiraiya trying to placate both, Midna and Ilya instead were sitting outside the house, the young Hylian girl looking worried while the Twilight imp instead was clearly more bored than interested in what was happening inside. I don't like this interruption, we still have a mirror to find, she said annoyed. This is important, Midna. Ilya countered huffing. No! You can't skin them alive! I am sure there is a law against that. They heard Naruto scream enraged. I expected you to side with me in this. The same happened to you after all. Russell answered with a betrayed tone. I see it as something more like filler, to be honest, as if we needed to reach a certain number of words to close a chapter of a story. Midna, Ilya said with a defeated sigh. Just saying, but of course if this was a written story, I would be the main character, with our Naruto as my love interest. Midna said smirking. And what about me? Ilya asked with narrowed eyes. Side character, one of those people don't care about, or the childhood friend that dies horribly at the very beginning, without even a line of dialogue. Bitch, the Hylian girl muttered grumbling. Honey, please calm down, they heard Russell's wife plead with a worried tone. Don't tell me to calm down. You don't know those people. They will hurt you even if pregnant. The swordsman replied growling. About that, for how long does that woman plan to stay pregnant? She looks like in her 9th month, but it has been weeks since I met you others and she is still pregnant. Midna asked confused. I honestly can't tell, I have always remembered her looking like that. Ilya answered unsure. So she is just fat? No. She is pregnant. I call bullshit, she is not that Bonnie woman from Family Guy that took over 100 episodes to give birth. Is she waiting for some giant epilogue or something? That seems like something a doctor should check, the imp girl replied. Family Guy? We have cable and Netflix in the Twilight realm, she answered shrugging. Oh, come on. It's unfair. We only have goats here, Ilya answered whining. Sucks to be you. Put that down! Put that thing down right this instant! Naruto bellowed, noise soon followed by the one of a body tackling another on the ground. I just want to pull their skeleton out of their nose, Naruto. And I want to stop you from doing just that. And why you have something to do that hidden under your kitchen floor? Self-defense. Bullshit. He seems pretty adamant in enacting revenge, Midna said, impressed. Mr. Russell can be very determined if he wants to. All this because he falsified a report, though? Ilya asked. It depends. He didn't want to go into details, but kicking him out and disowning him seems a little harsh to do just for that, unless he wanted to hide or force out something big, and in the latter case someone important didn't want their dirty affairs to come out. Midna answered as in the meantime the two friends kept arguing loudly. Give me that battle hammer! Give me that! No! Give me that, I said! Okay. Fine. The axe too. Okay. And the bow and arrow, Naruto said, making the other grumble and comply. Ruzzle? The flail too, both of them. I was just holding them for collection purposes. I won't even consider that as a proper answer. What are you hiding behind that curtain? Nothing. RUSL. Fine. It's nothing too dangerous here. That's a Twilight cannon for fuck's sake. Why do you even have one? Souvenir. RUSL. Where does he keep all that stuff? Midna asked, curious. He has a very big basement, Ilya answered, shrugging. How the hell did you weaponize Gainen's laundry? Better yet, why? How did you even get that? Everything went silent as even the women looked both curious and disturbed. That would be my fault. I was trying to get Zelda's panties for a bet, and the crazy woman ended chasing me around the castle and surrounding town. The first thing she did, though, was throwing Gainen's laundry hamper at me. And the guy should have better care of his hygiene because I managed to knock out a Goron with a pair of his socks. The smell is almost tangible, Jiraiya said, finally talking instead of simply sit there in silence. That is the how, but I want to know why, Naruto asked again. To me all is fair if it's used to defend my family here. And I have a proper laundry cannon hidden under the couch for that, Russell answered stubbornly. It was then that a lightning bolt fell from the cloudless sky to pierce the house and incinerate the pile of dirty laundry. We, the goddesses of Hyrule, cannot condone the use of bio-WMD in our turf. Cut this shit out and stop using hazardous stuff. It stinks. 3 voices boomed from the sky at a deafening volume before falling completely silent. See? We were not the only ones saying it was a bad idea. And by the way, I am sure that your family will understand why you did it if you explain to them, Jiraiya tried saying. My family on the other world? They all turned their backs at me. All of them. Even my sisters. You have sisters? Naruto asked, surprised. I have 7 sisters. Wow, and you have not PTSD? Jiraiya asked, impressed. No, I do. They used to dress me up to be the 8th sister. Among other scarring things that had me question myself a little too much. All my respect then for surviving that. But you still can't kill your former friends, Naruto answered. Hypocrite. What? I left them behind, yes. But I never planned to kill them, Naruto answered, scandalized. Well, I want to instead. Even just to protect my wife and children. Here we go. They are starting from the beginning, Midna said, sighing in frustration. Should we intervene? Ilya asked, unsure. Let them vent. When they are tired they will stop, the other said, uninterested. Okay, and you others can go. We'll call you when the main story continues. For now we have this small issue to fix before that, Ilya added with an apologetic tone as the scene switched focus. With Team JNPR, somewhere in Hyrule. Where are you, John? Come on, we just want to talk. We are sorry, Nora muttered with a sad expression as she looked at the vast land in front of her. We'll find him, have no fear. We will explain to him that we are trying to find out how things went for Real instead of blindly believing him to be culprit, Lyran answered with a reassuring tone as the trio of girls stopped to rest. 2 positive matches and both are wrong in age, built of the body or other details. You think John did it? Pyrrha asked, unsure. Unlikely. I didn't know you could create false positives artificially. Maybe we just found 2 people close to this place's version of John. I find it more likely, Lai answered. Still, we need to find him. Even just to hear from him what really happened. We need to hear his side of the story for this mess to be fixed, Nora said, looking down. Team RWBY will soon join us. Since we are taking this long, they will enact Plan B and have 2 teams to look for him. I am just happy it will be them, and not somebody more eager to punish John, Pyrrha added. Yes, in the meantime though, I say we try again in Hyrule Castle Town. I think that barwoman Telma may know something, Lai said, standing up. Yes, the other 2 girls answered as they rapidly followed her back in the small town. They never realized that every time they asked Russell about their friend, John, he would briefly look angry and afraid. Angry at their betrayal and afraid of what they wanted, too much to even try and hear them out. The man was by now too deep in his paranoia and dreading they would take him back to serve a prison sentence without even listening to his reasons to actually try and explain his reasons. And most of all, he was terrified that the Arcs would take his son Colin away from him. He would do whatever it was in his power to stay with his new family. Unfortunately for Team RWBY and Team GNPR, any love he had for them was long since dead and could probably never return. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 12. Oh crap! The mirror shards to corrupt people. Konoha, right under the Hokage Tower. I am making a huge mistake. Oh, I am making a damn big one. Shizen muttered to herself as she clutched to her chest her letter for Naruto along the one written by Tsunade herself. Hey there, Shizen-san! Kankura said with a perfect surprised expression as he seemed to be meeting the woman by chance. Good morning, Kankuru. Shizen answered with a small bow and a tense smile. How are you? The puppet user asked as he discreetly took the letters from Shizen to pocket them once sure nobody was looking. Not well. Why? He asked, confused. You'll see, she answered, giving a meaningful look to the young man's pocket. What do you, oh shit, Kankura said before going pale at seeing the extra letter. Help? Shizen said with a weak smile. Sigh. I will ask Gaara and Temari to check that nothing is out of ordinary, is the only way they will be open even just to consider the idea. Thank you. Later that day, Kazekage's office, Suna. You understand what I am asking you? Gaara said with narrowed eyes to the man standing in front of him. Ho. It's for helping Naruto? Then my lips are sealed. The courier ninja wearing a plaque with 596-03 written on it answered amused. Why am I not surprised he even befriended the courier needs? Kankura muttered, groaning. Temari simply answered with a coughing fit strangely sounding like bloodline limit. So it will be a delivery off the records? Gaara asked. Never had a harder time delivering something like when the still brat guy decided to try and stop me, but it was also the funniest delivery I had in ages. So for this time I can make an exception and do as you ask. The courier answered, nodding. Good. Our contact for Hyrule will wait for you here with her boat. Give her the parcel and come back here to inform me of your success. I will deny every involvement should you be intercepted, and I demand the messages to be destroyed at the risk of your life should that happen, the Kazekage ordered while pointing at the map opened on his desk. It's the standard procedure. We couriers take our job very seriously, Kazekage-sama, the man replied with a cold expression. I hope so, for your well-being. I shall take my leave then, the letters won't send themselves. The courier said with a stiff bow before taking the letters of Gaara and his brothers, Shizen and Tsunade, the latter having somehow survived the hundreds of overly zealous safety checks and tests the very paranoid Kazekage demanded, and then leaving the office in great hurry. So her letter is safe? Gaara asked. Yes. For the 1000th time, yes. Temari yelled in frustration. I still say we should have copied it, just in case there was something in the paper. The Kage replied stubbornly, secretly shocking his brothers with how childish he almost sounded. We ran too many tests on the paper alone, Gaara. We have left barely enough space for the text once done. Kankuro answered, sighing. And copying it in our handwriting would have been rude, at least like that Tsunade-san will sound more believable. Temari added. I am still not convinced yet. Gaara muttered defiantly. Yuan! The other two growled, pinching the bridge of their nose in frustration. I thank God he is a male, otherwise I would have feared Gaara going Yandere on Naruto. The puppet user muttered. Me too. I can hear you, the Kazekage said calmly and without lifting his eyes from the papers he was reading. Yeepee! Unknown to them, the red-haired girl governing the ship waiting for the courier ninja giggled mischievously as she received the envelopes, making herself and the ship disappear into sparks of light as soon as the courier was too far away to notice. My little hero of power, a little present for you. No waiting for mailing. Din-Sing sang happily as she made the letters disappear and reappear already in the satchel of Hyrule's own postman with the correct address already written in Hylian, all for his confusion about the extra luggage. Din! Hurry up! I can't hold her down by myself. Faror yelled as she struggled to keep Naira pinned down. Sigh. Always the quiet ones, he is busy now. Wait until he has done with the mirror shard before harassing him. The goddess of power answered annoyed before joining her sister in holding down the goddess of wisdom. Meanwhile, Snowpeak Mountain, near the peak, Snowpeak ruins. Sheeing. Whoa. It's like my first mission in Snow Country. It's fucking awesome. Jiraiya yelled, laughing as he and Naruto kept riding a frozen leaf each like a snowboard down Snowpeak at ludicrous speed. Feeling yum all of a sudden? Naruto asked as he passed in front of the ex-spy master of Konoha with a smirk. Screw you, brat. I am having fun, the other answered. Make room, slowpokes. Midna yelled as she passed like a blur near the two, thus finishing first their small race to the bottom. It's unfair. You are smaller and lighter, both former shinobi yelled as one. Lucizers, she answered amused as she skidded to a halt few seconds before them. Where is that talking wolf paw of yours? Jiraiya asked as he and Naruto finally stopped with their leaves breaking apart in shards as soon as they stepped away from them. Link? Naruto asked confused. Yep. KY8. The answer came as a bullet of golden fur as the hero shade's own leaf disintegrated under him too soon, making him roll down by himself for the remaining distance in a big snowball the two could barely dodge in time, and watch crash against a near wall. Maybe you should use the spinner next time, at least that you can control, Naruto offered. I'll take note of that, the wolf answered as he finally dug his way out from under the pile of snow he was buried under. You okay? Jiraiya asked. Yes, thank you. So? The Beastman's home? Link asked. It should be close, Naruto answered, walking forward and soon stopping abruptly in shock as soon as the Beastman's house came into full view of the group. Here? What's with this guy? He's got a nice place, for a Beastman, Midna said, equally surprised. Well, if even beastmen get to have a palace, then I am even more sure I will transfer here in Hyrule for my retirement, Jiraiya said, amused once seeing the imposing manner the tall creature guided he and Naruto to. Ho. It doesn't look like well maintained though, the place is falling apart, Naruto answered as he knocked on the door until it opened by itself. He was waiting for us, Jiraiya answered, shrugging as he strolled inside. True. Sorry the intrusion, both said as soon as they entered. What? Midna asked. Common courtesy back in the elemental nations, Naruto answered, chuckling. I have a bad feeling about this place, Utsukushi said, sighing. Who's talking? I am making sure the fur ball is heard by you too, old man, Midna answered to Jiraiya's surprised expression. Oh. Thanks, But why you have a bad feeling about this? The Toad Sage asked aloud. It feels like any other dungeon we saw before, and I fear that this time too we will fight for the object we seek. The ten-tailed vixen answered. What do you mean? Magic relics from the Twilight world are extremely powerful and their nature too alien for the beings of this world. If you add to that the remnants of whatever evil power Zant possesses, it is no surprise that whoever touches those gets corrupted. And since in order to break the mirror of Twilight it would take an absurd amount of power if you are not entitled to it, I can only guess how bad things will get. Midna explained, sighing, appreciating the gentle smile of her companion Naruto lifting her spirit considerably. Missy, I am sure Naruto himself already told you, but just because the shards corrupt now, it doesn't mean the whole mirror too used to have that effect in the past, otherwise it wouldn't have been used up until now. Jiraiya offered. As you said, it may very well be Zant's influence on the pieces. Naruto added encouragingly. It won't stop people from having issues, and are we really sure it was Zant's doing? Midna asked. If you asked me? Yes, I can believe your world to be a nice place. And the others? Screw the others, he answered smirking. Oh, brat, Jiraiya said chuckling amused. Miss Midna, I heard the stories about the Twilight Realm. I heard them all while in my personal limbo and waiting for the next hero to come. And then I came to know you. I don't see in you the monsters legends and stories talked about. So I too am open to believe it is not the influence of the Twilight magic itself if you saw people get corrupted. Entranced by them? Probably. But corrupted? No, I don't believe it. Link added with a gentle tone. See? We are all saying the same thing. So, shall we continue our exploration? Naruto offered, pointing at the door closer to them. You sure that is the right door? Jiraiya asked while scratching his hair in confusion. I don't think he is waiting for us upstairs, the other replied, shrugging. Be careful, some parts of the floor seem frozen, Link said, pointing at the thick layer of ice covering a great deal of the floor. With a hole in the ceiling that big, I am not surprised, Midna muttered while watching the huge hole that left sunlight and cold enter. Hello? Sorry the intrusion, Naruto said, opening the door and sighing happily at the welcoming warmth of the lighted fireplace on the other side of the room. Who? A female voice asked weakly. Shit! I thought it was a coat. Utsukushi gasped in surprise as the coat resting in front of the fire moved to show a petite female figure. Ho! Hello? I didn't see you there, Naruto said with a small smile. Guests? The female yeti asked, curious. Yep, miss. A tall fellow invited us here, Jiraiya answered. Yito? She asked, coughing a little. What name is Yito even? Midna muttered, curious. Yes, but are you okay? Naruto asked, concerned. Sorry, I have sickness, the female yeti answered, coughing once more. I guess we found out why our beastman friend catches reekfish. It's very healthy, so he is trying to heal her, Link explained with a low voice. Can we help in some way? Naruto asked, moving closer to her. I sick, why you come closer, she asked, surprised. I never catch cold, the blonde said, smirking as he sat next to her. You lucky, but cute little human, husband told me you come, you want to look at mirror, the female yeti asked, curious. Love is blind, alright. She is a cute little thing, but her husband, ugh. Utsukushi, the young man said, scandalized. Just saying, just saying. As long as they are happy it is not my business. Better. My husband found it, but a pretty thing, the yeti said with a longing sigh. I have a bad feeling about that sigh, Jiraiya muttered with narrowed eyes. Me too, Link confirmed, nodding. But since I get mirror, I get sick, and then bad monsters appear. So many bad things happen since mirror, the small creature said, unsure. Zant's power is corrupting the mirror and that aura is attracting monsters, Midna said in realization. And I fear it also tried to corrupt her, that's why she is sick. She also continued saying, projecting her thoughts inside the others' minds. Withdrawal? Naruto tried saying. Very likely, the imp girl answered. So we lock bedroom on 3rd floor where it hangs, the Yeti finished saying. It was a good idea, that thing is dangerous, Jiraiya said as he too finally walked closer to the creature. Dangerous, Very. The spy master answered nodding. Yito okay? She asked concerned. Yito is, but you are sick, you looked inside that mirror too much, Naruto said. Mirror's so pretty, but dangerous to Yito and Yeta, Then I tell you where Ki is, Yeta said worried. Thank you, Yeta, Midna said with a grateful smile. Take map on wall, I will point where Ki is, she answered nodding as the small piece of parchment was moved closer to her. Fever makes head blurry, but it probably here in this room. But now I can't get up, would you bring it to me, The small Yeti said pointing at an isolated room with a small delicate hand popping out from under her fur coat. We will check it, do not force yourself, you are still sick. You should rest and wait for us here, we will tell you if the key was there, Jiraiya offered with a gentle smile. Thank you, start from door right there, she answered pointing at the door behind her seat with a weak nod of her head. We will be back soon, Miss Yeta. Talking wolf, I never seen one, you pretty, Yeta answered with a faint giggle. Oh. Well, thank you, the hero shade answered shyly as the group moved through the door in what looked like being the kitchen of the mansion. Hyrule ruins, kitchen area. You. The tall snowman Yito greeted happily the group from behind the titanic cauldron he was trafficking with. Hi Yito! Sorry if we are late, Naruto said with a cheerful wave of his hand. We met your wife, she looks out of shape, Jiraiya added with a sad smile. Wife, look bad, Not healthy since mirror. So I make soup for her, Yito answered sighing. That's surprisingly romantic considering who we are talking with, Utsukushi said impressed. Then she will recover in no time, Naruto answered with a thumbs up. Yep. Fish from Zora village are most nutritious. You tired, You have some. It give you energy, Yito offered proudly pointing at his creation. Do not worry, that will help Yeta recover, so she should eat it the most, Jiraiya answered chuckling. That true, Crash. Who's there? Naruto yelled as a sudden noise sent him, Yito, and the rest of the group on high alert. You know friend, You sneak inside uninvited. You come out now, Yito roared. I am harmless. I am harmless, a high-pitched voice said as something resembling a bird with a long neck and a human-like face shyly walked out from behind a series of pots and vases piled in a corner of the kitchen. I was just stuck inside a vase, the small thing said rapidly. What the fuck is that thing? Jiraiya asked looking disturbed. I don't know, never met it before, Naruto answered. Gracious. You are that nice fellow who helped me out of the Goron mines. How nice to see you again, the small thing said happily. I helped you. How? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. You destroyed every door. It has been very easy to leave the place without having to worry about doors and keys, it replied happily. You demolished every door? The spy master asked smirking. Shut up, Arrow Senin. I just didn't want to waste time looking for keys, the blonde answered blushing. He does that in every dungeon we meet apparently, Link added making him blush redder. Well, now that we've found each other again, let's stick together for a bit, The thing said as it ran towards the group to then jump on Jiraiya's shoulder to sit there. Unfair, you have a cuter rider on your shoulder, the older shinobi whined petulantly. Thank you, I know I am fabulous, Midna replied preening. I will ignore that comment, darling. My name is Uka and I will be right with you, so if you others want to warp out of the dungeon and return where you were, just let me know, Uka said proudly. What? The small thing asked confused at the intense stare he got from the others. If you warp, how you get stuck in Goron mines and vases I took from Zora, Yito asked. If I panic I can't warp. And I panic easy if I am alone, Uku admitted with a red face. Seems legit, Midna said shrugging. Whatever. Let's go, the key to the mirror won't find itself, Jiraiya said, sighing as he moved towards the door. I need to watch Soup. You be careful with monsters outside, Yuto said as he returned to his cauldron. Aye. The others replied, moving in the next room. Next room. So, what do we have here? Jiraiya said with a thoughtful expression as he noticed the curious setup of the room. Seems kinda straightforward. The middle of the room is frozen and there are 2 pressure plates along 2 giant cubes of rock. My best guess is that we need to have them keep the button pressed by making them slid on the ice until they get in position. Link answered, unsure. Okay, let's play it smart. I say we first move the one on the dash. FWOSH. What Jiraiya was saying went cut short when a thick burst of flames hot enough to melt rock flared to life in front of him, melting the ice and turning the cubes of rock red hot. Midna-chan? Would you kindly? Naruto asked, smirking. Too easy, darling, the imp girl answered with a similar smirk, as she snapped her fingers, making the rocks float in the air and then slammed down on the pressure plates, activating the 2 of them, thus opening the other 2 doors in the room. I feel like that we shouldn't cheat like that, Jiraiya said, unsure. Every darn time, Link muttered with a tired sigh. Too boring. Next room, Naruto answered as he walked towards the now unlocked door in front of him, while humming. Who designed these places? You can't have pressure plates, puzzles and the like in your house. It's insane, Utsukushi asked, shaking her head sadly. Whoever it was, I hope it is only a thing here in Hyrule, Naruto answered, sighing. In another world, Arkley Mountains, mansion in the middle of a patch of forest. The floor will be completed in a week and the sewer system will be linked to Raccoon City's one immediately after once resolved the leakage. We also finished adding the knight statues on the 2nd floor and finally fixed the lighting in the painting room, but... the head architect said, turning soon unsure. Yes? I know I shouldn't question my orders. Yes? The man asked again with narrowed eyes. Wouldn't all the traps and puzzles make it hard to navigate the mansion? The architect asked, worried. It is a security measure in itself, the man bellowed, offended. But you cannot expect somebody to find the right gem, remember to bring the night key, play the correct tune and then remember the right passage in Shakespeare's Hamlet to finish the sentence on the wall, just to go to the staff bathroom. The poor man answered, disturbed. Silence, you fool! I am sorry! I am sorry! You better be. Now do as I asked and add the dance puzzle, match the picture puzzle and mix the right compound puzzle to the kitchen fridge. Somebody has stolen my Cheerios again, and it needs to stop. Yes, Mr. Weskier, as you command, the architect answered, scared, while hurrying away. Nobody touches my Cheerios. Nobody! The other man hissed dangerously as he too left the kitchen. Back to Naruto, Hyrule, small courtyard. Let's see, Naruto said while looking around the small courtyard they found themselves in. Once left the puzzle room, while behind him Jiraiya struggled to free a window of ice enough to pass through it and join him. Digging under the wall as a fox is cheating, by the way, the spy master muttered, pouting as he finally managed to join the blonde. Then go on a diet and pass through the same small hole in the wall I found, Erosenin, the other replied as he found what he was looking for. There it is, the tower holding the bedroom. You sure? Jiraiya asked, curious. Trust me, the giant lock is a clear giveaway, Link answered, pointing with a paw to the heavily bolted door they could see from their position. The fact that the lock is heart-shaped is kinda cute though, Midna added. Yep. What does the compass say? Where is the key? Midna asked. It should be close, the blonde answered once looked at the small thing. A pity the thing doesn't tell exactly where the stuff we are looking for is, Utsukushi grumbled in annoyance. It would have been too easy otherwise. Look at it like this, Jiraiya answered with a reassuring tone. Nobody asked you, old man. Fuck you too, eh? He answered, huffing. If you two have quite done, we have found a way to enter the other side, Link said, making both fall silent. Roar. And we also found some friends, Naruto added as he jumped to the side to dodge the two ice-made wolves trying to pounce on him. Bad boy, Jiraiya yelled in anger, as he moved his long hair as a whip to turn the third one, jumping him to shreds. "Did you see that? I still got it, wooden arm or not," he then said smugly. Yeah? Awesome," the blonde answered nonplussed as he grabbed his two attackers to slam their heads at both sides of a third one's, making all three wolves explode in shards of ice. "Very awesome," Midna added, yawning as her zone paralyzed other two wolves for her hair-hand giant fist to squash against a wall. "You shouldn't downplay other people's achievements, right, Link? Say what the fuck? What? Link asked, curious, from the top of the small mountain of defeated ice wolves he was sitting on. Nothing. Forget it," the old man answered, sniffling. "Come on. Here is the door," Naruto called out from the opposite side of the courtyard, while pointing at the only ice-free door of the area. "Compass points this way, more or less. We will deal with the walls of ice later," Midna added. Coming. Both Toad Sage and Hero Shade answered as one as they joined the others inside. Growling! Several high-pitched growls welcomed them as soon as they entered, as various eyes locked on them in hatred. "Are those enemies?" Jiraiya asked as the small balls of ice with a single evil red eye kept glaring at them without moving. "Yes, maybe, I dunno," Naruto answered, uncertain. "They are evil, just not threatening per se," Link answered, gently pushing one with a paw and watching it slowly slid on the frozen floor, ricochet against the wall, and return only for the shade to step to the side and watch it keep moving without control around the small hallway they were in. Talk. The fun part was when that monster collided with the others, giving start to a rather adorable chain reaction of small ice monsters slowly bouncing from the walls in random patterns. Grr! The small creatures kept growling menacingly as they bounced against the walls and each other while trying to hit the heroes, with said heroes calmly stepping over or to the side to dodge them. It was all very anticlimactic. Not very creative as an obstacle, Naruto answered as he kicked one away, making it break to pieces against the wall. Hey! I guess sand had to do with what he had. And he had just some ice. Cut the poor bastard some slack, Jiraiya answered as he and the others copied the blonde, soon freeing the room from monsters. If you say so, those are more menacing-looking monsters, Naruto answered as in the next room they found two very tall humanoid creatures made of ice with a very thin head waiting for them, one of them actually covering the only door out with a thick grate to force them to fight. Chilfos, I heard about them. Those are icy spirits often used as guards, Link said in interest as the creatures generated long spears of ice in their hands as soon as they saw the group enter. Are they a threat? Utsukushi asked as the ice soldiers slowly circled them. Not too much, but they can still fight well both at long and short distance. Fire? Jiraiya said. Fire, Naruto replied, smirking. I don't think you should. Katon, Carrier Endin. Fire element, fire dragon flame missile. Both shinobi ran through hand seals as fast as they could and took in enough air to make their chests swell to inhuman sizes before blowing out an awe-inspiring ocean of white-hot flames, incinerating everything in its path. They kept the jutsu going for a few seconds before stopping so to show a room completely red and superheated stone-made walls with the blocked door having been literally vaporized by the sea of fire. Okay. Maybe we overdid a little, Naruto said, chuckling as he saw the walls melt a little under the huge heat the two had summoned. We are cheating oh so much, Midna said, chuckling mirthful. Who cares? Utsukushi asked, smirking. Very well, let's hope it won't take too long for everything to cool down, then we will recover the key as Miss Yetta asked us to. Link answered, sighing in defeat. He was sure their adventure wasn't supposed to go like that. He really hoped the goddesses wouldn't mind. We don't, Din said, shrugging as she and her sisters kept watching from the heavens. 2 hours later, kitchen area. Yito was still slaving behind the huge pot as he studied a new batch of soup since the first one didn't get the desired effect of making Yetta eat it willingly, forcing the tall creature to eat the whole thing by himself, so to start a new soup from the beginning. Last one was good, but no good enough for Yetta. Soup still lacking flavor, but what flavor, He muttered to himself as while the first version had been good in his opinion, it was still not enough to help his beloved wife get better. Try this, Naruto said with a dry tone as he threw an Orden pumpkin to the beastman that barely managed to grab it in time before it could hit his face. Pumpkin! Ooh. Pumpkin looks nice idea, but where do you get pumpkin? Yetta gave us the wrong direction. Midna answered hissing in contempt. She is sick, so maybe she got confused. Let's try asking her again. Jiraiya offered, sighing. You do that, Yito will work on soup instead. Yetta will eat this time, You can try it once ready too if you want, Yito said with a happy smile as he tried again to cook the perfect soup. With Yetta. Oh. Young human! You find Kia? The small thing asked, curious. Nope. We found a pumpkin, but at least Yito is happy so it won't be wasted. Naruto answered, sighing. I still don't get why the compass was wrong. Midna muttered, confused. It technically wasn't. It pointed us towards the treasure in that area and the pumpkin was in a chest, so technically for them it counted as a treasure if they had put it in there. Link guessed, unsure. Pumpkin? Why there? Makes no sense. Yetta said, confused. Probably Yito wanted to make it a surprise for you and kept it hidden there. Jiraiya offered, shrugging. I like pumpkin, Yito very sweet, Yetta answered with a faint giggle. That he is! Naruto answered, smiling. But no good, You need key, where I leave it? The snow woman muttered, unsure. Here is the map. Jiraiya offered. Gentle, try this room here. She answered, pointing at a new room. We'll be back soon. Naruto answered, nodding as they used a new door to leave the room. In a scene already seen, the group of heroes found themselves in a wide courtyard filled with ice wolves and sliding balls of ice already back and waiting for them. Oh God, not again. Midna groaned in disbelief. Sigh. Beware the ice wolves! Yeah! So scary. Naruto said, annoyed as they rapidly dispatched the enemies present to unlock a new door that had been hidden by a thick wall of ice that got demolished by one of the wolves their attacks had sent flying against. Mini-boss? The blonde asked as they saw the eerie statues adorning the middle of the room they were in and the thick bars turning the ample room in a thigh and claustrophobic corridor with barely enough space to pass next to the statues. Well, we still have to find the perfect weapon to defeat the boss of this dungeon. So it was about time. Utsukushi answered. The perfect weapon for the dungeon boss? Jiraiya asked, confused. Do not listen to them. It was only a chance we happened to come by the perfect weapon to clear the dungeon the last 4 times. Midna yelled with an offended frown. 4 times is not chance, it's a pattern. Jiraiya replied, impressed. Yep. Link echoed next to him. No, it isn't. Gorin Mines, Booths and Bow, Forests, Boomerang, Arbiter's Ground, Spinner, Water Temple, Claw Shot. I didn't need them because of my ninja training, but anybody else would have needed those to win those fights. Naruto listed, amused. Damn it! Midna answered, pouting angrily. That's a pattern indeed, Midna-san. Utsukushi-san is right. We should soon find the weapon we technically need for this dungeon too then. Jiraiya said, nodding sagely with crossed arms. Come on, Midna-chan. I am sorry, the blonde said sadly at the cold shoulders his companion was giving him. Please? I am sorry. I wasn't implying anything bad. Just the coincidences we usually come across. Kiss. She finally answered while still giving him her back. Ho ho ho. Okay, G-chemafu. Sigh. While you two scratch each other's tonsils, I will deal with our new friend here. Jiraiya said with a small sigh as one of the statues showed up, being instead a heavily armored lizard twirling around a big and heavy iron ball attached to a long chain while growling. I'll take that as a be careful please, Jiraiya-sensei. If you don't mind, Naruto. The spy master said, shaking his head and cracking his knuckles. Whoa! The lizard man growled, launching the ball forward to crush the old man. Hop! Jiraiya quipped as he sidestepped the iron ball, letting it slam on the floor before using the tense chain as a springboard to jump up and deliver a strong knee hit to the monster's chin, making it stumble back. I'll take that chain ball if you don't mind. Link yelled as he gave a strong bite to the lizard's hand, making it howl in pain and leave behind its weapon in its blind agony. Over here! Raise and Gan! Naruto's voice interrupted Jiraiya as the blonde's jutsu slammed on the unprotected back of the lizard man, making it fly forward. Kill Stealer! Raise and Gan! Jiraiya yelled, scandalized, as he added his own spiraling sphere onto the front of the poor beast, making its screams of pain reach new peaks of volume never before heard from any of the presents before disappearing in a cloud of darkness. It was a cursed suit of armor then, not a real lizard man, Link said in understanding before the group's eyes fell on the abandoned ball and chain on the floor. I fought it, so it's mine, Jiraiya said immediately. But it was my Rasengan to kill it, Naruto replied while still adjusting his shirt, while Midna fixed her hair with her face still flushed green. I did all the work. You can't tell which jutsu was the lethal one, the other countered. Rock, paper, scissor! Rock, paper, scissor! Rock, paper, scissor! Both shinobi yelled as they angrily challenged each other for the right to use the weapon. Ha! I won! Naruto yelled happily as he sealed away the ball and chain. Damn that shitty luck of his! The spy master grumbled with crossed arms. Here, you can use it, the blonde offered gently as he handled over the huge scroll on his back holding the sealed weapon. Don't wanna! It's a pity gift, the old man replied childishly. Come on. No! Act like somebody your age, Erosenin. You cheated and left me do all the work before stealing my kill. It was not such an imposing threat, come on. No! Guys? Link said, uncertain, interrupting the two. Fine, I'll keep it for now. Ask it back if you decide to act like a man your age. Blee! The toad sage answered by sticking out his tongue with a petulant expression. Guys! Yes, Link? Midna asked, curious. There was a giant wall of ice in the next room. Luckily there was also a small hole so I could crawl through it to reach the chest in the room Miss Yetta told us about. The hero shade answered lamely. And? What happened? Naruto asked, curious. And where did you take that roll of cheese? Jiraiya also asked, looking at the round donut-shaped form of cheese behind the golden wolf. This was the treasure in that room, Link said with a shy tone. The compass does point elsewhere entirely. We forgot to check it, Naruto said slowly as he watched the small thing with dead eyes. They have hidden food around. They are not the sharpest tool in the shed and they hide food the same way they have hidden the key we need, Midna added slowly. With Yetta, 3 seconds later. Phew, duck. Oh. I have hidden cheese there. Not key. It was gift for Yuto I took when still healthy, now I remember, Yetta muttered in realization as the faraway scream of anger made the room tremble slightly, and some dust fall from the ceiling. The return trip back to the small creature took very little, give or take 5 minutes, but not before ending up in the kitchen of Yuto thanks to a side door. What's good smell? Is that cheese? Perfect ingredient, Soup needs more punch. The soup needs more punch. I'll give you all the punches you want, Jiraiya yelled as he tried to jump the beast man. Yaro-senin, calm down, Naruto said in alarm as he grabbed the old man in a full Nelson to stop him. No! I want to teach them that treasure chests are no places to store food. You friend is too stressed, bad for blood pressure, he too needs soup, Little more time on fire, it becomes gourmet soup and help Yetta an old human, Yuto answered with a loud laugh as he added the full wheel of cheese to the boiling pot. Stock, spices, who knows what, fish, pumpkin and goat cheese, sure is a peculiar recipe, Utsukashi said, unsure. Sure as Twilight, it makes me curious to taste it though, Midna admitted, humming. Ho ho ho! It's Yuto's secret recipe. Want a taste, Yuto said proudly. A secret even to yourself if you prepared it on the fly mixing whatever ingredient we came back with, Whatever, Naruto said, chuckling as he finally accepted the offered dish. So it's good, Holy shit, it is good, the blonde said in surprise. I'll be damned, the beast can cook. Midna added in surprise as she too tried it. It lacks some meat, but I like it all the same, Link said happily, wagging his tail. It was not worth the nuisance of finding the ingredients. Jiraiya grumbled as he finished his bowl. It was delicious. I bet Yetta will love it. Thank you, Naruto said with a grateful smile. Yito great chef, Yetta always loved Yito's dishes. Yito just wants Yetta to not be sick. The tall creature answered with a very sad sigh. We will help her get better, have no fear, Midna said with a reassuring smile. Thank you. Next room, with Yetta. You found cheese I took for Yito, I remembered, she said with a weak yet happy tone. Yep. He is still working on helping you, you know? His soup is great, Naruto answered with a thumbs up. But I am not hungry, the small thing said with a low voice. Sigh. Your husband is very sad, you know? Yito has traveled back and forth down the mountain through a hellish storm just so he could prepare you the best food. He even faced few Zoras. Jiraiya tried saying, sighing. Yito no hurt, she immediately asked, worried. He is fine, but his heart hurts because you are sick. He wants to help you, Link answered. Yito heart should no hurt, I don't like it. But I remember where he is now, Yetta said with a sure tone of voice. Why look at me so funny? I really remember this time, You are very mean guests, she huffed haughtily. Okay. Fine. Please tell us where is the key, Miss Yetta, the group said in chorus. I accept that as valid excuse all the same, We put key in nearby room, so no forgetting, Yetta said simply. Oh yes, it works splendidly, Midna commented under her breath. No commenting from Peanut Gallery, Talks the Queen of the Snows, the imp girl answered with crossed arms. Thank you for remembering, Yetta. Naruto decided to cut in with a giant smile. How I forget? It's embarrassing, she moaned in despair as she pointed at a new point on the map. It there. It must be, You look for me. Thank you. Check the compass, Naruto, Jiraiya asked as he finally remembered a key detail. Full match, they key us there, the blonde said triumphantly. If you had compass to find key, why you not using it, Yetta asked. We forgot, the others admitted, sighing. Forgetting things is bad, I know well, the beast woman said sagely. We better not dignify that with an answer, lest we fall into rude language, Link said as the group walked out. That wolf says cute things, Yetta said, giggling. Yito's greatest soup is ready, the beast man said with a joyous yell as he brought the whole pot in the room. I am not waiting to try it, she answered, switching answer mid-talk once seen the hopeful look in his eyes. Yay! Yito cheered happily, making her giggle. Meanwhile, with Naruto and the others. Rei-Warg! These must be the daddies of those small ball-shaped monsters, Jiraiya said, unsure, as the group kept watching the two strange creatures that had took residence in the cages in the middle of the room, sporting 8 red eyes each and a big fang maw from which they kept blowing chilly wind, creating walls of ice. The only movement their stubby arms could do was slowly drag their round bodies around the very small cages. "Wanna try the ball and chain?" Naruto asked. "Yes, pass it along, please. I'll return it to you in a moment. You can keep it if you want." "Nah. Too heavy, and I am the sidekick, not the hero. We are not in a book, Erosenin." "Whatever," the old man answered as he twirled the heavy ball until it spun into a blur he then threw with the power of a cannonball towards the ice monsters, making them explode. "I may decide to keep it, you know?" he muttered, impressed. "If you say so, Hy. They broke down into those little things. Then they were not their adult form, but a bunch of them stuck together," Midna said, fascinated. "Very curious creatures," Link admitted as the group left the area, leaving them behind. "Hey! Get back here! I will kill you! Come on, push me! I am going to bounce on their face," one of the small monsters said, offended to its companions. "They are leaving us behind. How dare they? We are a threat just like every other monster," another said scandalized. Then let's stuck back together and… I almost forgot, Naruto said, peeking inside the room from the door to toss an explosive note at the small things and then leave immediately after. What's the… Kaboom! With Naruto and his group. It is strange to see so many cannons inside a house, Midna said, curious as they passed in front of another of said weapons. It was either because the owner was very paranoid and feared somebody to attack him, or the guy bought a military base and turned it into his home, Jiraiya said, unsure. Fai-chan? Naruto asked. I possess no information about this place as I was sealed in the altar at the time of its construction, but I can tell you that most of the building is newer than the cannons, Master. There is a 60% chance that Mr. Jiraiya's assumption about this being a military outpost refitted into civilian mansion is the right one. The spirit inside the sword answered, momentarily appearing from the Master Sword. Thank you, Fai. How do you feel? The blonde asked. The magic called Natural Chakra Miss Utsukushi is helping me channel is cleansing the evil inside the Master Sword at a faster rate than anticipated. Soon it will be gone, but I will remain alive. I will forever be in your debt for giving me new life, Master. I shall serve you and your family forevermore. Fai answered with a deep bow before returning inside the Master Sword. You gained a powerful ally, Naruto, Link said proudly. A powerful friend, Link. Fai-chan is my friend, a dear one, Naruto corrected him, smirking. Oh, Master! Fai thought happily, oblivious that Din herself had given a hand in making sure she will survive the purifying. It was once cleared the main rooms of ice soldiers that they got into what looked like being the second level of the courtyard. Contrary to ground level thought, the passage was being rattled mercilessly by strong gusts of chilly wind and snowflakes frozen as sharp as shuriken that seemed able to literally cut flesh. There is a hole in the wall we can use to enter, Naruto yelled above the howling of the wind. Sounds good to me. Let's hurry before we freeze alive, Jiraiya answered happily as they hurried inside after shoving aside the three Chilfos standing guard without paying them a single thought. From scorching hot deserts and volcanoes to underwater temples and now freezing mountains, we can't honestly say this mission is boring, Utsukushi said once the group was again inside the huge mansion. I am with Utsukushi-san. This whole saving Hyrule and the world thing is making you and me chew kilometers like crazy. We are exploring the whole land, the spy master said, chuckling amused. I will have one hell of a curriculum then. I mean, I saved the world twice. Who can beat that? Naruto answered proudly. Well, Harry Potter killed Voldemort when still in his crib. Please, Ero-senin. First off, he is the character of a book and I am real. And he had the bullshit prophecy saving his ass until he was ready for the final fight, the blonde replied, huffing as the group moved through the new area following the directions of the compass. And plot armor, Midna added. That too. Gee! You others are just piling up excuses, the old man answered, smirking. We are not making excuses, we are, holy shit, Naruto said before going wide-eyed. Completely frozen, Midna added in surprise at seeing a room completely covered in ice. Past that room, and the one after that sporting of all things a secret passage back to the cannon's room, the group of heroes found a new section of the wall missing from where they moved to a more secluded section of the courtyard leading to the hidden path, most of which already crumbled, so forcing them to walk on the wall that brought them to the closed bedroom. They sure used a damn big lock. You sure we can't just blast it down? Jiraiya asked. I don't know where those beastmen found it, but this is an ancient charmed lock. You'll have to destroy half the tower and we can risk it. The mirror shard may be too weak to sustain the stress without turning to dust. And that would be bad, Link answered, shaking his head. I can confirm that. The lock's enchantment still possesses 98% of its original power. Using brute force is inadvisable, Fai added from the sword. Then let's find the key. Where is it? Midna asked. That room down there, the last door before this one. It's strange to find the key this close to the lock, Naruto answered once checked the compass. You have to remember that it was Yito and Yeta to close it just because he and his wife were afraid of the mirror. It was to not forget, and maybe because they wanted it easy to reach just in case the mirror stopped being weird by itself. The 10-tailed vixen answered unsure. Then let's go there and take it. The sooner we do, the faster we will finish our businesses here. The former spy master of Konoha said, sighing as he opened the door the magical object pointed them towards. I can see a treasure chest behind that door. This time it will be easy to get the key to the boss, Link said happily. Trararara clang. At those words 2 gates slid down to close both doors leading outside and to the chest. The vibrations of both grades slamming down also caused the 2 dozens of stalactites hanging from the ceiling to fall down, revealing the ice-made soldiers' chilfos that had been sleeping inside them. Why are you looking at me like that? I did nothing, the hero shade said, shocked at seeing the others glare at him in anger. Just break them to dust. I am getting tired of this cold. Utsukushi asked, yawing bored. I'll take the 12 to the left. Can you handle the others? Naruto asked, cracking his neck. Brat, I'll say it only once. I am mature, not ancient. Jiraiya answered, scoffing as both charged the chilfos. Sigh. Men! Always charging ahead, a bit of strategy won't hurt you, you know. Midna said, amused as her zone paralyzed most of the creatures, turning them into easy targets. Meanwhile, outside the room. Huff! Huff! Soup good, but so hard to digest. Yito used too much cheese, Yetta huffed a little as she had made her way towards the same locked door, as she could feel the mirror shard calling her name. Where are humans and cute wolf? Shouldn't be here already? She wondered aloud. Kratakabum! In answer, the door of the room where she remembered her husband putting the key exploded outward, followed by most of the wall around it, and several chilfos already turning to ice dust, while the pieces of wall rained everywhere in the courtyard, flattening the few ice wolves still around. Good guests do not explode house, Found key? She asked as she saw the group, all of them covered in faint scratches, walk towards her with Link holding the key in his mouth. Good owners shouldn't force guests to fight monsters, Naruto answered, imitating her voice. But you safe, Well, yes. Jiraiya answered, scratching his head. Then no problem, But you found key. Good. Good. Yetta said happily. You shouldn't walk outside in this cold, you are sick. Midna chided her with crossed arms. I feel much better, so I come find you, I have a bad feeling. Utsukushi muttered in dread. Me too. Link answered, whispered. Bedroom right above us. I take you there. Yetta said as she started walking forward, humming to herself. Very isolated for a bedroom, Jiraiya said as the group reached the heavily bolted door to open it. Very cozy and romantic, Yetta and Yito love intimacy, ho ho ho, she answered, giggling. Ugh. No details, please, the old man answered, groaning. No details. What Yetta and Yito do when alone in bedroom is only business of Yito and Yetta, the other said, huffing. The room in itself was circular in shape, with a rich red carpet with golden markings covering the whole floor. At the opposite side of the door stood a giant mirror with jagged edges signifying its being part of a way bigger mirror. There it is, Midna muttered in apprehension. Master Naruto, the magic of the mirror shard is being corrupted by an external power, and said power is awakening, Phi said, appearing briefly from the sword. That's a minor relief. It means that the mirror in itself cannot corrupt people, Naruto said, sighing as he started stretching. What are you, Dash? Jiraiya started asking before a low moan interrupted him. Please, this way, Yetta said while walking towards the mirror shard like in a trance. Get ready, we'll need to fight for the right to possess the shard. Link answered, taking the wolf equivalent of a fighting stance, and grabbing by the hilt the Twilight sword the wolf had took from the boss of the Arbiter's grounds Naruto was gently holding for him, sealed in his scroll. Here, mirror. You look at it, Yetta said, enraptured as the windows in the room started shaking violently. Grab the ball and chain, old fart. You'll need it, Midna said, floating next to Naruto as she summoned said weapon out of the scroll and in Jiraiya's hands. Guys? Jiraiya replied, worried as eyes started forming on walls and ceiling. So pretty, the beast woman moaned as she rubbed her face on her own reflection. Trust us, Sanin, we have experience in this sort of things. Utsukushi said, already channeling her chakra through Naruto, ready to help him as the windows shattered and powerful gusts of wind started entering inside, howling in a very unnatural way. Pretty, so pretty, Yetta said as she started shaking and calling towards herself the wind. Oh God, the Toad Sage said, swallowing hard as the room seemed to grow darker. Pretty. Ugh. Pretty mirror. Ugh. LOVLY. The ice had now covered the walls completely as Yetta's voice started resembling the growling of a demon. When Yetta turned to look at the group, her face morphed into one of pure malice with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. No take mirror! The corrupted beast woman roared as ice exploded into the room, covering everything completely, and then amassing on her body until it formed a giant construct the shape of a highly decorated egg glaring at them from the drawing of a roaring beast it was using as face. I am Blizeta! Mirror is mine! It roared in defiance. Holy shit! The Toad Sage yelled in surprise as he and Naruto were forced to jump away to stand on the walls to not be crushed by the Twilight ice mass as it started sliding around the room, demolishing everything on its path. Yes, the first time the transformation is a bit overwhelming, then you sadly get used to it. Link, hosted on Naruto's shoulder, answered, sighing. Are we sure it is not the shard doing this? Midna asked while Blizeta kept hammering every wall, trying to make them fall down, all the while growling in fury. Miss Midna, I can feel the Twilight magic in the mirror shard inside Miss Yetta. The power that has been used to shatter the main body is corrupting the shard, using its allure to attract new favorable, alive, hosts and causing it to fuse with Yetta. It is also using its original power to strengthen its hold on both Beastwoman and shard. We'll need to defeat Miss Yetta to dispel the corruption, as it has changed host from shard to her. Fi answered before returning inside the Master Sword. In simpler terms? We'll need to kick her ass until she falls unconscious. Sans power has left the shard to curse Yet and cannot return there willingly, so if we weaken our friend enough it will lose hold on her, and with nowhere else to go that curse will evaporate, leaving both shard and Beastwoman free and safe. You sure it will work? Jiraiya asked, worried. It worked for the pieces of the fused shadow, so it should work for the shards too, in theory. That curse needs a living host to keep existing. Midna answered, unsure. Fused shadow? We'll explain later, Erosenin. But I'm a Rasengan. Naruto answered as he left himself fall from the wall to plunge a beach ball-sized Rasengan into Blizeta, slamming it against the opposite wall, making it break in half to show an identical copy of its body, only half in size. We'll have to break each layer to reach Yetta-san, eh? I get it. Rasengan! To the blonde's surprise, Jiraiya threw the iron ball against the monster. As the sphere cracked open a new layer of ice, the old man was already behind with a Rasengan in each hand, so to burst open a second one. Be careful! It's going faster! Link said as he bounced from the wall to plunge his sword deep into the ice, creating a huge crack. As he had said, now that its dimensions had been reduced to a third, Blizeta was bouncing from the walls at high speed and had added a saw-like decoration all around its body that with its high speed was now trying to shred the heroes to pieces. Hey! That's my weapon, you vile beast! The hero Shade yelled enraged as the rapid spinning threw him off while leaving his sword deeply buried in its body of ice. HY! Midna yelled as she tried punching the blade deeper with her hair-made hand, cracking the thing in half to show a heavily panting Yetta standing on shaking legs now that her ice armor was finally destroyed completely, even if the rebound of the impact also launched Midna back with a short Kaya scream before Naruto caught her in his arms. What? I wanted to try and see if it worked, the imp girl said from her place between Naruto's arms. That was mighty dangerous though, Jiraiya commented. But also very cool, Midna-chan. Just warn me next time, okay? Naruto added, letting her go so she could hover near him. I blame the courage side of the Triforce I have in me, she muttered, pouting. Focus, my friends. Here comes round 2. Link warned as the freezing wind in the room started again to twist around Yetta. Argh! Screaming in rage, the possessed beastwoman summoned 6 giant pillars of ice around herself, and using other ice to build a huge icicle-shaped carriage for her to ride. She was weak already from her lack of eating and sleeping, so this level of magic is draining her fast. We are almost there. If we destroy those pillars and then attack her, she will be too weak for the curse to use as a proper host, and we will win. Midna explained as the giant towers of ice went shot like missiles towards them. Together? Naruto asked, smirking. Yep. Jiraiya answered, smiling as well. What are you? Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Both shinobi yelled as twin giant fireballs went shot towards the 4 torpedoes of ice, making them evaporate instantaneously. Why I keep getting surprised even. Whatever. Eawarula! Link howled as he ran across the next pillar to jump on top of the last one, and from there pounce on Yetta, pulling her out of the icicle she was riding, making her fall on the floor. Gaia! The cursed snow woman screamed, making her armor break apart, and return around herself along, reforming the missing pillars of ice so to have once again 6 of them. Okay. That's it. Being gentle won't cut it. Naruto, up for some sunshin spamming? Jiraiya asked. That I can do. What do you have in mind? The blonde answered. Created some clones and have them destroy the 6 pillars at the same time while me and you destroy the main body and knock the shit of her. Sounds good to me. Look out! Link yelled as all 6 the pillars went shot at blurring speed towards them. Now! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu! Naruto said, summoning a dozen clones around the group, 2 clones grabbing a pillar each, stopping it before the impact. Go! Midna yelled as she moved to ride Link up the pillars so that she could get closer and freeze, with a great strain on her side, Blizzada in place with her zone for the few seconds both shinobi needed. Naruto! Jiraiya, running side by side with the blonde, yelled as he grabbed ball and chain to swing it towards Yetta, demolishing the roof of her carriage, slamming the whole thing on the floor and holding it there himself. Wake up! Naruto yelled as he ran along the tense chain towards Yetta and delivering a devastating right hook to her face that shooed her away and against the wall, leaving a deep imprint of her body. Guff! Griyah! Yetta groaned weakly, and then let out a blood-curdling shriek of agony as the ice around herself and the room melted and evaporated in an instant, the same moment she dropped from the wall unconscious. Is it over? Jiraiya asked as the shadow clones dispelled and the room returned to look as it was before the fight even started. Yes, she is free. Midna answered, sighing tired and returning to sit on Naruto's shoulder as with a weak whimper black particles exited as a thick cloud from Yetta's mouth to form the piece of the mirror of Twilight. A faraway wailing of agony was then heard as something left the shard, making it turn from dull to shining. That must have been the taint of Xant's curse, Link said as the shard slowly floated down for Midna to grab. So? Naruto asked. It's safe. It's not the mirror itself that corrupts them, more or less. It seems able to attract whoever looks too deep into it. But enough time away and you will be safe and without withdrawals. But more importantly, there is no corrupting power. The imp girl answered with a relieved tone as she sent the shard in Naruto's scroll. Wonderful! We have 2 mirror shards now, this and the one left behind by the destruction of the main body. 2 more left, Naruto, she said, sighing. We are almost there, Midna-chan, we can do it, he said, grabbing her hand in both of his. You will keep helping me? She asked, moving his hands on her face. Why you ask if you already know the answer? He replied, pouting childishly as he caressed her cheeks. Because I like listening to you saying it, she answered, smirking. Miss Yetta seems okay, she is already regaining conscience, Link said as the beast woman was already stirring awake. I feel bad about the way we treated her though, Midna muttered, sighing. It was the only way to snap her out of her possession, focus on that. We did all this to save her, Jiraiya answered with a reassuring tone. But it was Twilight magic to do this. Then you should see what chakra can do, stuff that will make your hair blanch in horror, Naruto countered. I can imagine from what you told me, this world, all worlds, can be cruel. Magic, chakra, it all depends on who used their power and how they use it, the small girl muttered. Exactly, both shinobi said at the same time. Imagine what Naruto could do if he was evil. He would have the same abilities, but the goal behind his actions would be totally different. He will be the same, but his intentions wouldn't. I got it. Sigh. I'll have to do so much work to clean the image of the Twilight world once dealt with Zant. He is not leaving a good impression of us. We'll fix that too, have no fear. Utsukushi answered, waving her concerns away. Yes. Let's hurry up and collect the rest of those pieces, Naruto. Midna answered with renewed determination as she opened a portal outside. Shouldn't we alert Oka that we are leaving? Naruto asked, curious. Yeah, we should, otherwise that thing will get stuck somewhere strange again. Jiraiya said after a short pause of thought as he opened the front of his clothes. What are you? Zzz. To their surprise, the deeply asleep Uku's head popped out from the Toad Sanon's clothes as it bobbed up and down. It sleep through all this? How? Naruto asked with wide eyes. Better yet, you were holding that thing under your clothes? Midna added. It was freezing cold outside and I had not a Uku-sized scarf with me. Jiraiya answered, shrugging. That's some heavy sleep, that's for sure. The hero's shade answered, impressed. YTA. Nuh. It was in that moment that Yido screamed in anguish and ran as fast as he could towards his wife to cradle her in his arms. What wrong with me? The little snow woman moaned weakly as she finally woke up. The mirror shard dash. Midna started saying before Yido gently gestured her to stop. Very strange, you just dreaming, The beast-man lied with a perfect confused tone. Yito. Mirror you gave dash. Yetta said in alarm before her husband's chuckle interrupted her. Forget mirror, Yetta, no? Look into eyes of Yido, look in reflection of Yito's eyes. Their true beauty, he said, hugging her close. Who need mirror? The snow woman answered, chuckling. My love. Oh gosh, that is surprisingly romantic. Utsukushi muttered, impressed. Are you taking notes, Erosenin? Naruto asked in surprise. Contrary to popular belief, Ika also has scenes of simple romanticism, and this is a too good scene to ignore. Jiraiya answered, pocketing his notepad. Seen this, I think it's time for us to go. Midna said, sighing as she opened a portal on the floor. You saved Yetta, I thank you. You forever good guest in our home. Yito said, grateful. But no exploding walls. Yetta added. Okay. Naruto answered, laughing as he gave a final goodbye to the couple before he and the others disappeared in the portal. Snowpeak, top of the mountain, few seconds later. The group reappeared on the top of the mountain where they first met Yido, looking at the clear sky above them and at the long way down. Let's start climbing our way down. Jiraiya said, sighing, making Naruto chuckle. What do you think? He asked Midna. I don't know, maybe if he holds tight. I can't promise it will be a nice trip for him, she answered, unsure. What? The Toad Sage asked as the blonde turned into a fox. Grab my tails, you two, we gotta travel in style, the transformed shinobi said, amused. Okay, the Toad Sage said, grabbing a tail in each hand while Link gently took one in his mouth. I can't stop the meme, Jiraiya. Grab my tails! Naruto yelled as Midna started the teleportation spell, making all of them turn to black fragments, then shot inside a Twilight portal. Twilight! Was the last thing heard before the group disappeared, leaving a rainbow of darkness behind them. Hyrule Field, right outside Castle Town. The shooting star formed by the group landed with a flourish of black particles as Naruto softly touched ground with his paws before immediately returning human. See? Way cooler than walking, he said happily. Guh! Blearg! Both Jiraiya and Link groaned in agony before diving for the near bushes to puke everything they had ever eaten in their life. See? That's why I said it would have been easier for you to travel while transformed. Without Twilight magic coursing through you, this kind of trip gives nausea to Nob Twilight natives. Always, Midna explained as she sat on his shoulder. And your people never worked on fixing that flaw? Hey! It only gives nausea to others. Don't blame me if the ones coming up with this still held a grudge against this world, she answered, shrugging, uncaring. Blearg! Oh God! When did I even eat that? Jiraiya was heard asking in horror. Mr. Naruto? A new voice called unsure. Yes? Oh. The postman. You have something for me? The blonde asked curious. Well, yes, I think. I don't even know how I even got the letters in my satchel since I don't remember taking them from the HQ. The man answered, showing the thick folder with Naruto's name on it and Telma's address. It's okay, I guess. Who's the sender? He asked, accepting the package while Jiraiya weakly rejoined him accompanied by Link. Let me check, there are multiple senders. The postman said, looking at his personal memo. Multiple even, you are famous already. Jiraiya said, chuckling. Here it is. A certain Gaara, Tsunade and Shizen. The postman answered in triumph. Ooh, shit. Midna muttered, summing up the horror clearly showed by the faces of the two shinobi with her. This doesn't bode well. Atsukushi muttered with wide eyes. Well, I need to finish my round before going home. Have a nice day. Being bright enough to recognize the smell of trouble, the postman broke his personal record and sprinted away at ludicrous speed, leaving behind both Naruto and Jiraiya looking at the letters as if just opening them could spell the end of the world. Let's go inside. We'll ask Telma and the others for suggestions about how to face this, okay? Jiraiya tried saying while accompanying the badly shaken Naruto inside the town, worried sick about the blonde's lack of answer. Why now? And how did Suna find them? What will happen now? Were the thoughts plaguing the ex-spy master's soul as he tried to see how others outside Konoha may have found out where he was if only Tsunade knew about it, unless the woman did the unthinkable and sold the information, and he really wanted to believe she would never do that. But now he had a godson to worry about, as those letters had shaken him worse than what he thought possible, and he knew he will have to tread carefully if he wanted to not lose the faint trust he had managed to earn back. He too wanted to remain in Hyrule, so convincing Naruto this was not part of some plot will be his first priority. Chapter 13, Messing with Time Itself. Hyrule Castle Town, Telma's Pub. Dear Naruto, I know I have not been there when you needed me. I was not there when you were a recently orphaned baby, and I was not there later when you had took your first steps in the academy. And more recently I wasn't there by your side when you stood alone facing the fears of the whole elemental nations you yourself had done everything in your power to save and protect. But I still want to ask you to hear me out this one last time. Then if you'll so wish, I will stop writing and never again bother you. I have to make a confession. My dear sensei and your own Gigi, Hiruzen, had always warned me that grief and sorrow were a human worst enemy. And I am forced to admit those two feelings were the greatest reason behind my staying away from you and even missing Sensei's funeral. Even now, today, the pain of losing my beloved brother Nawaki and my lover Dan sting just as hard as it did the very same day I have lost both, and I am disgusted to admit that my fear of losing you two to the whole coma plan had clouded my judgment, believing I had every right to decide for you, just like when we were still facing Akatsuki. The coma had been the one and only plan the others had come up with, and it had been a really difficult battle for me and Gaara to suggest the banishment, even if I have no shame to admit we would have more gladly fought them for real and use our own techniques and fists to make them understand you were not going anywhere. But as you can imagine, as I know Sensei told you once, for all its supposed powers the position of a Kage has even less freedom of a prisoner in the TNI department. We cannot step out of line. We have the weight of the whole village, its every inhabitant, and the surrounding area weighting us down. The fact that even after that revelation you still wanted to become Hokage, I have to admit, filled me with pride. Once I finally came to know you for real though, at the beginning I simply laughed at your foolishness, as you can easily confirm. Naruto, I don't know if you are still reading this, but if you do not come back. Yes, I am asking you to remain in Hyrule. Not because I want your banishment to be complete, but because if the life of a Kage is one of chains, the one of the last Jinchuriki will be even worse. Even now, except me, Gaara and Princess Koiki, everybody else is plotting for when you will be back. If before now you had only the Akatsuki to worry about, now the whole shinobi world wants a piece of you. They all remember how terrible Madara and Obito's power had been when they were in the control of the Ten Tails. and now they already are drooling at the idea of having you plus that power at their disposal. Thirst of power runs deep in humans, Naruto. Just because you do not feel it doesn't mean the others won't give into it. They want you, each one of them. Even here in Konoha, the ones that were not in your small circle of friends are wondering just what will mean for us to have you back. Most fear wars and attacks from new power-hungry fools. Other instead, as Ibiki and Enko confirmed, started wondering if your return will mean us trying to stretch our limbs for a little bit more territory to call our own. I had to annex Tazuna's village to Konoha after the 5th visit of people that were poking around just in case you passed by there. By now you and Team 7 exploits with Gato are a well-known story, and Tazuna himself pleaded me for help. To ease your worry, it took Guy just 2 visits to make sure nobody else will ever go there to make trouble. Yes, I fixed his leg as you asked me before this whole mess started, and I think he is taking his gratitude a little bit too personal as he had beat up those spies to smithereens. All the while he should have been doing simple rehabilitation exercises only. Sad face. But I then made sure he wouldn't do other unnecessary idiocies until fully healed. I bet that by now you already have lots of new friends there, as even if you always denied it, that gift you have must be a bloodline limit, and no matter how many times you deny it, we others are not fooled, so please at least admit it that it's your special power. Even Sasuke wholeheartedly admits it is a frightening power, that one. Sasuke and Sakura are mostly okay, and even if they would not waste time hunting you down and drag you back like you did with Sasuke, they recognize that even now you would not like how things are evolving here. Even your forgiveness has limits, and we all do not want those fools to test your patience. Please let them write. Only them. Only the 2 of them. Nobody else will know, I promise, and I beg you to trust me even just on this. We, me, Shizen and your old friends, are running diversion, spreading false trails and as much misinformation we can to cover your staying in Hyrule. Even Kakashi and the other Jounin sensei are kept in the dark, even if Kakashi seems eager to shoulder the full blame of your banishment, no matter the fact that he had nothing to do with this. Naruto, I am asking you to be happy there in Hyrule. Jiraiya is on your traces, and I hope you have not crossed paths yet. I am hoping your infernal luck will strike true and give this letter of mine time to find you before he does. Do not let him see this message if and when you meet. He seemed to be adamant in bringing you back even against your will, and I don't want this. I want you happy, no matter where you are, so please, as always, do your damn best and find happiness in there. And maybe one day I will be able to share a bond of family with you like we never managed to share before. With my greatest affection. Tsunade Senju, your godmother, if you still want me to be. P.S. Shizen sends you all her love. But if you have read her letter, you will already know this. A tense silence filled the pub as Jiraiya finished reading aloud Tsunade's letter. Well, honey, it seems like it was not as bad as it had shaped out to be, Telma tried saying with a gentle smile. It didn't sound like she was trying to entice or even force you back. She actually warned you about Jiraiya here and the risks of returning home. Midna added as she griped the blonde's shoulder she was sitting on in hope of giving him comfort. Is that true? Naruto finally asked. Partner, she was right. I am telling you about the possibility of several people planning on using you. Through the ages, entire empires fell to the thirst of power of men and women blinded by their greed. It doesn't mean everybody will look at you like you were something to exploit. But it is also true that there will be some wishing to use your abilities for their own agendas. Link the Golden Wolf answered, sighing. You don't have to look too far away there. Zant and his master did all this to Hyrule because they wanted power and to rule over everything. People like them exist. Ilya added as she sat next to Naruto and holding his hands in hers. The fact they still believe I am hunting you down might play at our advantage. It will make my retirement even less expected, thus stopping them from trying to stop me. And also, those brats of your friends are helping covering your coming here. It means it will take a real mean streak of bad luck for somebody to find where we are. Jiraiya said, sighing, secretly elated that Tsunade was seemingly coming around once finally taking her head out of her ass. Gaara's letter is pretty much the same. He wishes me luck and asks for forgiveness about him betraying me. He even asked if he, and only him, would be able to come for a short visit. Naruto answered with a small smile. I hope not. Hyrule can't become a retirement home for badass ninjas, You people risk making us others look bad. Russell answered in fake horror, finally making the blonde chuckle a little. The small, short, and suffused sound seemed to act like a spell in itself as the air in the room turned clearly less tense as more and more resistance members chuckled along with the blonde shinobi. You still have friends, and clearly the lot of them wish your happiness, even if it means you will never be able to go back. Ajitha, sitting at Naruto's other side, said happily as few of her luminescent bugs flew out of her dress to circle the young man's head to attract his attention. Okay. I'll stop moping around, I get it. Naruto answered in defeat as he could tell the bugs' buzzing had turned happier in tone. So you are staying in Hyrule? Midna asked hopeful. I will never leave this place, I am sorry, he answered smirking. Good choice. Telma answered laughing. You got the best girls and alcohol, I am staying all right. Naruto added, laughing himself, making the girls with him preen in pride. About the girls, I have to say that yes, you are right. Jiraiya added while blowing a kiss to Telma, making her wink at him in answer. I like this place, we may have struck the jackpot coming here, after all. Utsukushi admitted, sighing happily at feeling her beloved blonde recover a big deal of his normal sunny disposition. All those feelings of dread were driving her mad at her powerlessness about fixing them. I was talking with Russell before you arrived, honey, and we may have a favor to ask you, the barwoman said with an innocent smile that had the small group of heroes gulp. Here we go. Midna muttered, grimacing. Can it wait tomorrow morning, Telmaheim? Jiraiya asked pleadingly. Just let us rest a little, Miss Telma, please. Link added. Oh. Fine, she answered, huffing and pouting. What was it about, by the way? Naruto asked, curious. Well, if you're up in the air about where to go next, maybe you ought to go with Russell. We plan to go to the southern wood to check out the lay of the land. There should be a sacred grove in there. I want to see if we can find it. Russell confirmed, nodding. To the others' surprise, Jiraiya, Naruto, Midna, and Link's heads snapped upward to look at the sky with narrowed eyes. Up in heaven. Little more subtle still? Din asked with a sheepish smile. Just a tiny bit more. Faror answered, covering her blushing by clearing her throat. Back on Earth. Okay. Naruto said as the group returned to look at Russell. Done glaring at the ceiling? The man asked, amused. Not at the ceiling, but at 3 certain goddesses I am starting to think are poking their nose a bit too much into this mess. Utsukushi answered, making Jiraiya chuckle as he could still hear her thanks to Midna. You coming, Luku? The toad sage asked to the sleeping bird thing dozing off inside his coat. Zzz, K, zzz. So, tomorrow we will go together, okay? As the group moved to split up either to sleep or go through night missions, Ashe neared Naruto with a pleased expression that caused Midna, Utsukushi, and Ilya to subtly growl. Jiraiya instead was finding the whole thing very amusing, just like Link next to him. Naruto? Ashe asked. Who? I was told by the Zora that the beast of Snowpeak hasn't appeared in their domain since its last visit. In the end, the troubles in Hyrule and the events on Snowpeak were beyond even my imagination, she admitted, looking relieved. Nope, the blonde answered, chuckling, making her look at him in confusion. What? It was all because he needed some reekfish to make a soup to heal his wife. She was sick and needed some healthy food to recover, he explained, amused. That's it? Ashe asked, surprised. Yup. I even have some with me, wanna try? Even cold it's still pretty good, Naruto answered, unsealing a small bottle and presenting it to the girl. I may have took a sip already though, sorry, it's the last bottle I have, he then added with a sheepish smile. It's okay, I am a warrior. I was once forced to eat raw meat to survive, so I am not that picky, she answered with a small smile as she took the bottle to give it a whiff. Smells good, she said, impressed. Where the fuck is she drinking from? The girls around Naruto mentally bellowed as one as only they noticed Ashe making sure she could match the faint markings of his lips on the bottle with her own. Oh, indirect kiss, nice move. Jiraiya muttered while Naruto, God bless his still their innocence on certain matters, completely missed the thing. The girls though seem ready to kill her, Link commented back. It was very good, thank you. Ashe commented as she gave him back the bottle. You have some, he muttered, pointing at his nose. Better? She asked once sultrily licked her nose clean. Better, the blonde said, chuckling amused. Let's go rest, Naruto. You need it. You are working so hard to save Hyrule. Contrary to somebody else. Ilia growled, pulling him away by his arm towards the hidden rooms underground. I'll be watching you, Midna hissed with narrowed eyes before joining the others downstairs. Ho. Oh. I missed some good love comedy-esque development, Jiraiya said, chuckling before the surprisingly strong grip of Ashe on his arm stopped him. You know Naruto very well, right? Ashe asked with narrowed eyes. I am his godfather, even if only now I am acting like one, yes, he answered, unsure. I see, she muttered, nodding. Strategy meeting? Link offered. You joining? She asked. The bloodline of the heroes must continue, and I am a bit nosy deep down, the wolf answered, smirking. Good. Follow me, the girl said, guiding both Spy Master and Hero Shade outside. Grandma? Ajitha, looking pretty red on her face in rage, muttered, making Ma the Toad Elder jump out of the room's shadows to reach her. So Jiraiya boy is helping the enemy? I didn't see it coming, the small toad said from her place on the girl's shoulder. What should we do? The bug princess asked, whining. Bzzz. The dragonfly is right, this calls for countermeasures, Ma answered with crossed arms. Okay, Grandma, Ajitha answered in newfound determination as she too hurried outside. TCH. Matters of heart are my specialty, not theirs. My little pupil Ilia will win, true love always triumphs, Telma answered, smirking smugly as she returned to clean her counter while thinking about some love strategies herself to help Ilia. Oh dear, this is some fine pickle our friend is finding himself in, Shed muttered while adjusting his glasses. A pickle? With those four growling at each other? More like a damn big fucking mess, another member of the resistance answered, laughing uproariously. Well, yes. Didn't I say the same thing? The studious man asked, confused. Shad, that man answered, shaking his head in defeat. The next day, North Faron Woods. In a flash of black particles, Naruto, Jiraiya, Midna, Link and Ruzzle appeared in a small clearing near the entrance to the northernmost area of Faron Woods. I came to love this way of travel, Naruto, once turned from fox to human, admitted with a groan of pleasure as he cracked his back. That's because I make all the lifting, tee-hee-hee, Midna answered, amused as she sat back on his shoulder. Sorry to put this burden on you, Midna-chan, he answered sheepishly. Have no fear, you'll pay me back all at once as soon as we have dealt with Zant and his master, Midna answered, smirking. Bitch. Fox whore. Girls, Naruto said, exasperated. What about our passengers, you okay down there? The Twilight imp girl asked, turning around to address the others. Bwaarg. Bwaargh. A trio of agony-filled puking sounds came in answer as the three had dived for the bushes as soon as they arrived. Oh God! It's even worse than the first time, Jiraiya said with shaken voice as he, Link and Ruzzle finally recovered control over themselves. Pansies, Utsukushi answered disdainfully. You'll have the right to judge when you two will feel like your organs are trying to rush out of your mouth all at once, Miss Utsukushi, Link answered, shaking his head to further recover. Is it always like this? Ruzzle asked, worried. Since this is the second time this happens, yes, I fear this will be the norm, Jiraiya answered in dread. Then I prefer walking. Me too. If you gentlemen have quite done, we have a sacred grove to visit, Midna said, waving their whining away as the shinobi she was riding walked forward. Are you sure the sacred grove is this way? Ruzzle asked as the group slowly walked through the woods, faintly illuminated by the harsh morning light thanks to the thick cover of the leaves cutting off most of the light. We have been there once already to retrieve the Master Sword and Fai-chan. I still remember the path, Naruto answered, smiling as he pointed at the sword hanging from his back. Fi? Ruzzle asked, confused. That would be me, the sword's spirit answered, popping out to stand in front of him. What in the name of the goddesses is that? Russell yelled as he jumped back. I get my appearances surprise you? The spirit asked, reclining her head to the side. A bit. The swordsman answered faintly before looking at Naruto. Yes? He asked. Is anything ever normal with you? The man asked with wide eyes. Nope. Jiraiya, Naruto and Utsukushi answered immediately, and with a wide smile, Midna instead simply sighed and shrugged helpless. Master is a chosen hero. His path will be through adversities no other can face, only he can. Fi answered with her usual monotone, even if a faint trace of annoyance still seeped through before she hastily returned inside the Master Sword. So she basically told me to go fuck myself? Russell asked, confused. It may be a way to translate it, yes. Link answered. Well, small talks aside, here we are, Naruto said, opening his arms wide to present the giant tree standing in front of them to the group. It has been a while since we took a walk in the forest, Russell asked with a small smile as they watched the small hidden path through a deep gorge passing close to the tree's roots. Seems like it was yesterday. Life was easier, that's for sure, the blonde answered, sighing. I came here in Media's residential, so I cannot vouch for that, but I'll trust you on this. Jiraiya added. It used to be so peaceful. Oh, how our world has changed. Say, looking at this gorge, can it really be that an ancient temple deep in the woods is hidden in there like people say? They say that there is hidden a secret power in there. Russell asked, unsure. Is there? We found the Master Sword in that place, Naruto answered. The sword was not the only thing sealed there, Master. Now that you have proved your worth, the path to the temple will be open for you, with my help. Fi answered with only her voice echoing out of the sword. Why, I am surprised. With how much magic defenses they like to use, hiding a whole temple was simple in comparison. Utsukushi muttered, annoyed. So there are not only ruins in there? Naruto asked. No, Master. The legends are true then. The ancestors of the Hylians created the temple. Signs of their civilization, ancient but very sophisticated, are everywhere. If someone could obtain the power of those ancient people, well, I am sure it would go a long way towards saving Hyrule. Russell muttered in wonder. Or further endanger it if the wrong people get their hands on that treasure, Jiraiya said with narrowed eyes. That is why we have to be the ones finding that power before the forces of evil beat us to it. Naruto? Yes? Would you guys take on this task? Would you cross the gorge and find the ancient power sleeping in the temple? He asked. What about you? You are not joining? The blonde asked back, curious. Ha! I would never be able, Naruto, listening to your tales about Snowpeak, the various temples you visited, and the fights against hordes of monsters to help the Zora and the Goron that Ilya and the others were more than happy to confirm. I understood that this particular task is out of my reach. You instead, and in smaller part Mr. Jiraiya, have faced greater horrors than what I can even imagine even before coming to Hyrule. And maybe that is why the goddesses brought you two to us. We needed two extraordinary men to help us in these dark days. Russell answered, making the two shinobi grow sheepish. So I ask again, will you two do this? He asked. Of course we will, Naruto answered, excited, while Jiraiya simply nodded. Wonderful! I knew you two would, the swordsman said, elated. A thing though, had we not been here, how would have you passed that gorge? Link asked, curious. Oh. Simple. I would have used my partner, Russell answered. Partner? Midna asked, confused. KWCOO. At that a golden, it was actually shining like pure gold, chicken rushed to Russell's side to stand proudly next to him. Nice, isn't it? Russell said proudly. That's a chicken, Midna said. Yes. A golden chicken, Naruto added. Precisely. You know what? I don't want to know, Jiraiya answered, raising his hands to walk on the walls of the gorge, and reached the opening he saw hidden in a small alcove on the outer side. My partner flies like a dream. Believe me, Russell tried insisting. I bet he can. Sir Russell, they glide, if we want to call it like that, but flying? No, that is the wrong animal, Link said as he wall-jumped by himself to reach the hidden tunnel. He would have brought me across the gorge, he tried saying as he watched Naruto and Midna leave to join the others. You disbelieving heathens! Russell bellowed with an offended scream. Fine. Do it your way. Just restore the peace. Reclaim the power of this ancient civilization that has slept in the temple for ages beyond count, he then screamed. They went too far to hear me, maybe I should learn to make my goodbyes shorter. He muttered unsure as he got no answer. Meanwhile, with Naruto and the others. Why there are logs swinging back and forth as if to act as obstacles. And who's pushing those? There is not enough wind for it. Jiraiya asked confused. Just drop it, Erosenin. Even I admitted defeat and accepted the strange things that happen here every time I get into a dungeon. Naruto answered sighing as a swing of gale boomerang turned the moving bridge in front of them to the right angle so that they could cross. Still, I would prefer things making a tiny bit more sense, the Toad Sage said shrugging as they sidestepped the logs to enter the woods ahead. Just a little, not much, he added at seeing the blond young man and the others look at him with a raised eyebrow. Whatever. Midna huffed annoyed. Is it night already? The former spy master asked curious. Nope. It's just that the forest here is so thick that light doesn't pass through, Utsukushi answered. Oh. Actually, something else is casting the illusion of darkness upon us. Fi's disembodied voice corrected her as a well-known kid dressed in leaves and sporting an ever-present abnormally large smile jumped down a near tree to stop the group. Hi, the kid said with an excited tone. What the fuck? Jiraiya screamed at the sudden appearance of the Skull Kid. Sorry, young lad. But today we have no time for your games and, where is the path? Link said before noticing how the tunnel through the trees that would normally lead to the old resting place of the Master Sword had disappeared behind the solid-looking trunk of one of the majestic trees filling the abandoned grove. I closed it. Play with me and I will open it again, the kid answered crossing his arms and making the lantern he was holding shine eerily on his face. Really, can't we skip this part? Please? Naruto asked groaning. No. I want somebody to play with me. I even got better at playing my flute, the strange boy answered blowing in the multi-headed flute making leaves fly out of the front and puppets appear near him with their threads simply hanging from thin air. That is a summoning focus. Not a musical instrument. Link growled as the marionettes shambled towards the group. Hi. Catch me. The kid yelled laughing merrily as he ran away through the wood of a tree making a big chunk of the whole plant fade away showing a long tunnel moving through the whole trunk. Who's that brat? Jiraiya asked while taking a fighting stance as the puppets circled them with the same unnatural smile of the kid. There's a 65% chance that we are dealing with the chosen guardian of the Sacred Grove's entrance, but he also seems too young to properly fulfill his duty. Fi answered. So? Naruto asked confused. Probably the old guardian died too soon and this one had to shoulder the duty when he was still too young. Midna tried explaining. This way, the disembodied voice of the kid said from the tunnel. He wants us to play, may as well entertain him. Jiraiya answered shrugging. Okay. Naruto said sighing as he jumped above the group of puppets to chase the kid. Wait for me, brat! The spy master yelled annoyed as he used a puppet's head as a springboard to jump on a near tree and chase his former student. Coming. Link sighed as he had but a marionette aside to join the shinobi in their hunt. This time the kid had seemingly opted for a simple chase instead of the hide-and-seek game of the first time Naruto had met him, and had also apparently learned to be quick on his feet as he used the puppets not to attack but as a short distraction to abruptly change direction and dive for a new series of tunnels through trees and mangrove bushes that Midna herself was sure they had not met the first time. He is getting smarter, Naruto muttered smirking. He remains annoying all the same though. Midna answered as she had been forced to be carried in the blonde's arms to not be left behind in his fast dash. Not that she minded being held so close to his chest, by the way. Faster! Woo! Aku in the meantime said, excited as its head peeked out from the front of Jiraiya's clothes. It's unfair. The Toad Sage once again whined about the difference in companion he and Naruto had, since Midna was using the excuse of her being held that close to suckle and leave a tiny cute hickey on the blonde's neck, making him blush a little. This way! This way! The kid said as they reached a wide open area with what looked like being the ruins of an old fountain as the remnants of the pool, and a tall decorated pillar-like structure in the center that dominated the middle of the area. Where are you? Midna asked aloud. Over here! The boy answered, chuckling as he appeared in the air to float down until he stood on the central pillar of the destroyed fountain. We played along and chased you through every nook and cranny of this forest. We accepted your request and fought through the waves of puppets you kept summoning as you tried to make music with that thing. Now open the path to the Master Sword pedestal and stay put like a good boy. Midna hissed with narrowed eyes. You mean that my music is bad? The kid hissed with narrowed eyes. Midna. Naruto muttered in alarm. No. I thought dash. Your music sucks. Plain and simple. The Twilight imp girl finished saying, smirking. Ayuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuu Sigh. I don't want to deal with a mini-boss, the blonde said, groaning as dozens of puppets went summoned. Then fight me. Win and I will show you my favorite secret place, the kid said angrily. You know what? Fuck this. Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Massive shadow clone technique. Naruto yelled as in a thick sea of smoke the whole area disappeared under the cover of the cloning technique. Oh. The horrified kid muttered dejected as he could see clones wherever he could lay eyes, on trees, on the floor, on the walls and all around him, making even his fixed smile falter a little. Orange, orange everywhere! The real Naruto said, moving an arm around the kid's shoulders, making him gulp, while with the other the blonde gave a slow sweep to the ocean of orange surrounding them in clear pride. I thought he made a lot when he faced that fat bubbling king, but you were not joking when you said he could make a lot more. Midna admitted with wide eyes at the absurd number of clones. Too much orange, too much orange. Link whimpered with his ears flattening on his lupin head. It never ceases to amaze me how many you can do, Jiraiya said, laughing merrily at his pupil's propensity to overachieve when properly motivated. So? This secret place? Naruto asked with a way too sweet smile. That way, the Skull Kid squeaked as he pointed to a corner of the clearing, making a near tree fade away to show the passage hidden behind. In a chorus of puffing noises the clones disappeared, leaving only the real blonde, now back standing with the others, and the still overwhelmed kid looking a little troubled about what to do next. This is not what it was supposed to happen. I had a script to follow, the kid said, uneasy. I am not the canon hero, I do things my way, Naruto answered with a proud smirk. You don't say. Both Skull Kid and Hero Shade muttered with a tired sigh. Okay, so Phase 1 fight, petulant growl, chase, Phase 2 fight, chase, Phase 3 fight, ha. Parting words. Surprising deeply the ragtag group of heroes, the kid donned a pair of reading glasses and pulled out of his hat a thick folder to rapidly read the pages until he found what he was looking for. Lozi, Twilight Princess, was written on the front page. He has a script? Naruto asked, curious. Apparently. Midna answered, unsure. The kid cleared his throat to let out a very convincing amused laugh. He. That was fun. I'll tell you what, I'll let you into a secret place. The kid started reading aloud, playing his part with the talent of a multi-award-winning actor before fading away, making the fake night around the group disperse, as well to leave place to the light of day to shine through the trees. I told you, you can't break the dungeons, it's bad manners, Link said, sighing as the forest immediately lost its gloomy atmosphere to show a more welcoming feeling as the ruins of the ancient temple appeared at the other side of the tunnel in front of them. Whatever? Come on. I bet nobody in charge will mind, Naruto answered, smirking as he walked forward towards where he remembered was the pedestal holding the Master Sword. I really hope so, the Golden Wolf answered, gloomy. High in the heavens palace of the three goddesses. Do you plan to continue for long? Nara asked with a tired groan. Sniffle. Sniffle. So he is taking your challenges head-on in his own way, and he is still passing them with flying colors. I can't honestly see where is the problem. The goddess of wisdom added, pinching the bridge of her nose at the constant whining and crying coming out from her sister's mouth. Wah! Yes, maybe he is jumping over few mini-bosses or cheating/breaking the system because of his training, but you also have to admit that we normally have to do with farmhands, trained drivers, children, fairy boys and so on. This one is a fully trained warrior with one hell of a pedigree. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise if he already has a faint clue about what to do and doesn't actually need those small challenges to help him grow. Just put him in comparison with our first Link, the one living in the Sky Islands. Both are certified warriors, so they do not need much handling. Nehru continued saying, kneeling down to meet the eyes of her brooding sister Faror. He is making a joke of my trials. I wrote the script for the Skull Kid, and he blundered everything with his own powers. Faror answered, whining. He is not exactly your champion, so it is not like you have the usual freedom with him like with the other chosen ones. You are already overstepping since Miss Midna has your mark, not him. Nehru countered. Yes, he is Din's champion and not mine, but she is not testing him. And somebody has to, it's tradition. The goddess of courage answered with a petulant huff. Well, our sister is. The goddess of wisdom tried, saying, unsure, as both turned to look at the third goddess. Go Naruto, go! Go Naruto, go! Woohoo! The cheerleader-dressed goddess of power cheered loudly with a happy smile as she waved around the fluffy orange pom-poms in her hands. She had even used some makeup to give her cheeks the same whiskers marks he had. She has her own way to deal with our chosen hero's quest. Nehru drawled out, unsure. At least she stopped adding her hero of power to the other timelines, so try and outshine me. Faror admitted with a weak smile. Good, look at the bright sides. Nehru answered with a proud expression. Why, she is no longer cheering? Faror asked, worried. Calamity Ganon? I think little amnesiac Link there may need an extra hand after 100 years' sleep. Luckily I know just the right eye candy for the job. Din chirped with a fanged smirk while tinkering with the water of their screening pool. She is manipulating another timeline to add her boy toy. Stop her! Faror yelled, furious as she tackled Din to start a new divine catfight. Sigh. Breath in, breath out. You are the goddess of wisdom, not of violence. Breath in, breath out. Nehru muttered to herself to calm her nerves as she joined the fight to separate her two sisters. Meanwhile, back with Naruto and the others. I wanted to ask. Yes, Sero-senin? Why you keep wearing that hawk mask and the hood? Because it looks cool. Hey, I don't remember this part of the ruins. Naruto said, unsure, as soon as they finally walked out of the dense forest to find the ruins. That kid must have opened a different path. The sacred ancient forest, so this was what they were talking about. Midna tried answering. This statue, this temple. Link said with a faraway look in his eyes as he looked deep inside the eyes of a lone statue guarding a closed door, standing alone without a room or walls around it. You know this place? Jiraiya asked. This used to be the Temple of Time, and now is gone. The wolf explained with a tone of pure sadness. You want to talk about it? Naruto offered while sitting on the ground in front of the hero's shade. It is not just a matter of talking about something, it's the whole feeling of it. This place, the ruins it contains, it's all another remainder of how long it has been since I was alive. And in part, a remainder of my mistakes. Link answered, shaking his head and sighing. Nobody blames you, past hero. The will of the goddesses to let you join us was not to punish you, but to give you the chance of finally forgiving yourself. Only you are currently holding the blame of past errors over yourself, you yourself and nobody else. Fi answered from the Master Sword as she appeared outside of it. Then I hope this new quest will finally give me peace. The hero's shade answered. You'll have to move forward eventually, dwelling in the past hurts. Naruto answered as he saw the pedestal they were looking for at the opposite side of the wide clearing they were in. Personal experience? Midna asked sadly. Yes, even too much. Jiraiya answered, sighing. So? How's this supposed to work? The blonde shinobi asked. You will need to briefly return the Master Sword to its pedestal, Master. I will do the rest and unlock the path. Fi answered promptly. But then I can take you back, right? I don't have to leave you there, right? Naruto asked, worried. I am not going anywhere, Master. I am staying by your side. Fi answered with a tone that made it clear that, had she been physically capable of doing it, she would have given him a reassuring smile. Good, he answered elated as the spirit returned inside the sword. I take that once reached this sacred place the first time you have then passed a form of test before reaching the sword? Link asked as the group jumped down the higher floor they were in to walk towards the pedestal on ground level. Yes, why you ask? Naruto asked back, confused. Oh, nothing, just curious. Link answered, chuckling at the fact that the two statues standing at both sides of the door leading to the resting place of the Master Sword were clearly giving the middle finger to whoever would pass through the door. Yep. You definitely passed by here, Naruto. Jiraiya added, chuckling. Ignore those rocks, they are just sore losers. Midna answered, laughing. Phew. You? A duo of faint voices whispered with a very low volume as the sound came and went away, carried by the wind. So, ignoring the mysterious whispering voices coming from the void, this is where I have to put the blade on, okay? Naruto said, unsheathing the Master Sword and moving it tip down over the pedestal. You will pick the sword back, right, Master? Fi asked, sounding worried. I am never letting you go, Fi-chan, he answered, smirking. Master! Grr/grr. Both Midna and Utsukushi growled in anger at the excessively squeal-like sound in the background of Fi's answer. Even a sword is not safe from those two. Jiraiya muttered, chuckling as he watched the blonde shove the sword's tip into the pedestal. Whum! A faint sound of moving rocks reached them from the place they knew was the solitary door back where they entered the area. It is done, the door to the temple can now be opened. Fi explained as Naruto took back the sword to his back. The door? But it's only a door to nowhere. Trust me, Master. Okay, Fi-chan. As soon as the group exited the small area, several contorted pillars fell from the sky surrounding the group in a faint red barrier blocking their escape. What the? Jiraiya said as 5 shadow beasts fell from the sky, screeching in anger. They are shadow beasts, Sannin. The attack dogs of Zant. Utsukushi explained. Ugly bastards, ah! The old man said in honest surprise while barely dodging a pounce from one of them and answering with a knee hit that launched the beast back against the barrier. Very ugly, we need to kill them fast. If even one of them remains alive for too long, it can revive the others. The 10-tailed vixen explained while Naruto was occupied with using a Rasengan to turn the stone disc-like face of one of the beasts in front of him to dust. Easy enough. Any suggestion? The Sannin replied, plunging a kunai deep in a beast's throat to push it away from him. Hit hard and hit fast. Link answered as he jumped on a beast to force it on its back and bit its throat open. Heads up! Midna warned as her zone enlarged their shadows so to cover the attacking beasts to paralyze them. Doton, Yomi Numa! Swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya added, turning the terrain under the shadow beasts into a thick sludge of mud, making the monsters sink like on quicksands, further trapping them. You'll have to teach me that technique, Arosenin. Naruto said with a happy, terrifying smile. It's an earth release. Hem. Utsukushi interrupted him, while clearing her throat and turning back into a biju, as Midna helped the others get the projection of her tan tails swishing around. Right, my mistake. Once finished saving Hyrule, we'll go through it. The toad Sannin admitted sheepishly. Thank you, old man. Also, your biju makes for one hot girl. Nice catch, he added. Thank you for noticing it, and yet somebody still thinks she has a chance to woo my man. Bitch. Midna answered automatically. Whore. Sigh. Let's just kill them and move on, please. Link begged, shaking his head. Okay. Both girls answered, annoyed at the same time. Barely 2 minutes later, the group was once again standing before the lonely door leading to nowhere, all of them curious about the meaning of the whole thing since there was no longer room for the door to open towards, all of them except for Midna that was instead deep in thought. "You okay?" Naruto asked. "Those beasts felt different, I cannot explain it, but there was something strange behind their existence," the Twilight imp girl answered unsure. "Strange?" the blonde said confused. "Strange," the other echoed shrugging. "Maybe Zand is trying something new to stop you, well us. But what now? We can open the door, but what for?" Jiraiya said while looking at the door with crossed arms. "There must be some hidden meaning. The Temple of Time housed the most powerful and ancient magic. Even now it must be holding some sort of key for our victory," Link tried saying. "I recognize this feeling," Uka muttered as its head peeked out from Jiraiya's coat. "What feelin' whoi?" Naruto tried asking before the heavy-looking door opened by itself to show a blurry image of a palace in pristine conditions and of a long ramp of stairs moving down to a wide area surrounded by tall pillars and the same two statues looking just as if they had been freshly cut out of stone instead of covered in moss. "What the fuck is going on here?" Jiraiya said shocked as he moved around the door, seeing that from the opposite side he could still see Naruto and the others, but once returned to stand with them. The temple was still there in clear view through the door. "This is the temple. Maybe its magic still lives. We can enter the temple in the past, when all was still standing," Link said with wide eyes. "That is some powerful magic bullshit there," Utsukushi admitted impressed. "Well, we saw Kagaya pull alternate dimensions out of her pretty ass. Time travel is not so alien, all things considered. Yes, even if magic powerful enough to affect time is nothing to sneeze at. Wait, who's now with the pretty ass?" Midna added before glaring at Naruto. "Nobody. Just an honest opinion," he answered smiling sheepishly. "Let's just go on, we are wasting time," Link said as he rapidly walked forward through the door. "Cool," Naruto said as he felt like briefly walking through water as he entered the temple, or its past version. It was all very confusing. Every day something new, and here I thought that retirement meant doing nothing all day long. Jiraiya commented as the door closed behind them once everybody had traversed the threshold. Past the two statues, the group returned to the resting area of the Master Sword, now a wide room surrounded by towering windows of highly decorated glass panels. What now?" Naruto asked unsure. "Try the magic sword thing again," Utsukushi tried suggesting. "Fai-chan? Fai. Try the magic sword thing." The answer came a little unsure. "She is an ancient sword, maybe she was asleep and doesn't remember," Midna said shrugging. With a helpless shrug himself, Naruto moved to plunge the tip of the sword on its pedestal, making a long ramp of stairs appear before the group, made in a translucent glass-like substance, soon reaching one of the tall glass panels. "Now I remember! This way!" a very excited Uka said, jumping out of Jiraiya's coat to run forward, making the glass momentarily fade away to show a hidden passage. "Over here!" the bird-like thing said, jumping happily on the stop before running further forward. "Wait!" Jiraiya yelled, worried as he rapidly chased the small thing. "We too, Ero-sennin! Wait for us!" Naruto and Link also yelled as they followed the wayward creature. The next room was a fairly circular one with on the walls highly detailed carvings of humanoid figures wearing ample ceremonial robes, two ramp of stairs at both sides of the entrance leading to a higher area above. The door at the opposite side instead was tightly closed with a solitary humanoid statue holding a big warhammer standing at its left and an empty space where a similar statue clearly used to be. In the middle of the room stood a bell-like structure held in place by four thin stone rods. "Nice place," Jiraiya admitted with an appreciative whistle as he studied the detailed carvings of robed people decorating the walls. "We are in the past version of the temple when everything was new. Compared to the other dungeons, this one looks sparkling clean," Naruto confirmed as he circled the bell-like thing while randomly knocking on it. "But why there is nobody around? It still looks abandoned," Utsukushi asked. "Maybe we have been took in a moment in the past when the place is abandoned, but still not falling apart," Midna tried saying as she floated towards the locked door and the hole next to it lacking a statue. Hey, Naruto? Yes, Midna? Don't you think there is something wrong about that statue? She asked, pointing with her thumb at the solitary golem. Like the fact that there is only one, while the identical alcove at the opposite side is empty? He replied as he understood where she was going. In the grove and in the temple entry, there were always matching ones on each side, but there is only one here. And it's needed to open the door, I bet. But to go through all the trouble of removing and hiding a statue to be sure nobody could enter, what were they hiding? And why not simply destroy it? Jiraiya asked with narrowed eyes. Zant! Link hissed, growling. He must have forced his way here. He has used his powers to fuse a mirror shard to some monster, and then. The fool wanted the mirror gone. For him, hiding a piece would not be the right way to dispose of it. Midna said, interrupting the hero's shade. More likely, the backlash of the mirror breaking shoot the shards at the four corners of Hyrule, one of which even through the time bubble preserving this temple just in case the hero chosen by the goddesses needed whatever power was held here. Then as always somebody or something touched the corrupted thing. If at the end somebody else sealed the resulting monster away or if the victim themselves did all, the job is up to debate. Both Temple of Time and Twilight mirror work on ancient magic, a branch of it so old that by now it's a miracle in itself if we even barely know how they work, or that they even exist at all. Probably just like there can be only one Master Sword, reason why the altar was empty when we arrived in the past with Naruto already holding the sword, there can be only one Twilight mirror. So the piece exists at the same time in the past and in the present timeline. So in the present we already had the shard and had to travel to the past to actually collect it. The Twilight Imp Girl explained. It's kinda confusing. Naruto admitted, unsure. Time travel always is. The gist of it is, we technically couldn't find the mirror shard in our time because we had already traveled to the past and collected it like we are doing now. Had we found it without coming here, we would have created a time paradox. Jiraiya said. And that is bad? The blonde asked. Think about the whole universe unraveling itself and time as a whole collapsing chaotically in the span of an instant. Link answered. Really bad then. Okay. Naruto said, nodding. Next order of business then is finding a missing statue to open that door, and I fear we'll need to find the real one since that looks like a pressure mechanism on the floor under it, so a substitute won't work. Midna said as she returned to sit on Naruto's shoulder with a frustrated sigh. Fetch quests, always fetch quests. Utsukushi moaned tiredly. Click. Thunk. What the? Sorry, my fault. There was another pressure plate, and I wanted to see what it was for. Jiraiya admitted, sheepish as a small platform rose from the floor near the entrance. That's it? Just a step? Naruto asked, confused. Probably to help people climb to reach the ramp of stairs. Link answered with a small voice. Then why not just make the stairs reach ground level instead of making a completely useless mechanism to have a single step raised to help people climb a wall everybody not completely unable to even jump could just climb by themselves? The blonde asked, confused. Link-san? Jiraiya asked at seeing the hero's shade blush crimson. Let's just go find that statue. The wolf replied with a shy tone as the group reached the stairs to get to the only open door outside the one they have entered from. Imagine their surprise when they found said door bolted down by heavy chains held in place by a thick locket, and Uka standing in front of it poking it at random with a wing. Uka! Jiraiya said angrily, making the bird-like thing jump in surprise. Ek! It's you others! Sorry if I ran ahead, I got carried away by my excitement. The thing admitted, sheepish as it climbed the Toad Sage's legs to reach into his clothes, leaving only his head pop out from the front. Can we at least know why you did it? Midna asked, bored. This is where I've been trying to get to. The ancient technology of our people sleeps in this place. Uka answered. Your people? Naruto asked, confused. Have you seen the other temples? All the traps, the mechanisms and the like, most of it was built directly by us or, in case of the Gorin mines, by copying our designs. The small creature replied. So you are an Uka? I finally met one of your people. But I imagined you would have been taller, or at least a bit more humanoid though. Link admitted. We used to be more like you others then, we We started using magic for everything, then we got lazy and then even later started experimenting with arts deemed forbid and I am not supposed to say more. Uka started saying before clamping her mouth shut. You went through every temple looking for a particular piece of technology? Naruto asked. Yes. And now we are so close I can smell it. Uka answered excited. We? Me and my son, Uka Jr. I left him with the Zora, once recovered the treasure here. I will collect him and we'll return home, she answered. I guess you want us to help you? Midna asked, sighing. Oh gracious, yes. Please help me find what I am looking for, Uka pleaded. We are looking for something ourselves, so it won't be a problem. Naruto answered, smiling wide and giving her a thumbs up. Wonderful! There should be a key somewhere to unlock those chains and dash. Rasengan! Cried a crash clang. Opened! The blond young man said happily as his jutsu destroyed the wall, the door and the chains in a single swoop. I am starting to think that the ruins in the present time are your fault actually, Jiraiya admitted as the group advanced to the next room. Naruto? Link asked as he gave a gentle tug to his pants with his mouth. Yes? Can we go through this temple? Properly. Please? Puzzles, keys and all. The hero's shade begged with his ears held low. You mean vanilla? Canon? Naruto asked with a scrunched face. Please? But it's boring, the blonde said whining. NNN. 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 In answer the gold wolf nodded and let go of a long canine whine worthy of a puppy. I hear dogs. Where are they? I hate dogs. In answer Utsukushi basic instinct says a fox acted up making her growl and bare her teeth as she subconsciously returned into being a giant fox to add claws to the picture. Okay. Okay. We'll do it your way. Now stop before Utsu-chan starts barking. Naruto answered snarling annoyed. Thank you. Link answered with a very happy tone as he wagged his tail. The dogs are gone? Utsukushi asked looking around. Yes, Utsu-chan. The dogs are gone, the blonde said sighing. Okay, that's better. This is my den and my mate, no dogs allowed. The 10-tailed vixen replied in satisfaction as she used again the Twilight shard to turn human. She will get better soon, a couple minutes at worst. She is still a fox at heart even if a biju, so she overreacts a little when she sees or hears dogs. The young man explained, making the other go ooh, and nod in understanding. Kikikiki. Spider! Uku screamed in disgust as a pony-sized spider jumped them as soon as they entered the room. So what is the deal with this temple? Naruto asked curious as he bent down to let the jumping spider fly over him for Jiraiya to intercept and kill with a short blast of fire jutsu. The deal? Uka asked confused. The water temple had cogs working by opening and closing water valves, the arbiter's ground needed the spinner for the more complex stuff, the forest temple needed the gale boomerang to navigate through. What about here? He clarified. Oh. Pressure plates then, the theme we can say is pressure plates. You'll have to find the correct vase or statue to activate them though. My ancestors were experimenting with those when they have built this temple, so the doors and lifts have been calibrated to activate only on the usage of very specific weights. Uka answered. But there are dozens of vases in the first room only and more than a gate. It means this dungeon will all be a game of guess the correct weight. Jiraiya asked with a horrified expression. Yup. Can I just smash every gate down with a Rasengan? Naruto asked with watering eyes. Please spare us the hassle. Midna added with a similar distraught expression. NNN. NNN. NNNN. Dogs. Okay. Okay. You win. Let's find that vase. Both Naruto and Jiraiya immediately said in chorus. And so, after 15 minutes of trial and error, the twin gates towards the next room went opened and closed to let the group pass through, letting them meet the first living beings outside their group inhabiting the temple. Lizard soldiers here as well. How do you think they survive in here, Ero-sennin? Naruto asked curious. Smash. 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 Bah. Maybe they eat spiders, the place is full of them and they are pretty big. The Sannin answered, shrugging uncaring while stopping savagely punching the lizardman's head he was holding under his arm in a crushing hold. Crack. Probably. The blonde replied as he finally stopped pulling on both arms of the lizard man he was holding face down on the floor with his feet as soon as the monster's shoulders admitted defeat and popped dislocated. Now scram! Midna roared, making the wounded creatures run away, or limp away in case of the ones with broken legs, to escape the group of heroes. Bacchus, hey! Isn't that another of those bells? There was one in the main room and another in the one before this too. Jiraiya asked at seeing the third bell-like gizmo hanging from the opposite wall. Those are not bells, those are the device that will bring the missing statue where it belongs. Oku answered. Ooh. Found the temple map. Naruto in the meantime said happily as he showed a brand new piece of parchment to the others. I like the fact that everything here is pristine clean and not falling apart, even the map looks fresh out of printing. Utsukushi commented happily. We used to make things well so to last long, maps too, Byoka answered proudly. It shows, so where are we going? Naruto asked, showing the map to the small creature. Let's see, probably here, it seems like the ideal place to keep the Dominion rods safe. The what now rod? Utsukushi asked, confused. The Dominion rod. It's an amazing rod that can infuse ancient statues with life. Oku answered proudly. So it can animate every statue? Cool, the blonde man said with starry eyes of childish wonder. Wait, not every statue, just the compatible ones that can react to the rod's magic. So it's useless, Naruto said, letting his shoulders lump down a little. It's not useless, Oku screeched. Yeah, it's only context sensible, meaning that you can only use it when the script forces you to, Midna answered, huffing. So useless? Utsukushi asked. The step before useless, to be precise. Oh, you mean meanies? Byoka huffed, annoyed. So we'll use it for this dungeon's boss only? Jiraiya asked. And to let Oku and her son return home, Naruto added. Stop saying that, we do not do things like that in Hyrule. The other 6 times it happened it was only a coincidence. Midna muttered, pouting as the group advanced in their search for the Dominion rod. All things considered, it was not that bad as a dungeon per se, it was pretty straightforward actually. Enter the room, find the pressure plates, or the colored crystal in a couple cases, find the correct statue or vase to activate the pressure plate, and then break the thing to deactivate the mechanism if the walls/gates connected to the plate were to and opened or closed whenever the switch was pressed. Jiraiya especially loved the whole treasure hunting aspect of the whole dungeon and playing around with the living statues, trying to smash them with their hammers, and the giant weight scale filling a whole room had been his favorite part, with the weight game it required to pass through. Naruto instead was evidently bored since he preferred a more hectic approach to the whole thing. Luckily for the others, he had plenty lizardmen to use to entertain himself with. The fact that baby spiders were absolutely everywhere was also making them start to wonder if their mom, that they suspected would be enormous considering the baby sizes, will be the one that got corrupted by the third mirror shard. How do you make those traps go forward and back non-stop on a flat surface? Naruto asked as he and Jiraiya helped the others wall walking to ignore the long poles covered in deadly spikes that were rolling non-stop on the floor back and forth. Magnets and pressure plates on both ends, switching the magnets on and off when the pole is next to them, Oku answered proudly. And the egg-shaped spheres with saws in the middle? Jiraiya asked. They move on a rails system attached to a never-ending screw. Then why not turning the traps off if you know about how they work? Midna asked as yet another lock got opened by its key. The switches have all been destroyed, like the ramp of stairs we met while coming here, Oku answered. And I guess our new friend here is the culprit of those damages and was also the one chaining down every door, Jiraiya said with narrowed eyes as they could see the statue they were looking for waiting for them on a raised platform and a big treasure chest under it locked behind the same heavy gate that had blocked their way out of the giant room as soon as the whole group entered. All of it guarded by a very tall knight in black heavy armor waiting for them in the middle of the arena-like room and brandishing a big claymore sword clearly weighing in itself more than an adult man. A dark nut, so it was him to lock every entrance, Link said, snarling angrily. A dark nut? Naruto asked. Cursed knights that got corrupted to the point of insanity by dark powers. That is why their name of Dark Knight has been slightly mispronounced. They are literally nuts, so to speak. What you see is an empty shell. Other than their talent in fighting and demonic bloodthirst, you won't find much of a personality in the Dark Nuts. It's a miracle in itself if they can follow orders at all. For the rest, they exist to fight and destroy everything they see, nothing else. Midna explained with narrowed eyes as the knight growled and prepared his weapon. Another present of Zant? Jiraiya asked. No, the Dark Nuts existed well before the arrival of Zant himself, as I too have fought a few of them myself back when I was young. If he is here, it means that is probably Zant's master, the one that sent him, even through the time bubble of ancient magic protecting the temple. Link answered. Then we'll need to kick his ass to get the Dominion Rod, eh? I can do that, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. Naruto. Yes? If I can be so bold, beat him at his own game, swordsmanship. The hero shade said, making the faint glowing eyes inside the Dark Nut's helmet shine brighter, as if offended by the proposal. Naruto doesn't know how to dash. Okay. But with Samahata first. Why, master? Fi asked. A humiliation thing, bigger sword, you see? He answered. Sizes mean nothing. Since when do you know how to fight with a sword? Jiraiya asked, confused. During our vacation on the Turtle Island, the ANBU of each village had offered some training to keep him occupied and not acting rebellious. They also used it as an excuse to try and talk him into joining a different village after ditching Konoha. One of them, an ANBU from Mist, actually gave him lessons in swordsmanship while hinting about how cool it would be to become part of the next 7 swordsmen of the Mist formation. Utsukushi explained. Say what? The Toad Sannin growled in scandal. Yep. And after that, once coming here, Ruzzle helped Naruto polish what he was taught even more with some Hylian sword style. He is still learning, but what he lacks in finesse he covers with sheer strength and his usual ingenuity. I also helped with few tricks I know, and I intend to continue teaching him once saved Hyrule, as I have still lots of things I wish to pass on when it comes to the hero heritage. Link added. I'll hold you on that. Come on, big guy. Let's see who has the best sword, Naruto said as he unfurled Samahata's bandages halfway through, making it stretch its scales in anticipation. TCH. Unrefined blade. Growl. With a roar definitely not akin to somebody sane of mind, the Dark Nut raised its shield and charged forward for a charging bash, growling menacingly as the blonde dodged to the side and above the horizontal slash the knight tried to follow with to catch him. Jiraiya could understand the current level Naruto was in that moment. A shinobi could not live as long as he did without getting some insight on a lot of different things, especially if his teenage years and his adulthood later happened through shinobi wars and periods close to those events. For a beginner, he is fighting very well, he admitted while looking pleasantly surprised. He remembered all too well his fight against Hanzo the Salamander, and years later against Mifune. And that close-up with death didn't leave him just with the pretty title of Sannin that he shared with Tsunade and Orochimaru, but with a phobia-like feeling for samurai and swordsmen in general he took years to secretly overcome. And from that dislike many of his own defensive technique were born. Keep them at distance, block them, and if close, leave a toad eat them whole. But he could also teach how to fight with a sword if he ever needed to or felt inclined to. Something that he felt will never happen unless in a life-or-death situation. Samurai and ninja were like water and oil for a reason. The two things do not match if you ask Jiraiya. So it was with a deep sense of satisfaction that Jiraiya watched his latest pupil jump over the Dark Nut once the latter got its sword stuck on the floor. The monster had just slashed down too hard to cleave the shinobi in half and had received an answer from the now airborne Naruto, the full weight of Samahata slamming on its cheek at full speed, destroying its overly decorated helmet into tiny shards of metal, sending the knight flying against the wall as a result. Whum! The impact of the fully armored knight against the wall made the whole room tremble and few of the pillars crumble as the staggered monster whined in agony while stumbling to its feet, once finally dislodged itself from the deep imprint the impact left it in. His overall technique still has a lot of way to go, but tossing him around like that is still very acceptable," the Toad Sannin said, smirking as the furious Darknut charged once again. "I can close an eye on that, yes, even if his hits get parried. The absurd strength the hits themselves have behind make even defense a bad idea," Link answered, pleased as once again Samahata impacted with inhuman strength on the flat side of the knight's claymore, and adding a new dent in the very abused weapon. "Who cares if it's unpolished? What's important is that he is winning. Fine-tuning will come later," Midna said, annoyed as a piece of the Darknut shoulder guard went shot towards them and literally through the wall behind them along other pieces of armor as soon as Naruto got a lucky shot that caught the knight on its right side, a full-body shot where the liver would normally be, and that would have torn a normal being in half in any other fight. "That armor is falling to pieces quickly. Was it always that brittle?" Link asked, curious, as they watched the whole right side of the Darknut knight crumble to pieces, leaving out the chain mail under it, and witnessing the mighty shield the monster once possessed being bent in half by the sharkskin sword and then torn to shreds by a well-placed Rasengan soon after. "Nah! It's because Samahata was made to tear off flesh from the bones, and turn said bones to dust upon hit at the same time, instead of cutting. It was intended for brutality more than finesse," Jiraiya explained as more and more pieces of black armor kept raining around the room at each hit of the blonde. Clang! Wham! Crash! "Ooh, I see," the hero shade said, wincing in sympathy as the claymore as well finally gave in, breaking in half and letting the full weight of Samahata paired with the overly enthusiast slash of Naruto catch the Darknut fully and shot away the monster a second time, this time against the gate protecting the treasure chest, demolishing both gate and chest in a rain of broken bricks, bent bars of steel, and the few remaining pieces of the knight's armor finally accepting defeat and falling on the floor broken. "That's the Dominion Rod," Uka said, excited as she could see the rod between the debris of the destroyed treasure chest. "So? Do you admit defeat?" Naruto asked, smirking. Growling, "Raya!" Roaring in madness, the Darknut threw the ruined half of his broken sword, now looking nothing more than something that had been chewed to oblivion by a big animal, with enough strength to embedding it on the opposite wall once the surprised blonde dodged the improvised projectile. "Be careful! Now that he is no longer weighted down by his armor and weapons, he will move faster," Link said as the Darknut unsheathed a second weapon, a thin rapier-like sword, and using the latter's scabbard as a distraction by throwing it at Naruto. "Gah!" the former shinobi hissed in surprise as he rolled to the side to dodge the lethal thrust while sealing away Samahata and unsheathing the master sword immediately after. "My turn, master?" Fi asked. "Yep. Let's show him who got the best sword, Fi-chan," he answered. "As you command." "Ho. Why are you laughing, Mr. Jiraiya?" Link asked, curious. "Just remembering the last time Naruto looked so excited," the Toad Sannin replied, chuckling again. "And Sarutobi-sensei once warned me that Naruto had always been pretty strong even as a kid, that the only reason he had trouble in the small fights he had at the academy was because he lacked proper technique and tended to telegraph his attacks," Jiraiya explained as the Darknut was now showing clear distress, since without the further weight and protection of its armor the monster was being subjected to the full blunt of Naruto's strength, and it was being manhandled like a ragdoll through into a storm by the force behind each hit. "When we started training, I taught him a proper fighting style tailored for the sage training he would rather take, and we used to spar daily. I shit you not, I learned to not block his attacks but instead dodge them after the second sparring session. I almost broke an arm to block a punch of his when he was just a snot-nosed brat, so with the excuse of teaching him how to catch swift opponents I never again used blocks. Like the idiot down there is instead insisting on using. When you face somebody with such freakish strength, you do not block, you dodge for dear life," the Sannin explained, amused. "So he is a gifted warrior?" Midna asked while looking at the blonde with a proud smile as he grabbed the Darknut's sword with a hand to throw the shrieking monster at the opposite side of the room. "The gods have a great sense of humor. They gave to somebody that is hyperactive by nature a ridiculous amount of muscular strength and stamina even for shinobi standards. The greatest challenge for me had not been making him stronger, but teach him how to control it, along making sure he could actually hit his targets." That and to not hold back when the enemy deserves his full power, Jiraiya said. So with that Sasuke guy, Midna said in realization. Naruto wanted to bring him back to Konoha alive, so breaking the guy's spine by mistake was a big no-no. I bet many of his past enemies would be shocked to know that while they had to use chakra to make themselves stronger and block his attacks, he was instead using only his natural one. Then I taught him how to strengthen himself like that as well. It was only fair for him to know how to do it. The Toad Sannin answered proudly as the Dark Knight's second sword too broke in half, letting Naruto grab the knight's head with both hands to deliver a bone-cracking headbutt to the monster. I guess Din's blessing was a given then. I am surprised he was not born under it even before coming to Hyrule, Link said with a deadpan as the second headbutt of Naruto forced the Dark Knight's face to cave in, showing that the creature's skull had definitely cracked on itself, leaving a crater covering its whole face. In the heavens. I know! How did I miss him for so long? Din said, whining childishly. We'll fire that in turn, sister. Have no fear, Neru answered, trying to cheer up her sister. Back with the group of heroes. So? You done? Naruto asked eagerly. Come on. Hello? I think he is dead, Naruto, Midna tried saying as the Dark Knight slowly, shakily tried to raise a hand only for it to fall limp at its side. Ugh! Pomf! As soon as that happened, the Dark Knight disappeared in a small cloud of dark smoke, rapidly dispersing until nothing remained. Yep! He is dead, Midna added, sighing as the broken pieces of armor, and weapons too, started rusting until they broke down to dust. Oh, I didn't mean to, Naruto said, uneasy. Do not feel sad, Naruto. As you saw, it was the dark magic that corrupted him to keep him alive. As soon as he could no longer fight, that power left him and whole centuries caught up to him in an instant. If ever, you finally freed him from his accursed existence to give him the freedom he had been deprived of. Now he will finally rest in peace, Link explained, shaking his head in sadness. You sure? The blonde asked, sighing. Dark magic like that is not nice. It had stripped him of everything that made him a man and turned him into a puppet of ancient flesh kept alive just to obey its master. You didn't kill him. He was already dead the moment whoever cursed him enslaved him to their will, Midna said, returning to sit on his shoulder to hug him tightly and press his face on her chest. Okay, the young man answered, nodding with a small smile. The others soon returned. This world as well is not nice, just like the shinobi world, Naruto. There are people out there that do not care who gets hurt as long as they get what they want, Jiraiya explained with a sad tone of voice as he examined the highly decorated staff the Dark Knight was defending. So that is the Dominion Rod? Link asked as they watched the Toad Sannin recover the ancient-looking stone rod and clean away the dust from the three wing-like decorations on top of it. Exactly! One of our most prized artifacts, Uku answered proudly. How does it work? I am not a wizard, Jiraiya asked while giving few experimental swishes with the rod. At the base, near your hand, there should be the Uku rune for control. Press down on it with your thumb and then flick the ball of magic that pops out at the armor. The rod was made with an internal charge so that anybody can use it, even without magic knowledge. The rune, you mean this B button? The Toad Sage asked, unsure. That is not a B. That is a Uku rune, Uku answered, puffing her chest, offended. It looks like a B, Naruto said once he too checked it. It's a rune, if you say so. Come on, old man. Press the B button and wake up that statue, Midna said, smirking, making the small Uku fume in anger. It's a rune, the small bird-like being muttered bitterly. Okay. You sure it will work? Jiraiya said as he flicked the pale green sphere of energy swirling between the rod's wings towards the statue hanging above them. With a sound similar to fire, a pale green flame started burning in the hole situated in statue's abdomen, making green markings appear on the whole body, the head pop out in place, and the arms stretch a little to raise the giant hammer it was holding as a salute to Jiraiya. It infused the statue with life magic. It should now move like its master, right? Link said. Yes, Uku grumbled in answer. So, I try to walk now? Yep, Ero Sennin. Let's see if it follows you. Naruto answered, clearly amused by the living statue. Okay. Come on, big guy. Your twin needs your help to open the door, Jiraiya said, smirking as he marched towards the door while giving to the rod a fast twirling worthy of a cheerleader. Sure, it moves slowly, Midna said, groaning. And you shouldn't actually get too far away from the statue or the spell will drop, Oku explained. At least that bell will move it from here to all the way to the door, right? It was a chance we met all those similar bells while we came here. You can actually choose from what bell the statues comes out, right? Jiraiya asked in dread. Yeah. Uka, Utsukushi said, growling. The bells work only for a room to the next one. We'll have to redo the whole walk backwards with the statue following us, pressure plates and gates puzzles comprised. Uka answered with a forced smile. Fuck no, we are not! Naruto bellowed, annoyed. But... No! We did the first run your way. Now we'll close this dungeon crawling with some damn common sense, the blonde roared. CAI. The hero shade whimpered in surprise at the outburst. Sorry, but I am with him. Too much of a bother, Jiraiya said, sighing as he unfurled a long blank scroll on the floor to rapidly write on it. Always travel prepared for everything, the Toad Sage said as he made the statue walk to the middle of the ceiling array. What are you, Dash? Puff. Uka started asking just in time to see the statue disappear in a burst of smoke. They sealed it in that scroll for faster transport, and to be honest, I find their sealing arts to be quite useful, Midna answered as Jiraiya pocketed the small thing with no troubles. I plan to teach Naruto some few ninjutsu once done with Sant. May as well add you to the lessons too, Midna-san, the old spy answered, shrugging. Why not? Tee-hee-hee. I bet I would look good dressed like a schoolgirl, the Twilight imp whispered in Naruto's ear, making his face flush crimson. You are not an imp, you a nymph, he muttered in answer. Shut up, honey. I know you like it, she countered. Guilty, he admitted shyly. Growling, Utsukushi replied, growling. Never be said. Naruto could not be a bit childish when he wanted to be, but to be honest, deep inside Link 2 had dreaded the return trip to the door while also escorting the slow-moving statue back where it was, especially if, had they gone the canon way, they would have had to really respect the plates activating the steps and the various gates opening sequences. Not that in that case he would have held it against Naruto had the blonde smashed open the gates in that situation. By sealing the statue like that instead, the return trip lasted barely 5 minutes as they blissfully ignored every puzzle by walking above it on the wall and jumping above the gates, so the hero shade was begrudgingly forced to compare the fast, non-problematic and more time-efficient way the two shinobi provided with his old-school way. And even if like that a bit of the challenge behind the dungeons was lost, having things done in a third of the time was an acceptable result. Few minutes later, main room of the temple. And, off you go, Jiraiya said as he made the statue move for the last remaining 2 feet to have it fit in its alcove, making the hidden mechanism under it turn the now still statue to look at them and sink a little in the floor with an audible click. Sound corresponding with the unlocking of the gate, holding the main door closed. Here we go! Last stretch before the boss, Naruto said, sighing elated as a long corridor filled to the brim in traps unfolded before their eyes. There was the full course, moving statues with bright red gems for eyes ready to shoot a laser-like ray of light to everything entering their range, saw-covered eggs moving back and forth on the floor, guillotine blades swinging from the ceiling, giant rolls of spikes rolling on the floor, and more than half the room's bottom was missing so that whoever was foolish enough to not be careful would have fallen in what seemed to be a true bottomless pit right under the traps. The group as a whole looked at Uku with a raised eyebrow. What? Down there is the main room, the heart of the temple. We wanted to make sure that had we needed to protect something nobody would have been able to reach it, Uka answered with a nervous smile. That's being paranoid, not just making sure, Naruto commented, sighing. Whatever. Do you still have the key to the boss room? Midna asked, shaking her head in annoyance. Yep. Here it is, Midna-chan, the blonde replied, showing the giant key. Then let's move, the Twilight imp said, climbing down his shoulder to enter his shadow. Ninja sprint then? Ninja sprint. Jiraiya answered, nodding. Ninja wati eek. Link could barely ask before the Toad Sanning hosted him under his shoulder so that both shinobi could sprint forward at ludicrous speed. Jumping above the spikes, shoulder tackling a guillotine so that it would break free from its hinges and slam against the others, demolishing them, and using a saw-covered egg like an improvised soccer ball to shoot it with the power of a cannonball against the two gates separating them from the boss room door, and the path to the new Twilight mirror shard was finally opened, leaving a half-demolished room behind as collateral damage. The temple. Uka commented, sniffling at the sheer destruction left behind. Hey! The place was already in ruins in the present time. It's not like we did anything that time itself won't do. Naruto answered, shrugging as the giant lock holding the door closed came undone once opened. That was a sparkling new lock. They were waiting for us. The corruption was not accidental this time. Zant and his master must have chosen the victim this time, Link said with narrowed eyes. So it seems. Get ready, guys. Midna warned as she moved out of Naruto's shadow to float next to the blonde. The room was enormous, completely empty, and with only 4 giant statues adorning the 4 corners. Each statue was holding a titanic fist high, while the only light source were few giant circular openings on the ceiling bringing in the light from outside. And the light cones were being obscured by something big at random intervals. What the fuck is that thing? Jiraiya asked as a spider big as a small house was hanging lazily from the ceiling as it aimlessly walked around. Its body was mostly covered by an armor of rock, leaving only the hairy back uncovered. And as soon as the Toad Sannin talked, a giant blood-red and gold eye opened on its back to glare at the heroes. A Goma! Link growled. A giant one at that! Midna added as the beast roared at them like an enraged demon. I detect a high concentration of twilight and dark magic in that creature, Master. It is what the ancients used to call an Armagoma. The corruption of the dark magic and of the corrupted twilight magic forced it to revert to this ancient form. Fi supplied from the Master's sword. Nice to know this small piece of history. Any idea how to fight it instead? Naruto asked as now the Twilight Arachnid started slowly circling the floor looking for the right angle to attack them. Armagomas have a soft belly where their armors do not reach, Master. I suggest to force this monster to topple over so to attack its belly. Fi answered promptly. Thank you, Fi-chan. Naruto answered, nodding. Any strategy? Link asked as the group broke apart to dodge a thick string of webbing from the monster. That giant eye looks like a nice start, Naruto said as he crossed his fingers to enact his favorite jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Sha down clone technique. As soon as the smoke appeared, the original blonde and his 3 copies ran up a different wall each and on the ceiling to grab a leg of the giant Armagoma. Ready when you are, Jiraiya said as he already started twirling the ball and chain at top speed. Just drop that thing here, Link added with the Twilight sword already in his mouth. Hiya! With a single scream, the 4 Narutos pulled on the leg they were holding on and detached the spider from the ceiling, making it fall towards the awaiting Sannin and Hero's shade. Now! Moving fast, Link ran right under the falling spider while holding the sword pointed upward. KH! At the same time, Jiraiya used all the strength he could muster to slam the heavy iron ball downwards, catching the falling Goma's belly. The plan was simple and efficient. The sheer weight of Armagoma plus the iron ball's weight, and the strength it had been thrown with, crushed the corrupted spider on the blade's tip, making it pierce the eye almost all the way through and making the Goma let out an ear-piercing screech of agony. Dead already? Naruto asked as he dispelled his clones and hurried away from the monster. Cryayaki! Not yet, Midna answered as the wounded spider roared in fury and hurried to climb once again on the ceiling while dragging on its back the sword still stuck in its eye. What is it doing now? Link asked as the Armagoma turned around to point its back at them. Is it going to use the web's Aga dash? Grus! Midna and Uka yelled in disgust as the heavily throbbing backside of the spider started shooting out dozens upon dozens of beach ball-sized eggs that broke on impact on the floor, freeing a horde of baby spiders. Yuck! Disgusting! Naruto commented with a green face as now the tiny, but still big enough to reach an adult man's knees, spiders started attacking them while the mother spider attacked from the ceiling. Me and Link will deal with the babies, you take care of that thing, Naruto. Okay, Arrow Senin. Naruto, I have a plan, Midna said as she followed the blonde to stand upside down on the ceiling. What is it? He asked. You'll see, you just drop the disgusting thing belly up next to me, I'll do the rest, she answered before flying down, leaving him alone to face the spider. Okay. And what about you? Can you actually fight for yourself, or you only know how to stay up here and let your small minions fight? Naruto taunted, making the Armagoma narrow the eyes it had on its normal head. Kiki kiki. The beast faintly clacked its pincers in silent fury as it loomed forward with slow steps. You really want to play quick draw with a ninja? That is not very smart, the blonde said, smirking as he leaned forward ready to sprint. Naruto! Now! Midna yelled, making the Goma's head snap towards her. Exactly, never get distracted. Rasengan! The blonde commented, chuckling from under the spider's belly as he thrust upward his hand holding a spiraling sphere of raw chakra as big as a watermelon, hitting the creature's already bruised body and shooting it down on the floor hard, making the sword still plunged in its body go just a bit deeper. The creature, though, had no time to dwell too much on what happened as the giant statue the thing was lying in front of took life for an instant to slam down its massive fist on the Armagoma's belly with enough force to have Link's sword finally pierce through the whole body, making the tip of the blade come out from the monster's underside. Cry-ah-ah-ah! With a last deafening scream, the spider's legs stopped kicking around wildly to just drop down immobile. Finally dead, now we can get the mirror shar, Link started saying as with a faint poof, the Armagoma's body broke into black smoke, leaving behind only the red eye, now looking completely healed somehow. Eh? Naruto asked as the eye moved by itself. That is its real appearances, master. It is a species called Igoma, for its back resembling a monster eye. Fi explained as the big spider started running around the room, scared as it tried to escape the group of heroes. That's it? Jiraiya asked as the spider, while still human sizes big, was looking way less threatening than its previous giant form. Yes, Fi answered drily. That's sad, pathetic even, Naruto answered as the scared thing kept trying to find the exit. Kiki splat. As it desperately clicked its pincers in fear, the giant fist of one of the statues once again fell down, turning the thing into an unrecognizable pool of goo, soon evaporating to leave behind the shard of the Twilight mirror now purified from its corruption. I hate spiders, Midna hissed with narrowed eyes as she brandished the Dominion rod in her hands. So, Midna-chan, Naruto said with a wide smirk. Yes? She asked back while putting the third shard with the other. You used the Dominion rod to defeat the boss. The same gadget we have found in this exact same temple, the blonde said, making Jiraiya behind him broke into wild guffaws of laughter. Okay. Fine. Every time we enter a dungeon we find the perfect weapon to defeat the boss. Are you happy now? Midna finally admitted, blushing wildly. Yes, because I love messing with you. Ha ha, the blonde man answered, laughing and hugging her tightly. Idiot. Midna answered with a muffled voice as her face went buried deeply in his chest to hide her shame. You're idiot? Yeah, and nobody else's, she admitted. Hem. Utsukushi jumped in loudly, clearing her throat. And nobody else's, Midna repeated, nonplussed. Bitch. The fact remains that 3 of the mirror shards are now ours, Link said with a happy wagging of his tail as he had in the meantime recovered his sword. Yes, there is just one left, Midna confirmed as she returned to sit on Naruto's shoulder. We are doing great, Naruto yelled with a wide smile and getting a thumbs up from the chuckling Jiraiya. You saw how nasty that monster was? Midna asked, sighing. Nasty, gross to look at, that is a giant yes from me, but we fought worse things than that ever since we started this whole mission to save the world, Midna-chan, Naruto answered, shrugging. Ho. Maybe you are right. But the fact remains that the evil within the shards is more powerful than what you can imagine. And that evil power combined with the Twilight magic gave horrifying results. We may be assembling something terrible here. she admitted, flashing a timid smile and a chuckle before returning to look deep in thought. Okay. Maybe we have faced just a spark of the power of whoever is Xanth's master, yes. But if you give in to doubt, you will already concede them half a victory without even trying. Jiraiya answered, shaking his head. And you two instead have no doubts about this? She asked. Midna-chan, I admit that I always jump headfirst into troubles without much thinking about my well-being, but what I am doing here in Hyrule doesn't feel different from what I did back in the elemental countries. Naruto added with a gentle smile. Which is the right thing to do, he answered, smirking. The right thing, tee-hee-hee, pff ha 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 ha. The Twilight imp could only try to smother her laughter for barely a second before letting out a thunderous laugh light as a feather and musical like a bell to the blonde's ears. Naruto? Yes? You are one of a kind, you know? A blessing of the goddesses, she said, kissing his cheek, making his face turn bright red. I mean, I think, thank you. No. Thank you, she answered with a small smile. So we go on? Jiraiya asked, crossing his arms and smirking. Of course. It is the right thing to do after all, Midna answered, ruffling Naruto's hair. Hey, he replied, offended and trying to fix the mess she made. Then let's go, we still have to find the last shard, Link answered as the group moved back towards the entrance of the temple. I can open a portal easy enough, Midna said simply. And oh, thank you, both Toad Sannin and Hero Shade yelled at the same time with a very pale face. Bwahahaha! Naruto simply laughed at their scared expression as they slowly returned to the present time. The mirror. It could be something that we'll ultimately have to destroy. But even if that will be the only solution, there is something I will take with me to the Twilight Realm, or that I will leave the realm behind for. Midna thought as she looked intently at the blonde she was riding on. You okay, Midna-chan? Naruto asked, curious. Oh? Nothing too important, just a minor thing. Now let's just go, we have to reach the sky. That's where the last shard is supposed to be, she answered, immediately switching to a more cheerful attitude. A pity though that as soon as they left the temple the Dominion Rod gave a faint vibration before simply dying on them. Eh? Jiraiya said, unsure, as even pressing the rune no ball of magic came out. Maybe the batteries are empty, Naruto tried saying. No batteries. That thing has been around quite some time, maybe its already weakening inner magic has been exhausted by our using it inside the temple, Uka said faintly as the last spark of power left the rod's tip, like weak sparks soon trickling to a complete stop as the artifact ran dry. Shit! As one the group of heroes plus Uka guessed bellowed to the sky in both annoyance and disbelief. Meanwhile, Twilight Realm, Throne Room. Ganondorf was pacing restless inside the wide room in absolute loneliness. Around him the depleted corpses of hundreds of shadow beasts he had deprived of power until only empty husks remained, and still, he could not feel the same amount of power he used to possess until few days before. Still brooding, my dear? A female voice echoed in the room, making his restless walking and planning stop abruptly. Who dares? Show yourself! He ordered with a bestial roar. Here, little thing. Here. Din answered as her giant, featureless face made of translucent red energy appeared, covering the whole room's ceiling. Who are you? Ganondorf hissed in contempt. You really are a pighead, the goddess tooted, shaking her head in mock sadness. You used to hold my mark not long ago, and you thank me like this for my gift? Your mark? So it was you to take away my power! A so-called goddess that thinks she can stick her nose in matters not her own. The male Gerudo growled menacingly as he tried, and failed, to turn into his beloved giant boar form. Just look at you, vermin. You got the Triforce of power and immediately believe yourself to be even above the gods. It was high time somebody taught you your place. Din answered with narrowed eyes. I am above you all. As soon as I will recover my Triforce and the one of both Zelda and the Holder of Courage, I will dry every light spirit and come to you, and you three will bow to me as I reshape this world to my image. Ganondorf answered with a cruel smile. There was no madness behind it. He really knew he could do that if he so wished. Ho ho ho! Aren't you a cute delusional kid? I left arbitrary requirements for my champion to be chosen as holder of the Triforce of Power, and to my shame that is the reason you and the others have always been the ones gaining its blessing. But I finally fixed my mistake, and personally choose my champion, a young man I myself picked and that I know is more worthy of the Triforce of Power than you will ever be. Din answered proudly. Who's he? Ganondorf demanded. He is coming for you, Ganondorf. I purposely left a mere spark, less than nothing, of the Triforce of Power inside you so that he will rightfully claim it completely by killing you, no, by destroying you. You are not even a Gerudo anymore with all the dwelling in dark arts you have done. I left it there so that when you will finally perish, your defeat will truly be total and absolute. Farewell, Ganondorf. This will finally be the last time I will be forced to see you, Din said before fading away, leaving the Gerudo male alone once again. My power? Stolen by some incompetent mortal? Me? Dying? Ganondorf's furious scream echoed in the whole Twilight realm, making it shake down to its core, as he demolished everything around him in blind fury. He will show those goddesses, he will devour the so-called champion's heart in front of them, turn Hyrule to ashes, and then let them see as the heavens too are burned around them by his own hands. Right before those same hands will kill them as well. Chapter 14, E is for. End the fetch quest, I beg you. Konoha, Shinobi Bar. A kunai to the knee. The group of young chunin representing Naruto's year group were calmly sitting by the tables outside to taste the calm of one of their rare moments of quiet between missions to drink cold drinks and share stories. You think he is relaxing like us? Kiba asked aloud while looking at the cloudless sky above the group. Who? Sakura asked back. Blondie. Ho. Him? Relaxing? Nah. If he stays still too much he risks exploding, the pink-haired girl answered laughing. True that. The Inuzuka heir answered laughing as well. Sure as hell he's not fighting for the sake of the world, Chuji added. We already went through that once. The chances of him having to have another shot at saving the world in a battle for the fate of everything are too slim, especially for somebody with his luck. Sasuke said nonplussed. New round for everybody, I'll pay. Shino was heard saying to the waitress as he joined the others. Here is our missing member, where were you? Tenten asked curious. And what are we partying for? Shikamaru asked as well. Father summoned every Aburame available to inform us that a queen has ascended, Shino explained. And this is a good thing? Ino asked. It means that the bugs we use will enter an era of new prosperity, and for the Aburame clan it means that we will recover most of our ancient techniques up until now unusable because our bugs were too weak, so to speak, the young man replied. And where is this queen? Hinata asked. Nobody knows. The Aburame elders could only translate our bug's message saying that somewhere in the world their elders have all been reunited in the queen's hive, thus helping her ascend to the position because of it. We are not supposed to know more, Shino answered with a helpless shrug. I bet you would die to see this queen, Kiba said smirking. I am not worthy, but yes, my dream is to see the queen. It must be a very elegant specimen, Shino admitted with a wishful sigh. At the same time, Hyrule, Ajitha's castle. I'm still going to say that it can't possibly fit in my mouth, Ajitha said unsure while looking at the cucumber in her hands. Bzzz, the golden mayfly on her shoulder answered with an encouraging tone. That Midna is a sorceress. I am sure she uses some dark magic to not dislodge her jaw while deep-throating. The Queen of Bugs, having officially took the mantle as soon as Naruto brought her the last bug missing for her ball, answered huffing. Bzzz, the golden ladybug replied. Then Ilia is just a naturally born scarlet woman if she can do it without using magic, the girl countered annoyed. We already saw that you dance better than them, that you sing better, cook better, paint/draw better, are more feminine and have more talent in playing musical instruments. If you are really sure you also want to learn how to fight, being good at night activities too is not a problem. Naruto boy is not so shallow, Shima the toad summoning elder said simply as she sat on the same table of the girl. I am not striving to be the best at that too, but I at least want to have a clue about what I am supposed to do. I am saving my first time for my king, but I have to fight against shameless women without a shred of morals. I have to be cautious. Ajitha answered, sighing. Crickle, crickle, crickle. Sigh. Maybe Mr. Cricket is right. I am seeing this from the wrong perspective. I need to spend time with him. All this is mere extras. If we'll fall in love, it will be because we are compatible, not because I have no gag reflex. Bzzz. Or that I can't do that. You really had to remember me of that little talent of Utsukushi, don't you? The girl said, glaring the golden wasp cloud next to her into silence. You are right. Let's go fetch your king and see how things evolve. Shima admitted, nodding and jumping on the girl's shoulder to be brought out. But I can clearly suck him dry better than those hussies as well. I just do not need to do that to keep him interested in me. Ajitha added haughtily. Of course, dear. The toad summon answered, chuckling amused. Some time later, Telma's bar, Hyrule Castle Town. The ragtag group of mismatched heroes, Jiraiya the Sannin, Link the spectral gold wolf, Naruto the hero of power, and Midna the heroine of courage, were sitting at the same table in the back of Telma's bar with said woman and Ilya while they watched one of the resistance members, Shad, trafficking with the Dominion rod they had recovered in the Temple of Time in between bouts of fervent reading from the ludicrous mountain of books surrounding him on his own table and his own personal notes. This is simply marvelous, a perfectly preserved relic of the Uka tribe. These control runes are incredible. The young Hylian muttered in wonder as he studied the rod. Considering that we took it by literally traveling through time, it being perfectly preserved is no surprise. Midna answered, shrugging as she happily accepted the pint of beer Naruto passed her before moving to hover next to his head in a sitting position. It only lacks power. Without it, it's just a fancy paperweight. Jiraiya added, sighing tiredly. Don't be like that, Ero-sennin. It is not the end of the world. Naruto said, smirking. If only I could remember the spell needed to recharge it. Uka muttered, sighing in dismay. Have no fear, I am sure Shad will find a solution. Telma answered with a gentle smile. Not with what I have here. Shad answered, humming. What do you mean? I have most of the pieces, but in order for me to complete this puzzle I'll need to pay a visit to Rinnedu in Kakariko village. The bespectacled Hylian answered while still studying the rod with a magnifying glass. Why Rinnedu? Naruto asked. There is a totem in his basement. I happened to study it not too long ago in my quest of recovering the ancient lore of the Uka tribe. I seem to remember few details inscribed there that could help me, or at the very least give me an initial clue about where to look for a solution. Without that, I am pretty much shooting arrows in the dark hoping to score a bullseye without seeing the target. The scholar explained, sighing. It's worth a try, we'll accompany you. Jiraiya offered. Oh dear! I cannot possibly accept. You will instead. You are helping us. It's about fair we at least play protection detail. Naruto countered, smirking. Very well then, considering the impossibility for me to have you do otherwise, I will accept your company in this short trip. Shad conceded with a defeated sigh. In the meantime then I will go recover my son. I will meet you in Kakariko village. Uka said, moving towards the door. See to not get stuck in a vase. Midna said, smirking. Humph! It happened only once, you meanie. The bird-like thing said, huffing annoyed as she walked out. Better move now, it's getting late. Shad offered, making the group nod and get up from their seats. I will come too, Ajitha said, slamming the pub's door open, launching the Goron bouncer behind it to the ground thanks to the backlash. This is no kid's play, girl. We are not playing babysitter. Midna growled in answer. I have you know that the girl can defend herself, little imp. Shima answered, making the twily girl float back just a little to not be at striking distance of the tiny toad. M.A. Both Naruto and Jiraiya yelled with wide eyes. Oh, hush! I am vouching for her. He is still learning, but I already managed to correct few of the mistake those morons of her teachers did. The Toad Elder answered, waving both off with a haughty gesture of a hand. Teachers? Naruto asked. I am a princess. It goes without saying that I have to protect myself should my knights, or my king, being in no position to help me. Damsels in distress are so out of style nowadays. Agatha answered, huffing childishly. I can help her if there is the need, Link offered. What are you trying to do, you mangy flea bag? Utsukushi asked with narrowed eyes. Just my duty in helping the hero chosen by the goddesses, Link answered, sticking his nose up in the air. Agatha, Naruto tried saying. I'll be careful, and my bug friends will help me. But I want to help you, the girl said, making the others growl in anger by caressing his cheek. Hoi! Ilia roared, marching between the two to gently separate them. What do you want, peasant? Agatha asked with narrowed eyes. I am already dealing with 2 hussies, I do not need a third one. Especially if the third is a spoiled bimbo with delusions, she answered. Delusions? I'll show you how deluded is my right hook, the bug princess answered, indignant. Bring it. I will just, where are they? Ilia was about to say when the last wisps of smoke of a pair of shunshin finally dispersed. They went ahead without me. Damn it! Agatha yelled with wide eyes. Aha! Ilia laughed in victory. Wait, where is Ashe? Telma asked, curious, as the soldier girl too was nowhere to be seen. That bitch! Both Ilia and Agatha yelled at the same time. Barely few seconds later, entrance of Kakariko village. Having landed in a giant meteor of black particles, Naruto calmly transformed from being a horse-sized 9-tailed fox back into a human to wait for the other passengers of Midna's spell to recollect their wits, and in case of Jiraiya and Link, to finish emptying their stomach. I am starting to think it has that effect only on people with weak stomachs. Midna wondered aloud as she hovered next to Naruto. I too feel like puking, Miss Midna. But it was still a fascinating spell, that one, Shad answered with his legs still looking wobbly. It's very disorientating, that is for sure, Ashe added, lightly slapping herself. Sorry if Ero-sennin dragged you along, Naruto offered with an apologetic smile. No need, should we be attacked I will defend Shad while you focus on the enemy, at least you'll be free to focus only on who's assaulting us, the girl answered with a tiny smile. Then thank you for the help, Ashe-chan, Naruto answered with a wide smirk. TCH, while also ignoring Midna and his Biju's acidic scorn. Is it working? Link whispered as he and Jiraiya stood a little farther to the side to watch. Yep. So it seems, but are you sure about this? The harem route is a rare one, it never works, the former spy master asked, worried for his students' well-being. It all depends on who is the boy, and to each member of the harem, they need to be strong-willed enough to not back down from the challenge, but also open-minded enough to accept the thing so to not lose, Link answered. You do know he will kill us if we mess up? Then we will take the full blame for the failure while we valiantly escape for our life, the Golden Wolf answered, proud. What are you plotting down there? Midna asked with narrowed eyes. Midna-san. No plotting, just 2 friends chatting while we wait for the 2 lovebirds to stop preening each other, Jiraiya answered with an innocent smile. Ero-sennin. Not everything is flirting, damn it, Naruto grumbled, annoyed and face-palming. It's okay, I am not offended, don't worry, Ashe replied with an encouraging tone. Shall we go, then? Shad asked, amused, making the group move as one towards the empty village. Visitors incoming! Group soon greeted by Taylor's voice that was heard echo in the valley as the kids saw them arrive from an improvised watchtower. Naruto! Followed immediately after by Colin and Beth running towards them to greet the blonde. Oh! There is him as well, Beth also said in distaste once seeing Jiraiya. Hey! I am part of the group now. I thought Telmaheim alerted you, the Sannin answered, scandalized. We still don't trust you, both kids answered with crossed arms, making him face fault. But I am the valiant Jiraiya, hero of kids and women, he said with a shocked whine. Naruto is cooler, Beth answered, looking away. It's okay, my friend. You'll have your occasion to redeem your name, Link offered while patting the man's knee with a paw and showing him a gentle, reassuring smile. Jokes aside, we need to talk to Renadu, is he home? Naruto asked. Renadu? Yeah, he is at his place. He was talking with the Goron chief when we heard Talos saying you were arriving. Colin answered. Can we then ask Mr. Renadu for help? It will only take 5 minutes. Link asked. Don't worry, knowing Naruto it's probably something important, so I bet they won't mind taking a pause to help you. Thank you, Beth. So? Do you want to come with us? The blonde hero asked with a happy smile. Of course. A short walk later, Renado's home. Most of the tunnels are still unusable after the incident, but the upper layer is still in a good enough condition to be mined. If we get people to return, it shouldn't take long to return Kakariko village to normal, the Goron elder said, sighing. I still can't believe I did that, I made the same error of a kid. Darbus growled in shame. Cheer up, father. It could have gone worse. At least now you are back to normal. Gormane answered with a small smile. It will take time for people to return. The great majority has escaped as soon as the first monster appeared, so while tragic, the number of victims of that Twilight Veil were way less than what would have happened had this tragedy befell on us without previous signs. Renadu answered. Then we'll use that time to fix the less damaged tunnels, so mining can at least restart. The elder answered, nodding. Knock. Knock. Come in. Renadu called out in answer to the gentle knocking. Hello? Can I come in? Naruto asked, peeking inside the room. Naruto! Of course you can! Come in! The village shaman replied with a welcoming smile. Thank you, sorry if I am interrupting your meeting, the blonde man offered, sheepish. After what you did for both our people, you bothering us is an impossibility, brother Narugoran, the Goron elder answered, chuckling. And then Narugoran! Ptwahahahahaha! At the mere mentioning of her vessel's new title, Utsukushi simply melted into wild guffaws and snorts, making the poor ex-shinobi blush. It's your name as honorary Goron. I think it's cute, Mine said with a shy smile. Bwahaha bitch! The vixen replied, dropping the laugh instantaneously to glare at the tiny girl in pure hatred. How are you, Darbus? Naruto, by now having mastered the art of ignoring Midna and Utsu's blaring jealousy tantrums, asked, worried. My pride certainly hurts more than my body. No offense, but being helped by a squishy, tiny human is kind of a sore spot for me. Nothing personal, the giant Goron answered, huffing. We wanted to spare him this since we know he tends to overreact when it comes to his pride. For all his strength and wisdom, he is still the drama queen he was when he was just a brat. Dad! Darbus yelled with wide eyes. Oh, spare me the whining! I had to take back the mantle of chief because you had to poke the relic our tribe has been guarding for generations while ignoring the giant do not touch signs hanging all around it. At least be happy we were lucky enough for a monster to pass by and offer his help, the old Goron answered, glaring at Darbus. Hey! Naruto, Midna and Mine yelled as one in answer to that statement. He is not a monster, Grandpa, the small girl said, huffing. I mean it as with monstrous strength. Sure as there is lava in a volcano, he is not your typical human, the elder answered. And it is a blessing he is not. What do you need, my friend? Renadu finally asked. Nothing much. I have brought a friend that needs to study that totem you have in your basement, he answered. Oh, that's it. I can't see why then you feared to be a bother. Feel free to do as if this was your home, I don't mind. Renadu answered, chuckling friendly. Thank you. Come in, Shad. It's all okay, Naruto said aloud to the rest of the group waiting outside. Wonderful, thank you for giving me this opportunity, Shad said, grateful as he entered the house. Sorry the intrude whack. Jiraiya too was about to enter when Darbus' hand darted forward like a flash to grab the front of the Sanin's clothes and slam him against the wall. You! Hello? The spy master greeted with a forced smile. Don't use a substitution, they will see it as you trying something. Just keep taking deep breaths and explain. The man thought in alarm as he saw literal steam leave Darbus' nose as he exhaled angrily. It's okay, apparently Mr. Jiraiya decided to move to Hyrule himself. It seems like Telma convinced him to start a new life here. Renadu explained with a calm tone. Feeling way more free, isn't it? Midna whispered, smirking. You have no idea. There are things that should not be considered when intimate. I have limits. The shaman whispered back, shivering at the memories. I still don't trust you, human. But I will relent for now. But mark my words, I will keep my eyes on you. Darba said, grumbling as he left Jiraiya fall back to his feet. I find this lack of faith in me quite disturbing, yes? The toad sage answered, huffing annoyed before looking down at the scowling Nene in front of him. I am. In answer, the petite girl's leg shot upwards, nailing the spy master on his balls with enough strength to lift him from the floor of almost a foot, making every male in the room cross their legs in reflex, Link comprised. Too much in pain to properly express it, Jiraiya simply grabbed 2 handfuls of his long hair and opened his mouth in a silent scream as he fell to his knees. This is for your trying to kidnap him, and not that I like him or anything. Mine hissed before walking away to stand next to Naruto. Ouch! Darbus muttered, winching. Well, after such an enlightening display of gore and power, I will go see if by studying that statue I will discover something about how to restore the Dominion Rod's power. Shed said, adjusting his glasses and walking towards the basement accompanied by Renado's daughter. The Dominion Rod, you say? Renadu asked, curious. Yes? You know something about it? Midna asked back immediately. Not much, but I faintly remember tales of a magical artifact called the Staff of the Heavens. Can it be the same object? The shaman replied. I heard something about it too in my youth, just tidbits of stories and legends, mind you. The Goron elder said, humming thoughtful. We actually need to reach the city in the sky that once housed the Oka tribe, yes, so maybe that staff can be our ticket to reach it. The imp girl answered, nodding frantically. If the Dominion Rod and the Staff of the Heavens are not the same thing, Naruto added, unsure. If those are 2 names of the same object or not changes nothing, we still may need it to reach the last shard of the Mirror of Twilight. Midna countered. True that. The blonde boy admitted, shrugging. How can it be that whenever we meet you are looking for the fragments of something? Renadu asked with a small smile. Because my life lately has become a giant fetch quest. The hero of power answered, sighing in dismay. Gahahaha! Be a man, Narugoran! Real men do not fear those things, but face them with their heads held high. Darba said with a thundering laugh sounding too similar to a bunch of boulders getting smashed together. Aye. Any indication you can give us to find this staff then? Or to meet somebody that knows about it? Jiraiya asked once finally recomposed himself from his moment of agony. Well, most of the stories center around a small hidden village that housed a clan that had always protected the Hylian royal family, but now all that remains is just a forgotten place plagued by evil, and for the life of me I can't remember where it was. The Goron elder answered, scrunching his nose deep in thought before sighing ashamed at his lapse in memory. I remember those stories too, but it is almost certain they then dwindled down to almost disappear in the prolonged wars. We would be extremely lucky if even one descendant of that clan is still around, and then hope to meet them around Hyrule if they left their village. Renadu added, he too with his eyes shut tight while thinking hard. You can't remember where they lived? At all? Naruto asked, hopeful. Nothing whatsoever, it was so long ago. Pfey! Going senile already? Darbus asked, smirking. Shut up! The elder replied, kicking him on the shin, making the taller Goron howl in pain and jump around the room, making the whole structure tremble heavily under his heavy weight. Please try to not make all this noise, it makes hard to focus. Shad asked gently as he resurfaced from the basement, while clutching in his hands a small statuette with a big eye-like decoration adorned by 3 spikes over it on its top. Hey! Where did you take that? The elder asked with wide eyes once recognized the small object. I can answer that. Some time ago I happened to find a tunnel of your minds not too far away from here that had been closed by a cave-in. That small statuette was in the hands of a bokoblin that had been half crushed by the falling rocks. I thought the small creature simply stole that thing from somebody only to end up squished under those rocks while hiding in the tunnel, but nobody ever came reclaiming it. Renadu answered. That's it. I remember now. What? Jiraiya asked. I remembered where that village is. There is a path to the Lineria province on the far side of the Bridge of Elden. If you find that tunnel, you'll reach that village, the Goron elder answered. God bless Deus Ex Machina. I am almost glad it was probably divine help that helped him remember, Utsukushi said, sighing in relief. But there is the chance that it will be deserted by now. Last thing I heard was that nobody ever found that village, Renadu added, worried. We used to live in a hidden village. Chances are they are fine and just know how to stay hidden, Jiraiya answered with a reassuring tone. Just in case the place is indeed deserted, try to look for books or tablets and similar relics. I may still be able to obtain something from it. In the meantime, I will return to the statue in the basement. You take this small one, just in case you need a proof of being friendly, Shed said, giving the small statuette to Naruto before returning downstairs. Well, at least we have a starting point. We'll check this village just in case this Rod of the Heavens is yet another gadget we'll need to continue this quest of ours, or simply the instructions to fix the Dominion Rod, Midna said, huffing. Have no fear, your friend Shad will be safe here with us, Renadu said with a reassuring smile. Thank you, Renadu, Naruto answered, shaking the man's hand. You should find that path in a hidden alcove behind the Bridge of Elden, remember, the Goron elder repeated. Very well. Let's go, we have no time to waste, Ashe prompted, marching towards the door. We have no time to waste, Midna said, parodying the girl's voice. Good Lord, give me strength, Naruto muttered, rolling his eyes in despair. A short burst of teleportation later, Lineria Province, Elden Bridge. Okay, here we are, let's look for this secret path. Jiraiya, miraculously starting to get used to the magical travel, said, studying the area with narrowed eyes. The compass still spins around madly, and I can't see paths from here. Lots of caves thought. We may have to check each one for the right entrance. Naruto confirmed once scanned the faraway walls with the zooming powers of the hawk mask he was wearing. Oh joy! Utsukushi moaned in despair. Of course they had to hide their position with magic too. Yeah, I am not very happy of this, Midna conceded with dropped shoulders. Several hours later. It was almost midnight, with the darkness of night casting eerie shadows all around the group as they slowly checked the various caves in search for the right entrance for the hidden village, coming up empty-handed time and time again, finding only dead ends and sleeping animals shocked to see humans barge in their nests. Any success? Naruto asked, glaring the growling wolf he found in his cave into submissive silence. No, only bats in mine, Ashe answered, jumping away to let dozens of bats fly away into the night. Nope. Just a bear in mine, Jiraiya added, dusting his fist after knocking said animal unconscious with a giant lump already forming on its forehead. Nothing. We too are empty-handed, Link said as he and Midna came out from their own caves, shaking their heads. Damn it, Fai-chan? Any idea what to do? Naruto asked once unsheathed the Master Sword. I can make an assumption based on the conformation of the area and the most probable cave hiding the path we need, Master. But I can't promise anything more than a 24% chance of success, the sword's spirit answered, coming out from the weapon to address the blonde. Well, beats going blindly, Jiraiya admitted, shrugging. Thank you, Fai-chan. Would you do this for me then? Naruto asked with a gentle smile. Of course, Master. Fai answered, nodding as she flew few feet high to slowly look around for a few minutes, and then returning to ground level. I should have found a good candidate. Please follow me, Master, she said with an elegant curtsy. Thank you, Fai-chan. Please show us, Naruto answered with a proud expression. Immediately, the spirit said, sounding clearly pleased for her success in helping her master. Okay, she can be useful, I admit that, Midna admitted, huffing. Just because it was made by the same people that banished your tribe in the Twilight realm, you can't also blame her, Naruto said with a gentle smile. I know, the girl answered, sighing as she forced him to carry her in his arms. Hee. Lazy imp, he whispered, chuckling. Sue me, the imp replied, smirking. I would if it was possible. Shut it, Fleabag. Impish moron. We can do this, my friend, we can do this. Believe in the harem ending, Link muttered. I believe. Jiraiya answered, straightening his back and nodding. A short walk later, and the small group saw Fi rapidly climb a short ramp of smooth rock very well hidden in the natural rock formations of the area around it, leading to a long and dark cave stretching to the point the end could not be seen. Here we are, Master. This is the most probable location for the entrance to the hidden village, the spirit reported dutifully. Thank you, Fi-chan, you are the greatest, Naruto answered with a wide, grateful smile. I live to serve, Master. The final sparks of the evil sealed in the Master Sword has finally dissipated, thus I am now free to fully serve you and your dynasty. I hope to be able to be of use, she answered with a deep bow before returning inside the Master Sword. As a friend, Fi-chan. Remember. Naruto answered, smirking. Of course, Lord Naruto. She already switched her title for you, congratulations, Jiraiya said, clapping his hands mockingly. Shut up, Arrow Sennin. We must be on the right path, look, Ashe said as several Bulblins showed their weapons and growled in a threatening manner. Yep. That's our welcome party, Jiraiya answered, cracking his knuckles. So we'll have to clean up first, it can't be helped, Naruto added, taking a fighting stance. I'll go check the tunnel in the meantime to see if it is the right one, Link offered, calmly walking towards the entrance. Have fun, Midna answered, waving at him. I'll take the 6 on the right, Naruto said cheerfully as he dashed forward in a mad dash to grab the face of the first Bulblin. Gru? The green-skinned creature groaned in disbelief. When you challenge somebody, always be sure you can back up your threats, team, the blonde said, using his hold on the Bulblin face to spin it around, hitting its companions like a flail, launching them away. Well said. Oh-ara! The Toad Sannin said, moving his hair, turned into a mass of sharp needles by his chakra, to grab another Bulblin in a tight hold to slam it on the ground in a chorus of breaking bones. Impressive, Ashe commented as her sword went parried by her own foe, pushing the creature back a bit for her to pierce in the chest. Thank you, Ashe-chan, Naruto answered, smirking as he gave a Bulblin the German suplex treatment, burying it in a small crater. Stop adding that chan suffix. It is not the right one. Midna huffed, annoyed as her magic created the paralyzing zone around her to block the Bulblins around her completely for her blonde companion to freely give the finishing blow. Bar the last one, she preferred to send flying with an uppercut of her hair-made giant hand. Why you keep being so jealous? Naruto finally asked, groaning as he dodged a sword swipe and then grabbed the attacker's hand to pull Bulblin in a bear hug that reduced the monster's ribs to dust, making it die instantly and burst into smoke like darkness just like the others. I don't know actually, but my instincts keep blaring in alarm, as if somebody is plotting against me, Midna answered as she briefly summoned the bow Naruto gave her to turn a fleeing Bulblin into a living pincushion. Not me, Utsukushi said immediately while raising both her hands. Not me, Ashe added, stabbing another Bulblin on the forehead with her sword before beheading it. Not me, and we can rule Link out too, Naruto said as well. It leaves out Ilia and Midna also said as both turned around to look at Jiraiya with narrowed eyes. I have no idea what you people are even talking about, the former spy master answered with a perfect innocent expression as he momentarily stopped stomping down on a monster's head. I'll keep my eyes on you, old pervert, the imp girl replied. Small matters aside, these should have been the last ones, Ashe said, sighing and sheathing her sword as the last Bulblin she fought with finally succumbed at the loss of both its arms. Yep. Only one remains, Naruto said as the whole group turned to look at the solitary, trembling Bulblin still clutching its sword in front of itself. Boo! Midna whispered coldly once floated at an inch of its face. Cryoweya! The green-skinned thing shrieked as it dropped the sword and ran away. Pansy! The Twilight imp yelled at its retreating back while looking somehow offended by the retreat. What a nice workout! I was almost falling asleep from boredom. Jiraiya said with a satisfied smile as he rolled his shoulders a bit, groaning in bliss. Sorry to ruin your moment of celebration, but I bring bad news. It seems like part of the tunnel caved in, blocking the path. Link said, worried as he came out from the tunnel. What? Naruto said with wide eyes as they scampered to the Golden Wolf to see for themselves. This doesn't bode well, Ashe admitted as the light of the hero's shades lighted up the cave to show the faraway wall of rocks closing the path. Seems kinda recent though, but if they still have not fixed it, I feel a bit worried about the village being actually occupied. Jiraiya answered in dread. Do you think using your Rasengan to blow up the rocks would be too much stress for the tunnel? Midna asked with a thoughtful expression. Maybe if I do it gently, I can try drill a hole in there instead of making it explode. The blonde hero answered, unsure. Do it slowly, we cannot be too greedy and cause a new cave-in, the Toad Sannin answered. Okay. Half an hour of careful drilling later. What the group found once finally reached the end of the tunnel was a village resembling a town out of a spaghetti western. Dusty roads comprised, and numerous boblins roaming about with few of them patrolling rooftops and windows with their bows always at ready. Nice, the place is abandoned, as we suspected. Jiraiya muttered, grimacing at the sheer feeling of desolation hanging above the place. There must have been long since some humans last walked here. Ashe added. Fi? Naruto asked, making the spirit come out of the sword. Yes, master? Can you tell how many boblins are around here? Why you ask? Link asked, confused. In answer, the blonde pointed towards the house farther from the entrance, and at the small old woman peeking through the window from behind the curtains. So there is still somebody here, but unless we remove those things they won't come out. Midna muttered in realization. Yep. There are exactly 20 boblins in this area, master. Fi declared after a short pause. Good. Thank you, Fi-chan. Naruto answered, watching the spirit return into the sword. Any plan? Link asked. Got any experience in silent killing? If even just one of them spot us, the others will attack as well, and we can't risk whoever is in there to come to harm from stray attacks or dick moves. Jiraiya explained. Under normal circumstances, me and Naruto would be enough, but we cannot know if that woman is alone or with one of them inside as well holding her hostage. Boblins aren't usually that smart. Midna countered. Yes, but they have also lost their leader. Without somebody behind controlling them, we can't risk them acting on impulses at the minimum signal of danger. Link answered. Okay then, let's split. We'll coordinate our attacks to cover each other from being seen. Do you trust your aim with that, Bao? Please, Naruto. I know what I am doing. Midna answered, smirking and summoning the bow next to her in a snapping of her fingers to let it float next to her with an arrow already cocked back. Okay, team. We can go then, scatter. Jiraiya whispered, making the group break up to start their assault. Meanwhile, inside the house. Ooh, goddesses, holy spirits of Hyrule, please spare my life. The short old woman, the lonely occupant of the house and last human in the village, once again sent her prayers to the sky as she kept hearing the grunts of her captors. Proud Faroer, mother of all the courageous, help me face this fear plaguing me. She begged in tears as she kept trailing with her ears the paths each boblin kept going through around the town they had captured for themselves. Great Neru, goddess of the wises, give me a sign my life will be spared from this hardship. As the minutes clicked, the old woman once again started fearing for the moment those monsters would barge in to demand food. Mighty Din, goddess of the strong, help me find the strength to escape my captors. As soon as deep and absolute silence fell outside, her heart sank in deep despair as she could not hear a thing anymore, a new development her poor heart could not bear for what it would probably mean. Oh, holy goddesses of Hyrule, please! Give me a sign! The old lady begged, screwing her eyes tight. It was then she felt a warm hand grab her shoulder in a gentle hold that had her eyes snap open. You okay, Grandma? The voice was warm and gentle, like the sun of spring, and she could almost feel the gentle smile behind those words. When she dared to turn around, she saw a young man with blonde hair the color of gold and sapphire eyes looking at her with a small smile, standing behind her with a relaxed posture. Who are you? The woman asked weakly. Name's Naruto, Grandma. Me and the others came to save you, he answered simply. His smile now had turned more mischievous, almost comical, with his whiskers marks giving it a more animal-like appearances. Others? She repeated, confused. Me and my friends. I sneaked inside from one of the back windows just in case there was a boblin inside with you. And those monsters? Gone, he replied, chuckling. Impossible, the woman muttered, unlocking the door and checking outside. Hello there. Sorry the intrusion, Jiraiya said with a small bow as soon as the woman walked outside to meet him and the others. The howls of the beasts, they really faded into silence. She muttered in disbelief. You are safe now, Naruto said as he too walked outside. You, who are you? The old lady asked. I am Naruto, Grandma, he answered, amused. You must be the savior the goddesses sent to help me. A savior even? And even then, we help too, Midna answered, laughing. I am Impaz. I am the last resident of this poor village. My name comes from the great one who built this village so long ago. Nice to meet you, Grandma Impaz. But what is this place? Naruto asked. This village was once the secret home of a proud tribe that served the royal family, but it fell into decline, and became infested with dangerous beasts. It's become an awful place, Impaz answered, sighing. Awful? I don't know. I think this is still a nice village. It only needs some fixing, Jiraiya replied with a comforting smile. If only some fixing was all it takes, dear, the old lady answered with a sad smile on her face. But forgive me for asking, can you show me your eyes, dear? She then asked Naruto. My eyes, Grandma? He answered, kneeling down to be at eye level with the short woman. I saw similar eyes, in my dreams, in the sleepless nights where I prayed to the goddesses to be saved from my captivity. I remembered seeing a sacred beast with these very same eyes coming to my rescue, Impaz said, unsure. This kind of beast? Midna asked, whispering something to Naruto, making him turn into a nine-tailed fox. Whoa! Inciting a burst of surprise from Jiraiya and Ashe. It was you? Impaz muttered, caressing the blonde's head in disbelief. Sometimes prayers do get an answer, Link answered, proud. Are you ready to go? We'll take you somewhere safer, Naruto said, returning human. I am sorry, but by royal order I can't leave this place until a certain person arrives. No matter what terrible fates is visited upon it, I must stay here. Oh. But do not listen to me blather on. It is not important, Impaz answered. It is instead, who is this person? We can bring them here, Ashe asked, making the others' heads snap to look at her. Sigh. Okay, yes we will, Naruto said, sighing. Thank you. I just know that the legends called them the messenger to the heavens and that I would have recognized them thanks to the sacred rod in their possession, she answered, hopeful. Sacred rod? Can it be the Dominion rod? Midna whispered, unsure. Impaz, do you by chance know something about the Dominion rod? Naruto asked, curious. The Dominion, you have it? Or you know the person who does? Impaz asked, hopeful. We have it, and we need help in making it recover its magic. Also, does this belong to you? The blonde said, showing the small statuette. Oh. You found it, my mother's memento. It used to be a relic of the village founder my family kept safe. Then please, show me the Dominion rod, hero chosen by the goddesses, Impaz asked with hopeful eyes. To be honest, we left it to Shad, Jiraiya answered with a weak smile. Sigh. Somebody should go fetch it, Atsukashi said, huffing. Can I ask you to go take it, dear? The old lady asked. Fine. I'll go take it, the former spy master grumbled as he walked away. While we wait, are you hungry, dear? It's almost time for supper, and you look like somebody that needs something warm to fill their stomach, Impaz offered with a kind smile. I don't want to impose, Naruto answered, unsure. No sense. You are so thin. You should eat more. Come inside and this old missy will fix you good, Impaz answered, nonplussed as she dragged him inside. Me too, Me too, Midna said, floating shamelessly inside. I will join you too if you don't mind, Ashe added, joining in herself. There is enough space, have no fear. The doggy can come too. I am a wolf actually, but I gladly accept the invitation, Link answered, grateful. Few minutes later. You assholes didn't wait for me, why? Jiraiya asked, looking extremely offended as Impaz opened the door to let him in. Mind your language, boy, Impaz barked, spanking him with the wooden ladle in her hand. Sorry, Grandma, the Toad Sage muttered with a chastised tone. You got it? Ashe asked, curious. Aye. Here it is, Jiraiya answered, showing the woman the Dominion rod. It's really the sacred rod? Can it be that you are the messengers to the heavens? The old lady asked the group with wonder shining in her eyes. We have a sacred mission to save Hyrule, Lady Impaz, that is true. But my friends here are even too much humble, no matter if the goddesses were the ones calling them here, Link answered proudly. A bit too old-fashioned, Link, Naruto added, amused. Gee, do not talk with your mouth full, what an overgrown baby, Midna commented, huffing, and yet smirking amused, as she levitated a napkin to clean his cheek while ignoring his outraged hey whine. Among the legends of my clan, there is a story from the time when Uka still maintained contact with the royal family, Impaz explained. Like direct contact? Naruto asked. Yes, it said that a mysterious rod was handed down from the people of the sky, and it was called the Dominion Rod. This sacred artifact was only to be carried by the messenger to the heavens when the royal family needed to communicate with the Uka. And you are a descendant of those messengers? Midna asked. No, my family has another duty. From generation to generation, my ancestors have guarded the book that, by royal decree, was to be given to the messenger to the heavens, Impaz answered, shaking her head. A book? This book. Please take it, Impaz said, moving aside a hidden panel in the wall to retrieve an ancient-looking tome and handing it to Naruto. Thank you, Impaz, the blonde said, grateful, and opening it only to grow unsure. What language is that? Midna asked, confused. That is ancient sky language, master. Unfortunately, several words are lacking letters because of its old age, making translation impossible, Phi answered promptly. By the heavens! The sacred sword! And its spirit still lives! You truly are the goddess's champion then, Impaz proclaimed, shocked. I am not a hero, the blond young man muttered, blushing and making Jiraiya snort, amused. To me you are, young man. Had you others not come here, I don't know what would have become of me, the old lady answered, smiling gently. Does this mean that you are finally free to leave? Jiraiya asked. You passed your knowledge on to us, technically your duty is complete, and you are no longer bound to remain here, Link added, nodding. I am aware of this, but this village is my home and here is where I will stay. If those monsters could find this place, it was from my own foolishness of chasing one of the former villagers after he stole that statuette, letting those creatures know of the cave's existence. I almost betrayed my duty and caused this land to be captured by those monsters. No, I am staying. Here is where I lived all my life and here is where I will have my final rest. You others just go on and take care of yourselves, I will be fine, the woman answered. Then we will pay you visit whenever we can, Grandma, Naruto said immediately. I would love that, thank you. But now you must go, your mission for the goddesses is still far from being over, Impaz answered, grateful as she watched the group leave. Goodbye, Impaz. Thank you for the hospitality, Midna said before the group finally left. That boy, had my nephew still been alive, he would have been his age exactly, Impaz muttered, watching the group disappear down the tunnel. Same bad luck with women too, I can still smell the rivalry coming from those girls even from here, poor boy, she then said, shaking her head and returning home. The next day, Kakariko Village, abandoned house. It was very early in the morning when the group left one of the abandoned houses Renadu had left them used to rest. They had decided to wake up early to see if Shed had any news about the statue in the man's basement, and if he managed to fix the book Impaz gave them. Good morning! I am glad to see I am not the only early riser around here. The village shaman greeted them with a gentle smile as he was sitting right outside his home sipping tea from a heavily decorated cup. Ah! Speak for yourselves, I could have gone with a couple extra hours. Midna answered, yawning loudly. Zzz. Utsukushi from the seals snored just a tad louder in her way to give her blessing to the answer. Too lazy for your own good. Ashe, she instead looking to be quite fine about the thing, answered unimpressed. Stuff it! The Twilight imp answered bitterly. Hello to you too, Renadu. How's Shad? Has he rested? Does he have any news? Naruto asked. Ha! That young man has not slept a minute. Apparently that statue and the book have captivated him quite badly. Renadu answered, chuckling. Typical Shad. Ashe was heard sigh in defeat. To be honest, I do not know anything about the statue down below the sanctuary myself. You see, it was already there when I became the shaman here. So I unfortunately had not much to help your friend with. It's okay, Mr. Renadu, there is no need to apologize. Jiraiya answered. Ahu, the man replied. Why nobody trusts me? The former spy master muttered, whining with big fat tears already wetting his eyes. Can we go see him? Maybe he has some news. Midna asked, bored. Of course, the path is open already, be my guest. Renadu answered, nodding. Thank you, Renadu. Naruto replied, grateful. Deep under the sanctuary. Ooh. This is actually a modified Goron rune. Or maybe it's the Goron ones that are a modification of this design? Shad's odd voice was heard echo in the underground chamber, as the young man kept fervently studying the giant statue in front of himself under the light of several torches. You already wear glasses, Shad. If you keep reading under this light your eyes will get worse. Ashe said, grumbling. Oh. Hi. Good morning. Shad answered, surprised as he greeted the group. You shouldn't pull an all-nighter, Shad. Naruto said, worried. Ah. There is no need to worry. I am used to a bit of overwork sometimes. It is not the norm, but I sometimes find it impossible to actually pause because there is not always a point where you can pause and say I will continue tomorrow. Shad answered shyly. Was it at least worth it? Midna asked. Quite a lot actually, Miss Midna. Do you others remember what I told you about the legend of the sky beings known as the Uka? Well, as I studied that dominion rod of yours I remembered about something that used to bother me when I firstly discovered this sanctuary, so I decided to snoop about and see if my suspects were right. The studious Hylian answered, excited. So our presenting you the rod actually helped? Link asked, amused. Immensely. Really, your timing couldn't be better, as I was starting to lose hope. You don't say. Naruto muttered, amused, unknowingly making Din, Neru and Faror smile sheepishly at the hidden implications. So? What did you learn? Jiraiya asked. See this statue? It's the same as the one in the manuscripts my dear father left me. There are actually many similar statues around Hyrule, but this one always seemed to be different. Here. Look at the belly, there's something written there, you see? He explained. Yeah, very, very interesting. Jiraiya answered, sounding extremely confused, while Naruto didn't even try to hide his being lost. Ha! Yes, I forgot you are not Hylian, I am sorry. I'll explain. I confronted those writings with the book you gave me yesterday, and both are written in sky writing. And with the book, I was able to decipher the text, awaken us with the word that breaks the seal. It seems to be instructions about the statue's function. Shad said, amused. What does it have to do with the Dominion Rod? Midna asked. I am pretty sure that relic has something to do with the word that breaks the seal. If only I could translate this. Shad said with a half whine. If I can be of help, should you fix the missing text in the book, I would then be able to translate the word to unlock the seal. Fi said, coming out of the sword. Amazing! A real enchantment of sentience. One of the many lost arts of the ancient civilization. Can I study it for a moment? Shad said, ecstatic. Pervert! In answer, surprisingly, Fi screeched and slapped Shad hard with the part of her dress covering where her arms would have been, if she had any. Okay, maybe I deserve that, Shed replied, adjusting his glasses while his cheek was already turning red. Small moment aside, can you fix those pages, please? The others we can wait for, but the ones detailing that word are kinda important. Naruto asked gently. Nothing too difficult. Let's see, this should be an adjective, maybe a pronoun, alliteration, commas, period, and subject consonants, probably. The studious man muttered as he used both other pages and the statue's writing to try and fix the book. Sorry about the examen thing, Miss Phi. UNF. Was it bad? Naruto asked. To study an enchantment you have to partly unravel the matrix to see how it's done, Midna answered. So? He pretty much asked if he could see under her dress. Ooh. The blonde gasped in realization. Again, I am sorry, it was uncalled for, Shed replied as he returned the book to Naruto. Try like this, I should have fixed it well enough. Phi-chan? As you wish, Lord Naruto. The sword spirit answered, reading the book from above his shoulder before walking to stand in front of the statue. By the words of the goddesses I command thee to awake and obey my binding, step aside. Disculpe no entiendo? Jiraiya said, unsure. That was Sky Tongue, Shed explained in wonder. So? Naruto asked as nothing happened. Nothing happened, Shed muttered, sighing. Faulty translation? Midna added. No, this was translated properly, I can confirm this. The best guess is that this is not the statue we are supposed to use the password on, Master Naruto, Phi supplied before returning into the sword. I am sorry, my friends, but I have to thank you all the same. Thanks to this I am one step closer to solving this puzzle. Please take the book with you. I will simply copy down what we need and continue my studies, Shed said, depressed once given the book to Jiraiya. You helped us a lot, Shad. We will use the fixings you did to further go through our mission, so we should thank you for the help, Link answered gently. Very well, in the meantime I will try this on the other statues around Hyrule. By now I memorized where they are with my constant studying them. This small map has them marked down, in case you need to talk to me, the young man answered, giving a small folded map of Hyrule to Naruto. I will make sure he won't hurt himself by accompanying him, Naruto. It was nice to travel with you, Ashe said, unsure. Thank you for the help, Ashe-chan. It was nice for me too, Naruto replied, grinning wide as he hugged her. Hoi! 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 /hoi! Hoi! Hoi! Both Midna and Utsukushi growled in chorus at the thing. Now go, and be safe, the blonde wished with a wide smile. You can do it! Jiraiya mouthed to her as he watched her and Shad walk away. I know, she answered in the same fashion. Once outside Renato's home. I didn't know you actually were one for romance, Shed said, curious as the two kept walking. Did I ever show you how fast I can cut off a man's genitalia with my sword? She replied with a very red face. For some reason that is a piece of knowledge I am not interested in, he answered simply, albeit with crossed legs. I bet. Hoi! Egghead! Bit sword girl! Come back inside, the spell worked. Midna yelled, momentarily peeking outside. Really? Shad answered, amazed as he hurried back. I heard what you were about to say, Ashe said with narrowed eyes. Blee! The Twilight imp answered, sticking out her tongue and slamming the door closed. TCH. Back in the sanctuary? It worked? The studious Hylian asked immediately as he rushed towards the group. It is possible that the spell was about enchanting the Dominion Rod with the command itself. Phi's voice came in answer from the sword. In short, the writing in the book imbued the staff with magic, Midna supplied. And what magic would that be? Ashe asked. Moving statues around, Jiraiya answered, smirking. Moving as if alive? Yes? Naruto answered, suspicious. Because there is only one word that was missing completely from the book, but I am sure it was erased on purpose with each character hidden in those very same statues that are the twins of this one. Probably they did this just in case the book ended in the wrong hands. We'll need to find all of them if we want to unlock the real secret and the path to the city in the heavens, Shad answered. FFF fetch quest? Naruto asked with watering eyes. How many? Jiraiya asked in dread. 2, 3? Midna added, paling considerably. Actually, I believe it will take 6 to complete the riddle that will take you to the heavens. Shad answered. I'm sorry, my friend, Renadu said, grabbing the blonde's shoulder in a firm, sympathetic grip. Several thousand kilometers away, elemental countries, Konoha. Naruto-kun, where are you? Rock Lee said, sighing as he looked at the sky. I am sure he is okay, Lee. He is not one to despair in the face of any challenge. Niji Hyuga tried saying with a reassuring tone. And oh! The scream that washed over every corner of the whole elemental countries contained so much grief and sorrow that in several areas heavy downpours of rain started plaguing the land. Okay, maybe there are some challenges he too may be a bit against. The Hyuga prodigy, now sporting frizzled hair from the wind backlash caused by the scream, said unsure. 2 days later, Hyrule, sanctuary under Renado's home. I can't take this anymore. Naruto muttered, sniffling. Be strong, Naruto, we will survive this mess and then nobody will stop us from retiring from the hero business. Jiraiya answered, hugging his former student tightly. Now I can finally complete those words. Let's see, this character here, and this, there. Shad, completely ignoring the two, mused loudly as he worked on the sky book. I did it! Now this should work. Let me try. I should have also learned how to pronounce it. The young Hylian man added barely a minute later before moving to face the statue. Unlock this damn seal and let us pass, please. This farce is taking even too long. I wonder what's the translation of this though. It's a dialect I am not familiar with. Merely a command of unlocking. Fi answered dryly. Something more, isn't it? Utsukushi asked discreetly. I would prefer to not translate it, as it contains explicit threats about the statue's well-being should it not move as commanded. Fi answered. Oh. Both shinobi muttered. Barely an instant after Shad's voice finished echoing in the underground room, a plaque on the front of the lone statue lighted up in green light to then dissolve into ashes. Ah. Now it has become like the other statues, Shad said, amazed. It means that the rod will finally work on it. Uko said ecstatic as she and her son finally joined the group. Glad you could join us. What the fuck is that? Jiraiya yelled with wide eyes while pointing at the small baby face with wings accompanying the Uka. This is Uko Jr., my beautiful baby. Isn't he the most beautiful thing ever? If you usually have nightmares, yes, you get used enough to call that thing cute. Utsukushi answered, grimacing, luckily unheard by the small thing. He has his mother's eyes, Naruto said with a forced smile. He does, isn't he? Kuh! The small thing gurgled happily. Try using the rod on the statue now, Midna asked rapidly. Yup. The toad sage obeyed, using the Dominion rod to move the statue aside to show a long, dark hallway crudely cut into the rock. Oh! Prompting an awed call of wonder from Shad. A secret passage? Leading where? Renadu asked, shocked, rapidly taking a torch from the wall to light the passage. Let's see where it brings, the shaman said, immediately entering the passage. This looks ancient, Naruto commented as he kept seeing thick spiderwebs everywhere. By the looks of it, it may be even older than the village itself, Shed explained as his own torch added further light. I can only smell dust. We are the only ones here, Link said, still sniffling the air. It's a minor relief, Midna answered before falling silent. Is that a giant cannon? Naruto asked faintly as he saw a massive cannon-like contraption resting in the middle of the ample room they found at the end of the tunnel. I wonder how they brought it here, Jiraiya asked as he watched the several inches high layer of dust on the half-broken thing. It looks like it can be easily disassembled for transportation, but unless we find the original blueprints, it will take somebody exceptionally good with machinery to fix it, Renadu answered. This is the sky cannon. It's real. My father's notes were not mere hypotheses then, Shad said with teary eyes. But you said the city had been lost for centuries. If so, how can this take you to the city in the sky then? Ashe asked, confused. Maybe it was created to automatically aim for it. Naruto answered, shrugging. The problem will be taking this out. We can't disassemble it ourselves. After centuries of disuse, we risk breaking it. Shad muttered, worried. I'll take care of that, have no fear. Midna said, looking at her nails. How? Ashe asked. You sure, Midna? Naruto added. He is already in this mess, may as well. The imp girl replied, floating to the cannon. But where to take it? Lake Hylia. Who talked? Both Shad and Ashe gasped, looking around. Why, Furball? Midna asked. That buffoon dressed like a clown. His main attraction is a giant cannon he modified to shoot us in the Arbiter's ground. Of all the strange people we have met since we arrived, he is the closest thing to an expert in cannons we have. Utsukushi explained. TCH. I am surprised you of all people came up with this. Whatever, get ready, as I am moving us and the cannon in a single trip, so is going to be extra shaky for you others lacking Twilight magic inside. Midna said, huffing as a short burst of magic left her hair-made giant hand to cover the cannon in cracking energy. Oh God, please, no! I was just starting getting used to it. Jiraiya begged, whining. Too late. Here we go, she answered, giving Naruto barely enough time to turn into a fox before everyone in the cave plus cannon flied away on the notes of the KYYYYAH, shrilly scream of Jiraiya and Link. That looked to be quite unpleasant. Renadu muttered, watching the now empty room. Well, I wanted to add a new storage room to my home. I guess I now have one. The shaman said, shrugging and walking back to the surface. Barely few seconds later, Lake Hylia. Yeah, on. So bored. Fire yawned in boredom as he watched the cloudless sky while waiting for customers for his ride. Wish something would happen once in a while. It gets dull here if I have nothing to do. In that exact moment, a tear opened in the sky, letting the sky cannon land with a heavy wham. That lifted an immense cloud of dust and shaking the whole area. Now, that is something unusual, the clown admitted with wide eyes as he also saw several people fall from the sky. Naruto, though, turned from fox to human mid-fall to land on his feet, cracking the ground deeply, so to grab the falling Ashe in his arms just like Jiraiya did with Shad. Hem. Midna, though, was evidently not happy about it, making the blonde hurry to put the swordswoman down. And Link? Landed just fine, thank you. It's the upside of being a spirit, the wolf replied smugly. Hoy! Buddy! The heard Fire call out as he calmly joined them. Would you look at that? We were actually looking for you, Midna said, amused. I bet. What happened? You got so hooked on fantastication that you tried to build your own cannon? The man asked, laughing. More or less. This is a small thing we found cleaning a friend's basement. You think you can fix it? Naruto asked, fainting, being sheepish about the answer. Well, I can tell this used to be a damn fine rig. A bit retro for my tastes, though. Can you fix it, though? Jiraiya asked faintly. Yeah, okay, man. You others look kinda green on the face. We are just trying to not show what we had for breakfast, Mr. Fire. Shad answered, still looking shaken. Blee! Then if you can't stomach some fantastication, I suggest you to not try another fly like you did now. About the cannon, I suppose I might be able to fix it for you, maybe. Fire answered, grinning. How much, you greedy bastard? Naruto asked, grumbling, annoyed. 300 rupees. In advance, he answered with an insufferable smirk. Just because I don't know other experts in cannons, the blonde answered, handing him the money. Thank you. I will start immediately. Fire, now looking very happy, said, snatching the money away. I hope you choke on them. Utsukushi muttered angrily. How long will it take to fix the cannon? Shad asked. A week, more or less, I think. Depends if I find compatible spare parts. This thing is ancient with capital A. They do not make cannons like this anymore. Fire answered. Luckily I have camping equipment with me. Jiraiya said, sighing in defeat. We will camp here? Naruto asked. Just in case the idiot tries to slack off. Ooh. 10 days later. At the dawn of the 10th day, Fire finally walked away from the cannon while drying the sweat from his forehead to show a completely fixed cannon standing on bird-like feet. Done! Sorry for the extra 3 days, but it kept limping and I couldn't fix that until I changed a couple screws. It would have offset the aim. The clown-dressed man explained proudly. I am honestly amazed you managed to fix it in this short time. Naruto answered in wonder. If you know what you are doing, buddy, it doesn't take long, especially if every part was still good to go and just needed some cleaning or hammering to return to the proper shape. All working as it should, I think. You think? Midna asked with narrowed eyes. No blueprints. I have no idea what else it should be doing besides shooting stuff from point A to point B. There were a lot of extra parts. Fire answered nonplussed. Still, you did a wonderful job. Jiraiya confirmed once sealed away the camping equipment. Thanks. If you find another of this, give me a holler. They may look like junk, but those things got some powerful innards. I may use a few to make mine get some extra kick. If we get our hands on another, we will tell you. Midna answered uninterested. Just be careful when you use this or you're going to be knocking on the door to the heavens with this. Seriously, it doesn't play around. Now excuse me, but I have to return to work before my partner starts whining about me leaving. Fire said as he walked away. Would you look at that, we kinda want to reach the heavens. Jiraiya whispered, chuckling, making the others snort amused. So, now we just have to get inside. Link said, looking at the towering contraption. You sure you want to come along? Naruto asked. This may be the chance I have been waiting for my whole life. It would mean giving an answer to the work of my father. Shad answered. Scared? A little bit, to be honest. I will accompany you, so you won't have to worry about him. Like that, you'll focus solely on finding that mirror shard you talked about. Ashe offered. Thank you. And you, Uka? Are you and your son ready? Jiraiya asked to the bird thing poking from the front of his clothes. Yes, dear. I am coming too. A new voice yelled. Ajitha? Naruto said with wide eyes. Mothra! Jiraiya echoed behind him. What? The giant moth she is riding, the toad Sannin said with starry eyes. What's that? I do not pretend from you to catch the reference, but still, that's a movie from my childhood, the Sannin answered, huffing. They had already invented movies when you were young? Naruto asked, smirking. You brat! No punching, thank you. Midna hissed an answer as her magic blocked the man's fist before it could connect with the blonde's forehead. I want to come too, Ajitha said again as the giant moth landed in front of the group to let her descend. Why? And where did you get that thing? Naruto asked. Because like this we'll know each other better, and as a princess I too have every right to possess a noble steed. Isn't she pretty? The girl answered. Well, the pink bow on its head kinda is. The problem will be fit everybody in that cannon, Shad commented. We can split in 2 groups, Ashe answered. She won't come, Midna said with crossed arms. I will, Agita answered. This is no picnic, girl. As if you are the super warrior. At least I can use magic. My bugs can aid me well enough, thank you. But you are annoying, and no bugs will fix that. They have took you along just fine, and your personality leaves a lot to be desired. Spoiled baby, Midna roared. Stuck-up fool, Agita countered. If the goddesses really exist, please strike me down and put an end to my misery, please. Naruto begged, making Jiraiya pat his back while shaking his head. My poor hero of power! Why can't I personally cheer up your broken spirit? Din wept in answer to her beloved chosen hero's despair, making her sister's facepalm annoyed at the whole situation. Oh, make the art of chilling. And cut! We have done, guys! That's it for today. Thank God. Naruto answered with his shoulders slumping down slightly. And with this we are at 14 episodes? Jiraiya asked, lighting a cigarette. 15 counting the intro. Midna answered, taking away her stone crown to scratch her covered eye. Who was the genius that decided to make a show of our adventures here in Hyrule? The blonde asked. Zelda mostly, and on paper, it was a nice one. A new voice answered as a red-haired woman joined the scene. On paper, in truth redoing everything is a pain in the ass. Naruto answered groaning as he gladly accepted the towel Utsukushi gave him. Sales say otherwise. People are loving the show, the director answered. Does he ever put down that mic? Agatha asked, whispering. I never saw him without, to be honest. Ashe answered, unsure. Relax for today, tomorrow we'll start working on the next episode. And somebody bring me my cherry gummy bears. I cannot create masterpieces without my cherry gummy bears. I want them now, the director bellowed, shrieking as he left for his caravan, and slamming its door closed hard enough to almost have the TR letters on it fall down. The group could only sweat drop at witnessing that childish tantrum. Well, I don't know you, but I need a shower and a nice steak, so I'll pay a visit to Telmaheim, now that we have done. Her pub should be open for real. Ta-ta! Jiraiya said, stretching and walking away with a spring in his steps. Sigh. I'll go see if the royal guards need something. You coming, Shad? Ashe added. May as well, it has been very tiring already today. Want a lift? Agatha offered, pointing at the giant moth. If you don't mind, both answered, climbing on the giant creature. What now? Naruto asked aloud as only him and both Midna and Utsukushi remained in the clearing once crew and everybody else left. I may have an idea, but it will need a quiet place where nobody will come disturb us, the imp girl offered with a feigned smile. Water temple? Naruto offered. Water temple. Utsukushi confirmed, nodding. Good. We'll perform the ancient Twilight ritual known as Netflix and chill, the Twilight princess proclaimed proudly. Several hours later, water temple. So, a break room? Naruto said, looking around the room. Yep. You know? Call me a hypocrite for saying this after doing what we did, but I feel bad for using this place to, chill? The blonde asked, smirking. If ever, we did everything except chilling. I know, that is why I proposed this room. It's soundproof so your howling cannot be heard. Midna answered, smirking. I do not howl. Well, not always, it depends on the situation. The Bijuan human body answered, scandalized and with a red face. Be as it may, we could as well turn on the TV for real, at least to save face. True, the two girls answered, shrugging. It was halfway through the kind of bland action/romance flick they were watching, with Midna sitting on Naruto's lap and Utsukushi half lying on the sofa and with her head on his shoulder, that the door opened again. Oh. Right. The temples are interconnected between the worlds. I forgot about the downside of summoning this place inside one of them, Midna said, slapping her forehead, annoyed. I was damn cute at that age. No shit. By now used to see a lot of strange things, Naruto barely looked amused at seeing a younger version of himself enter the place accompanied by two other girls. Naruto, am I going mad or are there now two of you? One of the girls asked, her neck threatening to snap as her head jerked from her version of Naruto to the adult one rapidly. You both? Naruto answered, unsure while staring at his doppelganger. Poor bastard, if this surprises him, I pity him for what he will soon face. The older one of the two thought in dismay. Relax, you aren't going crazy. Midna answered with a loud giggle as she grabbed a plate of pizza with a giant hand that formed from her hair. Oh really, then maybe you can fucking explain why there are now two of my fiancé. The other girl with young, Naruto growled in answer and earning herself an annoyed glare from Saria. Ha! I knew it! No matter what world you're in, you always end up in some kinda love triangle. Utsukushi said with a chuckle before sending both blondes a sultry look as she licked her lips. Makes me wonder if this version of you is just as hung. Of all the people I have to share a man, I had to choose a pervert. Midna grumbled unheard, pinching the bridge of her nose. You never change, Utsukushi-chan. The older Naruto muttered in exasperation with a face palm while everyone else in the room blushed heavily. Sorry about that, she really likes to tease people. Clearing his throat loudly, he turned back to the new group with an awkward chuckle. She is just a nymphomaniac, Midna added with a low grumble. Hey, I am being completely serious here, Utsukushi countered. By the way, the blonde yelled, covering both girls' words by talking slightly louder. I'm sure you have a lot of questions and we'll do our best to answer them, but for now, allow me to welcome you all to the break room. The what? The green-haired girl asked. In short, we just finished saving Hyrule and are filming a complete redoing of the whole adventure into an episodic show, Midna explained. Our friend here used her Twilight magic to summon this place. We didn't know a door would have popped up in your temple too, though, Utsukushi added. Sounds cool, young Naruto answered, amazed. Quite, so if you see a door like this, feel free to pass by. We don't mind some company. So we can join? Saria asked Kyuger. Be our guest. The sofa is big enough, the older blonde answered, chuckling. Thanks. What are those stains on the ceiling? The three heroes of Twilight snorted, amused, while flashing S trio of smug grins. No. Fucking way. You did it while upside down on the ceiling? Ruto gasped, amazed. Ninjas do it better, Midna answered, shivering. You mean, with both at the same time? Young Naruto asked. You have a long way to go, young me, the boy's older version answered, patting his head. Stop ogling the red-haired one! Ruto shrieked, furious, making her blonde companion blush and look away from the extremely daring cut of Utsukushi's dress, showing almost completely her long and smooth legs. You always had good taste, even as a kid, the Biju commented, amused. Contain yourself, furball, Midna answered, sighing, annoyed. My legs are not bad either, Saria muttered, unsure, as she looked at her own legs in doubt. And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Tremor 230, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.